So, as far as what we're doing right now... Oh, right, we just finished becoming the Grand whatever the heck we are. And we apparently gained a level. Yeah, so we did the arena quest line the last time. For the record, I am a first-time player of this. Sorry. This is our first playthrough. That was a strange guy. This is our first playthrough of the game. But, I have no idea where I'm going. It's our first playthrough of the game, but we did just do the arena quest series. And we already did our weekly match. Apparently we still have a quest showing here. I don't know if that'll stay that way. Do we have anything else I need to do in the Imperial City before we go? I kind of wish we could have the multiple quest markers on the map like games have done in the past. That's fine, whatever. I'll just choose one and we'll go with it. I do wish they had the quest markers like on the past. Oh, what was my inventory like? It was super overloaded, right? Yes, it was. Alright. So let's have our first order of business to drop off this heavy freaking shield and this armor. And we can drop those off at our home. Hey, such a cookie. So that we can get that out of there, because we got the ice spire, whatever it is, because we were up there for the main quest, and I was like, well, I'm standing here, let's check it out. We bought all the upgrades. What is it? But we haven't been back there since. So my assumption is we'll have places to drop a bunch of junk. So stuff like where I'm starting to pick up like armor that, you know, it's from a quest or whatever that no one can really afford to pay me for in the first place. I don't want to sell it and not get my money's worth. I don't really need money, so I'd rather hoard it. I'd like to check out what our new place looks like. And all that. But I would like to work on getting some side quests knocked out today. Well, just quests in general. I shouldn't say side quests. Quests in general, because if I happen to be in the town that the main story is while running down a side quest, I'm not going to deliberately avoid it. I'm just not specifically beelining and focusing on anything. But yesterday, we did do the entire arena thing. Including we did the side quest from the arena for the Grand Champion before we took his spot, which was a really big downer of a quest. It was fun, but it was a really big downer. We have found that potion crafting continues to be unreasonably lucrative. And we hit some kind of threshold right towards the beginning of last stream. What is my weight at before I start grabbing stuff again? Not enough is what it is. We did hit some sort of threshold that, like, now the bandits are showing up wearing, like, elven armor and all that. We started having, like, mountain lions and all sorts of other animals showing up. We got minotaurs showing up. So we hit some breakpoint threshold, whatever you want to call it, where the enemies we are facing have escalated a good chunk. Now, one pro and con I found from... I've been avoiding fast travel because it's been fun to explore the world and check out new things and all that. But one con I found from doing it that way is because I'm not fast traveling, it means I know, like, half these places when my inventory is full, and I'm like, oh, there's probably a quest or something to do in there. But my inventory's full, and if I go in there, I'm just going to be leaving a bunch of junk on the ground. Which I guess shouldn't matter that much, because money just feels infinite to me right now. All I have to do is stop and actually, you know, sell stuff from time to time. And I'm sure the game won't work. Oh, there's another gate. Yeah, when people are saying that there's no shortage of gates, they were not joking. Alright, do not take it. I cannot carry it. Alright. Yeah, for right now, I'm not going to focus on the gate. We will want to... Oh, these I remember not being super common. Like, basically, I'm kind of looking at, we'll just grab whatever's on our quest list, try and guess what's the closest to us, run it down. Oh yeah, we made spells last stream. The spell's good. So, for things I want to actually try and make happen today's stream, one, get some quests done, because they need to get done. Two, I would like to start doing something to upgrade our gear properly. Now, I have found, as far as armor goes, there's like light and heavy and all that. I'm literally seeing gates everywhere now. But, I would like to start trying to work to, instead of just grabbing whatever junk and then just chucking it on if it happens to be better, it would be nice to maybe make 1 or 2 pieces of, equipment. Ow, you actually hurt. It would be nice to make some, you hate late-day PC updates? I'm missing what that's about. Okay. Happens all the time with Windows. Well, Windows does the updates on Tuesdays, normally. You might not see it on those days, just if you're not checking for updates yourself. But generally speaking, it's patch Tuesdays. I remember it was like first Tuesday of the month was one, last Tuesday, it was like second to last Tuesday of the month was another. Like, so there's a whole schedule about it. That's actually, it's a really big deal when Windows does one that's out of band, I think is the term they use. Basically, when they're like, no, this problem is too urgent, update right now. But that's very rare. It does happen, but that's usually like when there's some like 0-day malware going around that's like ripping across stuff, and they just want to kind of patch that vulnerability in a hurry. But yeah, that is one way to avoid that problem, is to manually run your updates. Because they don't just check for an update and then immediately... Those two are literally within viewing distance of each other. There's one gate, and there's another. Okay. Wait. Did I turn around part of the way there? Fine, we're going to Anvil. I was supposed to... Aw, man, but I don't have the inventory. That's the whole reason I was going up there. I literally was going to my base, switched which arrow I was chasing, and diverted down to Anvil, which about as far from home as we can get. You gonna... Nah. Okay. Kinda kicking myself for that one. Alright. Well, we'll get to the next town, we'll do that. I do know for being able to like continue to level and all that, eventually I will want to go out of my way to use other stuff. Which will be tricky when we get to the point of going, okay, let's put on some heavy armor and start trying to use this. As we've never once worn heavy armor the entire game. Stop checking their bodies. Okay. Alright, so we can run in here, we can level. We get this quest knocked out. Try and sell some stuff. And see what we can do. I'm still annoyed with myself that I started chasing the red arrow out of instinct. Alright, so let's do our rest real fast to get our level.
Good to see you.
Okay.
You look skilled in alteration. Maybe you can teach me something.
Alright. So 5 points here. 5 points there. 2 here. In your dream, you approach the vampire ancient. Having just completed the perilous task for him, you swell with pride, sure that he will bestow even greater power upon you. The entire clan's eyes are upon you. Walking towards the dais where he stands, you realize that your task for him is actually unfinished, and that all of your vampiric powers have left you. You cry out as the clan descends upon you, and the ancient's fangs rip flesh from your throat. I'm doing good, Spork. How are you? It's good to see you. Alright.
Hello.
You might want to get that looked at. Yeah, we apparently having like dreams or nightmares or whatever. We haven't had one that's like outright told us like go here or anything like that. My assumption is we will have like a couple of those, and then one of those will be like you go like to the ivory tower or
Wondrous
whatever.
encounter. Welcome. Well met. Have a
Purchasing
look at my
spells.
wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
Okay. We have absorbing skills, absorb magicka. I want that. You can absorb attributes. I don't really care about the rest right now.
Thank you for your business.
Take care.
I'm actually looking for someone I can sell stuff to.
I hope I can help.
Bartering.
Let's do business.
Haggle. Raise the price a bit. As you really look at your active status, to see what's applied to your character, I could double check that. I thought we had, but I didn't remember seeing. Yeah, so so these two are worth way more than the 600, but none of the people have been able to afford them, which has been kind of a thing. I'm still sitting at most of my carry wit, primarily because of just the giant mountain of ingredients we have. Oh, I haven't checked. Do you have a better... You have a novice one? I have a novice one. I apparently have a giant pile of oh, that's your potions. What am I doing? We've got the Magicka potions. Yes, I don't know if the scales matter or what of these matter. Yes, there's a novice one here. I saw there's a journeyman of this thing. But I don't have one of those over here. So I don't even know if that's necessary or whatever. Because there's more than 4 devices I'm seeing here, but they haven't... I mean, I guess? I'm assuming that fills the same role as the other glass bauble.
Good day.
Magic tab, far right. You know, when I try to hit X, it just switches my tab. And if I click on this, I can't seem to do it. That's not the button I want. Let me double check keyboards. I don't know why I'm checking over there. I don't use a QWERTY keyboard, so I have to go. Yeah, switches to the active tab. Oh, I see. Like, this is just looking like a list of spells. Weakness to fire, sun damage, ability vampirism. So we do have the vampiric ability or something like that. It's just organization. But I mean, that's really kind of subtle that that's there. You thought it'd be far more... Yeah, that was like really subtle there, like having to go down here to find it. I kind of wish that wasn't buried that far.
I can help.
Oh, that's not what I was even checking. Get out of here. Yeah, I got infected by a vampire? Apparently. But yeah, like I was saying, I kind of wish it was a little bit more just... Yeah, you've got the dream and everything, and now you know... Because, like, they imply it's just a dream and everything. I kind of wish it was more just in your face. Okay, so I do have 4 devices here now. For what it's worth. I don't want to mess with all these. I don't really need to. Because I can make a pile of potions for more money. I'd rather chuck them in storage and come back later. I gotta figure out which way out is. There you are. Yeah, I mean, it hasn't done anything I care about, so I'm choosing to ignore it for now. Anyways, let's go actually chase that arrow, since we're here already.
Who will walk the pilgrim's way? Oh my! To what do I owe this honor? I am but a humble prophet. What business do you have with me?
Anvil Chapel attack.
This is only the beginning. Umaril has returned, as foretold by Pelinal Whitestrake in his dying breath.
Let's see, Umaril, who's that?
Umaril the Unfeathered, the sorcerer king of the Aelids, who ruled over this land for long ages before the rise of men. He was cast down by Pelinal Whitestrake, but Umaril's spirit survived, and now he has returned to seek vengeance upon the gods.
Okay. Who is Pelinal Whitestrike?
Does no one remember the old tales? Saint Pelinal, the divine crusader of legend, Alicia's companion when she overthrew the rule of the Aelids 3,000 years ago. Pelinal, with the aid of the gods, fought the Aelid sorcerer King Umaril and slew him. But Umaril's spirit survived, and he has now returned.
Just tell me you attacked the chapel.
Do you understand nothing? The blood speaks. I can read the ancient runes if you cannot. As uibala, umarale el nada rakuvar. In the Aeliad tongue, by the eternal power of Umaril, the mortal gods shall be cast down. A curse upon Umaril's ancient foes, and a threat.
How do I stop Umaril?
Alas, Umaril cannot be stopped. Not without the aid of the gods, not without the Crusaders' relics. Without a champion, the gods are powerless to act. But who among us is worthy to wield the divine Crusaders' weaponry?
I will quest for the relics.
You would quest for the holy panoply of Pelinal Whitestrake? The legendary relics that have been sought by mighty warriors throughout the ages? Are you a worthy knight?
Yes, I am the hero of Kavak.
Well then, hail, hero of Kavach! Let me add one more voice to the never-ending chorus of praise. I'm sure one of your many devotees will be able to guide you on your way to find the Crusaders' relics.
I figured he's gonna give me something like that. Be like, oh cool, who the hell does that make you to me? Crusaders' relics?
The weapons and armor of Pelinal Whitestrake, Alicia's comrade, granted to him by the 8 divines. He went alone into the White Gold Tower, challenged the Aeliad sorcerer King Umaril to single combat, and slew him. Alas, Umaril was not truly slain, but only cast beyond the bounds of Nirn. And now he has returned to wreak his vengeance upon the gods, as was prophesied by Pelinal himself with his dying breath. Only a true knight, wielding the holy relics of the divine Crusader, has a chance to defeat Umaril. But alas for Tamriel, the Crusader's relics have been lost for many an age. Who now can succeed in the quest for the relics, where the greatest knights of legend all failed?
Okay. Quest for the relics.
Are you a worthy knight?
No, I have no claim to fame.
A humble heart is a good starting point. The gods will decide if you are worthy to seek the relics.
How can I find the relics?
The gods grant insight to those they deem worthy. Why and how they act is not predictable. What I can tell you is that, traditionally, knights who wished to quest for the relics would walk the pilgrim's way, travel to the way shrines of the 9 divines, Pray to each of the gods in turn, and ask their favor upon your quest. If the gods deem you worthy, you will be granted a sign. Go forth with the Nine's blessings.
Pilgrimage?
Walking the Pilgrim's Way is the traditional start of a holy quest. Follow the map I gave you, visit the way shrines of the Nine, pray, and wait for a sign.
Umaril.
He was defeated but not destroyed by Pelinal the Crusader. Now he has returned to seek vengeance against the gods. Only a true knight, wielding the holy relics of the Divine Crusader, has a chance to defeat Umaril.
He's really
May the Eight and
he's
One
really pushing the
guide
I
us.
need the relics vibe. Alright. This is gonna be like a whole thing, I imagine. Quest. So find the way spots. He gave me a map of the Pilgrim's Way that could help me locate. Once I have visited the way shrine for each of the 9 divines, I may receive a vision if I'm judged worthy of being a knight. Alright. I'm assuming then we go into our inventory under the paper things, of which I have too many. Where are you? I am not doing that right now. That is a lot of me trying to remember where things are at on the map. We'll get to that one when we get to that one. It's got its own symbol, which is kind of cool. So that's going to be collecting stuff, and I don't remember where you are. Let's see if there's something closer than that. That's literally back to where we started all this. That was down to the southeast, if I remember correctly. Yep. So let's check the next one. Is in Shangaroth. Okay, we don't have a quest marker for that one, so let's double check what's said. Pearl Ravel told me that he needs a lesser soul gem. Oh, that's like in the middle of nowhere, so we need a lesser soul gem, a head of lettuce, and some yarn as an offering. I have 2 of those things. I don't have the yarn laying around. We see that a lot. I just need to remember to keep yarn. That one was if we got approached, so we're gonna ignore that. That's another one. That's for Daedra. We've got corruption. Is that also in the southeast? Okay, basically what I'm gathering is there's a whole lot of nothing even remotely
Hi there.
in this direction right now. I'll try to spot where these things are on it. It kind of stinks that it can't easily take the map. Alright, so let's grab this, go to the map. That's the whole reason, like, oh, immediately being unenthused is the fact that I have to pull this up. So we have RK, which is apparently going to be around here somewhere. That general area. But the thing we're going to do is we're going to start working our way over back towards the tower I meant to go to in the first place, and we'll do stuff along the way there. Because we got 2 items I believe are unique. That I can't find anyone who has the money to buy them from me. So rather than haul them around because they're ridiculously heavy, I want to dump them off at my home. Okay, so it'll be somewhere in this general area. I think that might be it down there. Oh, I am actively dying. Boar. Yeah, no, I gathered it's the vampire thing. I just didn't realize that it escalated to the point of actively dying. Hey, Peter Ponders, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? I do hope you had yourself a good stream, but it's good to see you. What all were you playing and all that good stuff, but welcome in. For those who don't know Peter Ponders, another fantastic content creator, super duper wholesome. Definitely someone to check out. But welcome in, raiders. We're playing some Oblivion here. For those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. I used to hold a world record in Project Zomboid. That said, I'm a variety streamer. I also play games like RimWorld, City Builder, Sound Builder, Simulation. And while it's a little bit outside my normal content, we're playing some Oblivion because it's a good game, and I'm having a good time. But, again, welcome in, and I'll get back to it. Can I get a shout-out for Peter Ponders if we didn't already, by the way? Yeah, we didn't get that yet, so if we could get that, that'd be fantastic. Honor your body and spirit, you pray to the chapel altars, and receive the blessing. Questline, you have prayed... Oh, mark this as active? Was that going to mark all... I was really hoping it was going to mark all of those things for me. That would have been nice. Yeah, so Peter Ponders, according to this, is playing Oblivion as well. So I hope you had a good time playing Oblivion. If you got a raid and run, don't let me hold you. But otherwise, you absolutely know you're welcome. So let's go check here and do all that. We're using our magic to touch enemies and make them die. So Mara is going to be somewhere around here. All right. Okay. Yep. We're having a great time. I had a cheeky birthday stream, and you brought more joys, Amur, to Oblivion. It was a gem indeed. Oh yeah, no, I've been definitely enjoying it. Pet the kitty? Yeah, we always pet the kitties. We pet the kitties, we pet the puppies, and then they go nap. They go sleepy time. All right. Is more worth the buy? Skyrim mods or Oblivion? For the record, so I'm new to Oblivion. This is my first playthrough. I will say I have been enjoying this more than Skyrim. I liked Skyrim. Skyrim was good. Would you do your thing, cat? You can do it. Okay. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things that, well, you're getting way out there, aren't you? Like, with Skyrim, they take kind of the safer approach of, like, a bit more restrictive about how a bunch of your stats work. Whereas I am finding with this, they're being willing to let you do a lot more stuff that, you can get yourself in, You can break a lot of game mechanics, do a lot of silly things. That's fine. I'm not here for that. We're slowly dying of sunlight, so... I'm gonna keep booking over here. Because low-key, this is also letting me grind my restoration that's been lacking. Alright. But yeah, like, the fact you can, like, blend spells and do all sorts of cool stuff with that, to me is a big draw for this game. It's back in the days when games weren't afraid to... give the player some ability to, give the player some ability to just break stuff and all that. Alright, so somewhere around here... Not that. You should see like a little altar. There you are. And my expectation is as we get into the evening, we'll stop slowly dying. Master Acrobatics. Acrobatics. Cool. So we got ourselves the Talos blessing. So next up, we need to look at our map again and figure out where the next one is. So Dilbella is gonna be up here-ish somewhere. Yeah, so I think we're getting towards the evening and no longer rapidly dying from sunlight. So we're definitely going to need to figure out what the heck I was supposed to do. Good job, troll. You didn't play Morrowind until after Skyrim? You can see why it's a great game, but lacking modern covers is quite a slog to play. Yeah. Collecting all the Wayshrine blessings? Yeah, no, I was given a quest that I need to do that. This is my first time playing through, so don't spoil anything if you know what any of this is about. Just had a quest. It told me to do it, so I'm doing it. And so far we've been avoiding fast travel. That's just been kind of the decision. Because I don't know the map, and a good way to getting a feel for what's in the world, where it's at, yada yada. Running back and forth through the world is a good way to get that sorted. Let's pet the puppy. Good dog. And you're nice enough to leave me a wolf pelt. That's so kind of you. You're gonna spoil the entire game. You beat the main bad thing at the end. Game ruined. Or it's an upset, and you fail to beat the bad thing at the end to set it up for the sequel. Oh, hey. I'm just happy with this one that it released and it's not early access. We didn't have to wait like 6 months of the game being hyped. And generally speaking, it's released in a fairly decent state. Like, I know some people have had, like, performance issues and stutters and all that, but so far I've been fortunate that's not been that bad. And honestly, these days, half the time, that's the video cards and all that kind of garbage. Yeah, for the record, I usually don't subscribe much in rumors. Yeah, a certain number of rumors end up being true. Yeah. See, Marwa needs some mods to get up to today's standards, quality of life, combat mechanics, pure gold story atmosphere. Yeah, that's the reasons why usually I don't subscribe much into remasters, remakes, those kind of things. Because for the most part, it feels like they're just a nostalgia cache. This one's been really good. I've been very happy with this one. Okay, so we're looking for the shrine. It'll be around here somewhere. Alright, I might consult the map here in a moment. I'm just trying to get to, like, the top of the hill. So at the top of the hill I can get a better view. Alright, let's pull up our map again real fast. And we have the waypoints map. Okay, so you're kind of... So we look at this. It's probably actually closer to around there. Because it's about the same... Is that it right there? Crash grabs you hope die off? Yeah. I think good old games versions simply work out better. That's too far north. But yeah, no, it's one of those things that, like, a lot of game companies are struggling with what to do right now. That the lifespan for games is getting shorter than ever, which, you know, people be like, people just have shorter attention spans and all that. They'll do like that whole argument. It's like, well, counter argument, everything is trying to grab your attention at the same time, so quite literally more things are vying to take your attention from other things. So it's kind of a self-created problem for the gaming industry that everyone's fighting over the collective market share. And then there's more players than ever. But you also have a lot of people who've gotten to be pretty awful in their behaviors so far as trying to get those customers. And it's just kind of one of those things that they're trying to figure out how to operate in this new industry. That's the next town over. Gonna be down in here somewhere, is this... Oh, it's right there. Cool. Okay, so I got your blessing. And the next one is way up by the town to our north. But yeah, so for a lot of them, they've been trying to lean on existing IPs because we as consumers have rewarded them for doing so. Think it's around there? And so very much it's the thing I've talked about a couple of times on the channel, where people would be like, you know, it'd be nice if games would do some new and interesting things. You know, we're just not seeing enough of that. And you stop and go, right. But if you look at what people are actually spending money on, you have like the new, interesting, and compelling game. They'll get a bunch of reviews being like, this game is super interesting. And then the sales are just okay. And then a bajillion people buy the latest Call of Duty or the latest FIFA game or the latest, you know, whatever the big name game is that hasn't really changed much in its formula in the last 20 to 30 years. And you're like, right, you're demanding one thing, but your consumer behavior is a totally different ball game. Like, collectively, not individuals. Yeah, then there's Baldur's Gate. Yeah, Baldur's Gate was the upset. And that's getting back to, they're trying to figure out what the new industry is. Like, I personally think we're seeing what's going to gradually be the phasing out, not completely, but really, really reining in early access. That, while early access has been a very effective cash grab for a while, to, you know, get that money to fund later development and all that, it does seem more and more and more people's patience for early access is getting waned, that they'll get excited for the new game, almost immediately get, you know, hit whatever the limitation of the early access, whether it's super buggy, or there's just not much content there, or, you know, that kind of thing. And as a result of it, it ends up being you start out strong, and then your game kind of trips over the finish line. And more people are kind of becoming vocally like, you know what, I don't want more early access. I want a finished product. I want to be able to start playing a game and to roll credits at some point. Like, early access is nice and all, but there's also something to be saying for buying a finished product. Oh, come on. I'm just cutting across the mountains to get here. You're playing Digimon World Dusk? Or World Dusk? I mean, I know what Digimon is, I just have no familiarity with that game. I do think for this, if I give myself like a regen spill, just Skyrim over mountains, hey, it's still the creation engine under the hood. Yeah, they got Unreal sitting on top of it. But at the end of the day, the brain under it all is still creation. I actually don't have problems with the creation engine. I know some people get really upsetty spaghetti being like, it's still the creation engine. Oh, is that literally it right there? No, that's not the same thing. That's a different altar. You know, people get upset about it because creation engine's got some weirdness. But I don't mind. Hey, Undead Baron. Can we get a shout out for Undead Baron? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a whole range of games, does like a lot of Twitch integration with their audience and all that. Does some spooky horror games, does a lot of words are hard, survival crafters, that kind of thing. Okay, so there's Akatosh's blessing. So we got that. So let's get to where we've got our home over here. Because I got junk in my inventory I cannot sell because it's too expensive for anyone to buy. And it's heavy, and I don't want to just delete it for no value. So I'm going to hoard in my dragons. I'm going to start building my dragons tomb of stuff and just let go. Alright. Same here. Thank you for the creation engine. It's still workable. Quite a few limitations in certain aspects, looking at Starfield. But the whole world simulation is still amazing. Having Unreal 5 and top as a render is pretty staggeringly good for the remastered. Yeah, normally, this is coming from having, like, a really long experience in software dev. Normally, like, just slapping one entire stack on top of another like that gets to be a real mixed bag with things. Like, it's not like when you're doing web dev and that kind of stuff where you have, like, a front end and a back end, you can really get away with it. With games, stuff is so intertwined because of performance being such an issue that usually mixing and matching gets to be, like, really not great. But this has definitely gone extremely well. I still don't know the quote-unquote correct way up here. Because this is the first time we've been back to the Spire since we bought the upgrades. Because it's only last stream that we were already up in the area for a different quest. I was like, alright, well, we're here. And it had, people had spoiled to me that the Spire was a home. Just because people are all excited and don't read it all when you say, like, no backseating and spoilers and have a tendency to say way too much. It's not deliberate or malicious. Just, people can't help it. I think it was exactly performance and or team's knowledge on Unreal that was a factor in that deciding to using this way. Yeah, that makes sense because they did use a an outside team to work on this to make this happen. This wasn't the usual Bethesda team. Hey, it's our horse. Let's see, you miss market recall spells and levitation spell from Morrowind. But hey, still one of the best games. Alright, so Vault. Oh. Okay, so there's my guardian. That's gonna be kind of hard to know my way around. Oh, they have junk in them. Alright, we'll take those out. So, there's one box that's up here. That can be where we put that and that, because those, I think, are unique items that we got. We did get an alchemy lab, so I'm gonna see if there's someplace up there we can dump stuff. Alright. So let's look at this. So first of all the battle horn stuff we can probably just chuck in the box as well. The Frostcrag stuff we could chuck in there. I'm assuming with these, if I remembered which quests which went to, I could just dump them there. And we'll go one box to the left. And I don't know if any of these gems hold any value whatsoever. I'm gonna grab all these loose gems and just shove them in a box and call it a day. Because if their only value is money, I don't care. Yeah, if they're just sold for money, then that's fine. We can just pile them up in a box. Because they're not worth that much money, all things considered. And money has just been a non-issue for us entirely. I do appreciate when games are like, junk category. This is only, like, the purpose of this is only to sell. I do enjoy when they just flat out spell it out to you like that. Alright, for right now, let's grab the crap that they gave me that I don't want. Drop in there. There was a broom. What I want to do is see if they have yarn. Because yarn was one thing that, I was told I needed. Honestly, have the pelts. They're also not worth much money. Oh, I have the tallow candles on me. I forgot about that. Let's see. Just making sure I don't have anything else we don't really want at all. Looking forward to... You love that you can get money fast from crafting? Yeah. I don't even know what I'm... Okay. Oh. I mean, they're all novice level, but still. Right, so tallow candles. We needed those to make these work. So now, I can just spellcraft right from here. Which will be fun. I can also enchant right from here. So, we do have... Oh, interesting. I thought... Do I just use the transient thing immediately? I don't actually care about agility. Because that's what that's good for. That's for agility. Do you have a money value on you? No. Alright, so for enchanting... We go to the gold necklace. We could see what I can do with a greater soul. Alright. So these are things that would happen to me. So I could give myself shield, that's certainly an option. We could fortify and attribute. That's also an option, because if I fortified intelligence, that would give us more total mana. If we fortified willpower, that would give us mana regeneration. Knight Eye I'm not super worried about. Shield probably is the one that makes the most sense here, I think. Because all the stuff like damage and that would be impacted on me. Detect Life could also be interesting. If I were to use this on intelligence, how much would it give me? $9 points. So just shy of a 10% increase. Let's wait to do that. What can I do on the pants? If we're used to that greater soul. Looks like the exact same stats. I would kind of want to be able to do Fortify Magicka more. So, willpower would let me cast more often. Intelligence would let me probably do a stronger spell. I mean, it's cheap. I'm gonna do it. They're pants I'm wearing that... Oh, I have to name it first. Willful Pants. And we can grab the necklace. Grab a common soul, drop that in there. Ooh, I can get feather. That's fine. I still think... I want to see if we were put that there. So that would be 8 points. Willful necklace. And an ebony dagger. Common soul. Do this. Okay. So we could give it the Absorb Magicka, which means when I melee, I gain some Magicka back. Now, the thing we have to consider is, if I absorb magicka, that's going to have charges on it. That as I use it... Oh, actually... Ooh, I don't know if this casts when I hit, so if I had Fortify Attribute on it... Yeah. That's what I figured. If I put Fortify Attribute on it, it would potentially use it on the enemy. Versus... I'm assuming that's how many charges it'll have is down here. So I can only go up to... 40 in value. And that would be 21 charges. And so it'd only give me like 30 magicka, which isn't amazing. Okay. It'd only be 20 charges. So, the problem is, that means I use the weapon 20 times and I need to recharge it. Which is a very feels bad man kind of thing. At the same time, what the hell? And I'm assuming if I were to add something else on here... Yeah, so we hit the limit on it real easy. So it's basically like just ramming a spell into this thing. Which makes sense. But that probably means I'm going to need a really ridiculous soul to make it worthwhile. Dagger of Suck. Excellent. Let's re-equip our stuff because it takes it off when you do that. So the thought here is, if we check our stats now... Why is my base magicka... Oh, it's probably from some of these. Vampirism. Destruction. Magnitude 50. Wait, is that like a straight up spell? Vampire Seduction can only be used once per day. Those are active effects, but these aren't things you cast. Ability Vampirism. Alright, Peter Potter, you have a good one. Know you're a vampire now? Right, but vampires normally have all sorts of special effects and things, like being able to drink blood or whatever else, depending on your thing. So we have Vampire Seduction as an option, which is a greater power under Illusionist. And so that's just trying to see is like, what other stuff we got? Like, what do we get for being a vampire? Do we become a vampire? Not intentionally, we just went to sleep and it was like, you had a dream that you got bit. And now we're dealing with stuff. So now I can take damage from the sun. Ability Vampirism, up 50 points. And it's considered a destruction thing. And the only things I'm seeing that it's giving me is weakness to fire from Vampirism. Oh no! Resistance to paralysis? Resistance to normal weapons? Resistance to disease? Fortification, fortify strength, fortify speed, okay, hang on. Vampirism's got some bonuses going on here. Hand-to-hand combat is up. Fortify destruction. Fortify athletics. A bunch plus skills. Am I looking in the wrong place for the skills then? Because that's what I'm trying to look. Is like things I actually do with it. Oh, I meant those passive bonuses? Alright. So with that, let's go up to our living area. Okay, this must be my alchemy lab. You got some apprentice tools. What quality of tools do I have? So we have novice, and I assume apprentice is higher. Journeyman's probably higher than that. So I'm going to do the thing where I just go, oops, give. Alright, now I feel willing to rip this all up. Because it's clearly what it's here for. I can only assume it regenerates, because otherwise this would suck. You'd grab it once and that'd be nice, and then you'd make it look terrible, so you wouldn't want to deal with that. Okay. So this looks like the Oblivion portal materials. Well, they're not whipping me constantly when trying to grab them. Or spewing poison out. Here's somewhere in here a Nearn root. Okay, so it gives you a lot of different materials. And the assumption being I'd come back here periodically and it'd be just good. Now there's no storage here, but we do have our ability to make potions there. For right now, I'm not going to fuss with the potions. I think this bookcase is going to be where we just go here and say, yep, you know what you're going to carry? Freaking all of this. Because then what I could do is it'll let me run around and not be overburdened. And when we decide, like, oh, hey, I need to make potions to do something, we could pop in here, and I can make myself a big old stack of potions, and not have to sift through my menu. I mean, I'm just going to be grabbing more, so I will still have to sit through my menu. The big point is, I'm offloading literally hundreds of units of weight. Don't give those up. I want the potions on me. Those I'm using. In hindsight, I probably do want the alchemy equipment on me. Okay. And just watching that carry weight just drop. This is making me miss the things of like stack all and you know, drop all of a type or those kind of functionality. It's fine. And I'm 99.9% sure we're not gonna be able to craft from this inventory or anything like that. Okay, so let's grab the 2 things I threw in here for the actual alchemy stuff. Just that way we have it while we're out and about. It's not that heavy. Yeah, so I got my 4 things for doing it. So if we do end up with a full inventory, we got that. And suddenly our carry weight is down to 78. We were at almost 400 something. Oh, I missed a gold nugget downstairs. That's fine. That's not that much. We didn't have any shelves down by where we do our enchanting that I saw. Okay, main level. You've been too spoiled by modded Skyrim houses with auto-storing storage? Yeah, so the enchanting stuff is up here. I didn't see... I mean, there's the bookshelves, but those aren't containers. I was kind of hoping there'd be a container up here so I could just chuck all my soul stones in there or something like that. We'll pop back up here. And there was a box next to the bed. And for right now... Actually, wait, don't those need to have stuff captured in them? They're not that heavy. Let's hold on to the soul stones. I don't really know how those work yet. We gotta figure it out. Oh, I missed a pearl. That's fine, too. Okay. The point was, we got that done. Gotta start using Soul Trap before. I didn't even realize Soul Trap was a thing. So, yes, I have to use it more than the 0 times I've used it. Alright, so that feels good to finally have that inventory space sort of cleaned up. And meanwhile, I'm going to drop you on the ground here, because I don't need you. Drop you on the ground there. That'll be fine. And, okay. So the next one is down... There's like 3 of them not far from the Imperial City. And we kind of made the determination that portals like this kind of thing are fine. Because of something I have to actually go to and click on. I can't just go to the map and be like, take me there, take me there, take me there, and bounce around.
Anytime now.
If you've got to travel by the 9 divines, stay on the roads.
Is everything all right? You look a bit ill. Go on.
Both feel from the arcane.
There's evil afoot, citizen.
Archmage.
That's Hannibal Traven. You'll find him in the Archmage's Tower in the center of the university. For your sake, he'd better be expecting you.
Let's see, Romanus Paulus.
Looking for Romanus, are you? Well, you'll find him in the lobby of the Archmage's Tower in the center of the university. Move along.
Is looking for
Right.
someone to chase the bandits from camp.
I've heard others say the same. Have you been to Skingrad and seen Count Hasseldor?
I think. Janus Hasseldor?
Saved you, did he? Well, that's a good sign. I must apologize. It was never the Council's intention to put you in harm's way.
I'm gonna take 1 second and look at achievements to see if there's anything around vampirism I need to worry about. Just in case. I mean, some of these things have like random questline names. I have no idea what are. There's too many achievements for me to look through right now, and never mind. Why was I sent to Skingrad?
Archmage Traven feared that sending a high-ranking official with the guild might draw too much attention and provoke a reaction from the Count. We were also concerned that it might drive any necromancers in the area underground, making them more difficult to root out.
Why didn't you tell me the truth?
The Count's unique nature is not public knowledge. The Council wishes to keep it that way. At the time, it was believed that there was no reason to inform you, since it was not crucial to the task you were given. For that reason, I was unable to disclose more about his true identity to you. Clearly, that judgment was in error. I apologize.
I see.
We simply wanted to survey the situation in Skingrad. Our relationship with Hasseldor is tenuous at best. The Council has agreed to keep his nature a secret, and in exchange, he occasionally provides us with useful information.
Let's see. Why does Hasseldor aid you?
As a vampire, the Count has few allies he can trust. He has disguised his nature from most, but cannot hide it from the Council of Mages, so he approached us with an accord. As you have seen, that agreement is under a great deal of strain lately. The Count does not agree with certain policies the Guild has established.
You protect a vampire?
It's not quite that simple. Hasseldor is powerful, to be sure, but the Council does not consider him to be a threat. After all, he has ruled over Skingrad for quite some time, without incident.
So you no longer trust him?
We feared Hasseldor may have been involved with the necromancers. Thanks to your involvement, it would seem that he is not. At least, not for the moment. We will continue to monitor the situation, but I assure you, we will make no further attempts to mislead you. You have done your job admirably, and I thank you for it.
Let's see. Advancement.
Your services to the Guild have not gone unnoticed. As of this moment, you have gained the rank of Evoker. Along with your new rank, please take this amulet. May it help keep you safe in times of danger.
Okay. And that was we got sent down to talk to someone for like a book or whatever, and then we got attacked when we were down there. So we gained a rank with them. Prophet.
He preaches in Anvil. Appeared right after the attack on the chapel there. Sounds like the usual doom-saying nonsense.
Rumors.
The Mages Guild runs more or less like it always did, but...
We've heard that one. And tasks.
Are you ready for it? If not, I understand you've been through quite a bit lately.
I'm ready.
Very well. There's a research project going on at one of the Iliad ruin sites on the eastern side of the province. Rual is in charge of the project and is apparently in need of some help. I thought you might need a break after the things you've been exposed to lately. You can find Erlov in the Archmage's Tower.
Because I figure while we're here, I'll grab this quest, and we'll just keep doing what we were doing with the altars, but we'll grab the quest just in case we happen to be standing where part of it is as we do the altars.
He's a good man, but council matters have distracted him lately, and he's been neglecting his other work. Erlov should be waiting for you.
Okay, so it's already sent my quest over here. That's kind of the thing, is there's always stuff going on. So yeah, so people mentioned that I gotta drink blood, supposedly to prevent the vampirism from getting worse, which brings about a number of curiosities. I wish I could... We'll talk to him. Alright, apparently I have to feed on people while they sleep.
You're about Vatican, are you? It's a damn shame. I haven't been giving the project the attention it deserves. The last report I received from Scalil indicated there was some sort of problem. A blocked passage or something that they couldn't get past. I'd investigate it further, but I'm needed here with the council. Ramanis says you've got a good head on your shoulders. Look into it for me, will you? You can find Scalil at the site. Access is restricted, so you'll need this key.
Okay, Imperial City.
You know, of course, the Imperial Palace is Iliad. White Gold Tower, they called it back in the Middle Merethic, when the Aldmeri ruled Tamriel.
Rumors?
It's always rats for the new associates. Is it some initiation test or something?
Scalil?
She's the mage heading up the on-site research. She can tell you more about whatever it is that's impeding their progress.
And then, Fashion.
It's an Iliad ruin southwest of Cheydinhall. We suspect that there are some interesting things inside, so a research project was established. Scaleel is there now, working on investigating the ruins. I eagerly await your return.
Okay. So I want you to go back to bed. Go back to bed. Because I want a science. Well, let's just science with a witness. So I just quick save.
Oh, I hope you know what you're doing. Get yourself to Vatican and tell me more. I eagerly await your return.
Okay. He made a comment like, I hope you know what you're doing, and then didn't care. Like, it didn't hurt his morale with me. So apparently I could just feed on people in front of other people. Check if you have a bounty. I don't know how I do that. I would hope with stuff like that, there'd be a little bit more... Yeah, I got no bounty. So apparently they just don't care.
Ah, you must be the Arcane University's newest addition. This humble battle mage.
Or just a little vampirism.
Good evening.
Normal day in the Mages Guild. But that was our test to see, like, if I did that, would I immediately be under constant threat? Like, what were the consequences of being witnessed? Alright, so... we still need to do these ones down here. We'll start with that one, we'll kind of go down. There's just not really a good way to get that one in there. Alright, so we'll start with that one, we'll loop down here, then circle back for the... well... we'll go over here and come back. Alright, so first... let's move our waypoint. I've already forgotten. I want to say it was over here. I just wish I could compare these things at the same time and not have to, like, close it and open it and close it and open it. Yeah, it's roughly right. Close enough to matter. But yeah, no, having the convenience of, like, auto storage on your inventory when we talk about auto storage. Screenshot put on your second screen. I could do that, but as a content creator, I have things going on all my other screens. So I could do that, but as a content creator, I got to keep track of the activity feed, chat, the game itself. I've got my alerts. I've got a bunch of different stuff. I got OBS on our screen. I have to watch the YouTube stuff to make sure it's all working. Like, that's kind of one of the things when you're doing content, is like, you've got at every single moment 10 different things trying to grab your attention. It's one of the reasons it's a joke when you're playing these kind of games and you're a content creator. In some ways, when it comes to having to focus, you're playing it on hard mode because you are naturally dealing with distractions all around you. On the other hand, you've got a wealth of information at your disposal, so there's that benefit. But yeah, no, if I put a screenshot up there, I'm covering some other information that I honestly, before doing the content creation stuff, is more important to me. That was, that's one of the reasons why it's a little bit bummer when I'm playing games like Project Zomboid, is as much as I enjoy Project Zomboid, it is just a game that you can't not pay attention, because one single minor mistake is all it takes to end a run. You know what, 1 second, Wolf. Alright, because what I can do here is I'm going to deliberately... start working on training up other stuff. There you are. Because that'll give me more levels, which give me more stats. And we've had once or twice where I've been forced to do stuff unarmed. Okay, so we've got that one. And I believe the next one is to the far east. Yeah, so it's pretty close to the edge of that river. Yes, I think it's around here somewhere. Maybe up here? We'll put in this general area. It's somewhere around there. Okay. Yeah, so then my assumption of how we would actually play this. Alright, something else is aggroed to me. Yeah, but my assumption of how we would, I've already lost my entire train of thought with all this. And at this point, I do not care about their bows and all that. Hey, restoration mastery has increased. We now have 50 restoration. Why did that goblin have 200 arrows? Because it was an archer? I don't know. Alright, let's get out of those trees so I can actually see what I'm doing. Where? Okay. Yeah, so I only got, I think it was 3 more altars to do? So part of me wants to get a hold of another weapon, so I have one weapon that's got no enchant that I can just use that for everyday fights. And another weapon that has the enchant for when I'm like, okay, I'm actually like going into an area with some dangerous enemies. Yeah, we're just good for it. All right. Trying to remember what our star sign gave us. Wasn't it more stats or something? Ah, so it fortifies our willpower and our endurance. Okay. I mean, that's not a bad one. I wonder if they fixed the Goblin Wars thing? I have no idea about any of that. Okay.
Who's there? If it's a
That gives me this buff. That's not what we're looking for. Then somewhere in this general area, we should find that other ruin for the blessing.
Who's there?
Okay. So, give me your Warhammer of Voltage. We can work on those skills. I'm still not gonna grab those. Money means so much less to me now. Blunt mastery has increased. Your power attacks are more powerful. Blunt weapons are more durable. Let's see here. Oh, wait, I want the lockpicks. Give me those. Where did your weapon go? I'm losing interest in looking for it. I figured it fallen right where you went down. That's whatever. Okay. I just figured I could get a little bit of money out of them since I was standing right here and they kept being like, who's there? And get myself another weapon. That's just a tree I saw over there. Wait, what did that say about its soul? Oh! Soul trap on strike for 5 seconds. Okay. That's convenient. That means I have to figure out how to recharge these things. My assumption is I go to my enchanting bench and I could do it, or I could just pay someone, because I already know I could pay someone. But the hope was being there'd be an alternate way of doing so that wouldn't require me to fork out heaps of money. Alright, so let's take a look. Oh, so I think I'm too far this way. I need to go farther down towards that mark, because either right by the lake, or it was a bit off to the side of the lake. Ah, gotcha. I would have never ended up touching the thing directly. There's the lake. It would have been along this side or farther over. Because we have that map and... Okay. All right, let's check our map again. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm assuming that's the lake there. Yes, it implies it's like right on the lake somewhere. Let's run back over the lake and start circling around it more. Unless it's down in the lake, which I don't think so, but if as we circle it I don't see it, we'll go take a peek. Give me your knife. Alright. So the big question is, I think it said my inventory was full as far as the soul gems go. So, recharge. That's not bad. Yeah, it's those things that the game... Maybe it told me and I missed it? It's very possible. Alright, where are you at? That I'm pretty sure is not what we're looking for. Let's check nearby. Maybe where I got caught up on that, maybe I didn't notice there's like one of the little blessing places like right next to it. Okay, we went up here the last time. I already touched the thing in the middle of there. That's not what we're looking for. See, now if only there was a reusable soul gem where you really get into them. Oh, are the soul gems like one and done? Because that would potentially have the problem of you put a crappy soul in a really good soul gem. If that's the exactly the problem? Gotcha. Like, I know I messed with them in Skyrim, but I just don't remember. It's been too long. Forgot we have, I think it's a ring that has water breathing on it. Yeah, it's nothing. There you are. I was probably too close to this ledge and couldn't see up it. You doing alright, puppy? You're, I mean, I get it, you want the treats. Sorry, I don't have any with me, but you know. Okay. I think Skyrim fixed the issue and kept little souls from going into Grand Gems unless there was a mod you used. Yeah. I mean, that'd be a bummer. As long as you can buy them and it not be a huge ordeal, that'd be fine, because having a weapon with this on it, I could see myself accidentally just wasting them all, because I don't want to micro all that. Alright, so we still need to do Talos, and then the other three down there. I think. So Talos is around there. No, didn't we already do this? Didn't we already do Talos? Man, I wish this didn't require me to navigate all these menus just to check that. I'm just gonna go all the way down to Stendar. And then we'll come up, because that way if I need it, I need it. Yeah, so the other one's down there. We'll just cut down there, and I'll work my way up. Because the odds of it being down this corner are pretty low anyways. Yeah, if the soul gems are cheap or easy to come by, that'll be fine. Because I don't want to juggle like 4 or 5 things just to manage that. If I have to, I have to. I mean, realistically, I probably just won't care, and I'll just occasionally break stuff out. If I get a hold of a grand soul gem, maybe I worry about it then. Pin the map to your hotbar? I didn't think you'd be able to do that, but that makes sense. It almost feels like I still want... Alright, let's go here. Inventory. Let's go to our inventory options. And we can go to shortcuts. We'll put the Dagger of Suck there. The Warhammer of Voltage there. And then the healing spell. Self. Down here. Alright. That should be better. So one thing I need to do is... Wait, do I have a conjuration spell? I got the dagger. I don't want to do that one. I want to find a conjuration spell. Or I guess I should say... Yeah, it's a shame that's not higher level. Basically something I can use that isn't destruction magic for fighting a little bit. Just to try and level up some of these other things. I'll mix up our spell casting, all that. Yeah, that's the bound dagger. So I need to get like a really discount summon, I think. I've got summon Scamp, but both of them it's my skill level's too low. And those are active effects. Alright. So the next time we're in town, let's keep an eye on our sales for mage stuff. Because it'd be nice to get some spell that I could use to work on getting our conjuration up since that's being neglected. Actually, change of mind, so we're going to change our weapon again. I'm not going to change my shortcuts. I'm going to put on just a regular dagger. And that's so you can go back to fighting. And not have to worry about, oh, am I using all my enchants up, and will I have the souls I need to do what I want to do, and yada yada yada. That I can just fight and not have to sweat it. Part of me hopes that you can get some of these like, equivalents to enchants are just built-in items that don't require me to just deal with the soul gems. Like, I don't mind needing to recharge them, it's just having to go in and soul tap and get a soul gem and make sure you get a good soul in the soul gem and you get where else is going. I'd rather have a much weaker effect that I just can ignore all of the things I just mentioned. Okay. Let's see, on EOF? I don't know what that means. Those mechanics, is once you understand it, is just nuance. Because you can pay some chops to charge gear if you don't want to deal with it. Yeah, no, I noticed that. Basically, I want something that isn't a chore. Whether it's running back to the shop to recharge or using soul gems, all that. So I would rather take a much, much, much weaker effect to not have to deal with it. It's the same thing with like a lot of games and durability. If your weapons break quickly, I would much rather get a weapon that just lasts for a long time and not deal with the mechanic at all if I can help it. I'd rather have something reliable than another maintenance project. Hi. Block mastery has increased. But yeah, it might mean I just don't even worry about for my main weapons. Like outside of fighting, you know, really tough encounters, mini bosses, that kind of thing. I might literally just use non-enchanted equipment. Because hear me out, magic spells don't have to deal with any of that crap. No durability. No recharging my enchants. I'd like, basically, if I could get like on my dagger, if I could just get like 5 points of magicka, I would take that over anything I have to recharge. It's just not how it works, unfortunately. Okay. So we got the wisp. Yeah, what now, Nerd Wisp? You caused me all that grief the last couple times I fought you. Couldn't really do any damage. There's where we're going. Couldn't really do any damage, but now... Stood no chance. Yeah, Wisp just got bonked. Yeah, no, we went earlier, and I was using, like, a dagger like this with no enchant. I was trying to do magic damage and all that. And it was just doing nothing. Alright, so we're almost done. We've got 2 north of me. I think I only need 1 of them, but I'm not confident in that. Okay, so... the next shrine is just along... here north of that town? Yeah, so it's just along here somewhere, I believe. I'm really happy with her damage over time spell, by the way. That thing's really strong. I'm also noticing where we only saw 1 wisp before, I'm just seeing wisp after wisp after wisp. I need a way to make this inventory better. Or I capture a number of their souls. I'm not going to sweat it for there being even more. Okay, but once we get this, we'll get to do whatever's the next on this quest line. Alright. Oh, it's already after 9. The speed of which time vanishes when you're playing this game is very dangerous. I was just getting ready to check to be like, okay, probably in the next 45 minutes or so, I probably need to start...
Your face was the last mistake you'll ever make.
Hey, stay out of my mana, you big old jerk. Fortify Magicka consumed. You're a big old jerk nerfing my Magicka. I talked about needing to have a lesser version of the spell for this exact situation where that guy has a weapon that drains Magicka. So I gotta wait for that debuff to drop? Okay.
Am I supposed to be impressed?
So I definitely don't want to get hit by them again. There we go. Come on. Okay. Now where's your weapon? It's just an Elven War Axe. I wonder why you had a draining effect. That's fine. Okay. So just north of that town should be the next one. Let's see, in case you're playing in high difficulty, just a reminder that they've not changed their auto-leveling stuff. No, so I'm not playing in the higher difficulties. We turned it up after a while, so I did like the first stream, we stayed on Adept. And then the second stream for a little while, we turned it up to Expert. And I ran into an enemy I was struggling to kill that she was insta-gibbing me every single time. And it was taking me over like 30 hits to try and take her down. And then ultimately what I ended up doing is being like, okay, after taking a bunch of those deaths, like, what is she back on Adept? And we basically two-shot her. That she went from pretty much just shrugging off my attacks and insta-gibbing me to barely doing any damage and all that. And it was just kind of one of those things, I'm like, you know what? This is the worst kind of difficulty spike.
Where you fall down and bleed to death.
Like, that's... It's very indicative of the time frame that this game came out, that most games turning up the difficulty was nothing more than going into settings and saying good number go down, bad number go up. And so it's just kind of like a big problem with that era of games. As opposed to stuff like having more enemies, or instead of having the easier variants of enemies, putting out the harder ones. Like Dark Souls 1 was an example of a game that did a bit better on the difficulty. That when you got to the harder difficulty stuff, like you did your things around that, literally would swap out enemies for different enemies that are harder to fight earlier on in the playthrough. That's not what we're looking for. But yeah, no, we've definitely noticed for the scale up. That's part of the other reason I was more comfortable. Like, at first, it's like, this game is really being easy. I wish it was a bit harder. And then, you know, when I turned it back down because of, like, this is, you know, turning up the difficulty wasn't fun because it was meat grinder enemies. But after we gained a couple more levels and we started seeing people showing up with proper armor, it felt quite a bit better. I could still use it being a bit harder, but where it's at now, I'm not unhappy with. That said, chat, it's going to be about the time that, for those who are new here, I do take about a 5-minute break around 9 o'clock, because my wife gets home, just to quickly, you know, put something in the oven, welcome home, and all that. It's just timing-wise kind of a weird thing, so we quickly take that quote-unquote long break of 5 minutes, and I'll be right back, but thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in a couple minutes. That I perhaps have underestimated you. That's on me. That was disrespectful. I should have given you more credit. Credit where it's due. You are definitely still a menace, and you're still threatening. But not you. She's a jerk.
They had a family, children, a job that now needs to be reassigned.
Whoops. I missed with the whale. I'm sure they'll figure it out. There. There is our winner. Hey, buddy, I need a volunteer. Do you volunteer as tribute? Okay, do not instinctively stab. Fall over. Alright. So we make our salad. Welcome, buddy. And we have 121,000. Or sorry, 135, 121, so we have beaten our record. Now, if only you kids could pick up litter this efficiently, we'd have the cleanest town in this side of Gem Sea. Ha ha ha. Vote for Mayor Lewis, my jokes are terrible. And now, the winner of this year's egg hunt is... Give me my hat. Do it. Jas and Vincent. Wait, hang on. Hold up. And in a game where a single hit can be the end of it, 95% is still not good enough. Did I... Someone clipped that? I'm pretty sure we just pushed him, and it counted as a spear stab. Oh, we're probably dead here. That's it. You're showing me that this is perfect. Ah, don't worry, chat. My paint job is perfect. My paint job is definitely not missing anything. The game says we're done here. I especially like, it'd be one thing if it was literally like that was painted, this is nice and uniform, except I got a bunch of like splash over here. Hey, I'm not gonna argue with the game logic. It's perfect. Could you not bang in that door? I would like you to keep... I want the door. Stop hitting the door. I want the door. Thank you.
I'll blow you to smithereens. You got that?
Yeah, we both can do that. I'm trying to explain that. We both have guns on each other.
I couldn't even hear. Who even are you? What are you doing here alone?
I'm doing what I wanted. That's what I'm doing.
Are you doing what you want, are you? You do what you... Yeah, what you gonna do? You gonna take me to your leader? Is that what you're gonna do? Because we got
you know what? Why not?
Back there with gunpoint. And you want to survive? You better start place.
See, here's the thing. You're in my car. You're in my car, and I am in charge here. So your buddies might have the cure, but do you know what you don't have? Their safety.
You're gonna kill us both.
Oh, it wouldn't be the first time I'd had that said. Any of that. You should have seen what was left of my ex.
What is that time span? But what would end up happening is, you know, you'd be a person who didn't really have a lot of prospects or opportunity where you were, and you could go someplace where there were prospects and opportunity. But what would happen is, for transportation and housing and lodging and everything else, you'd have to go through the company town, because the town, like the entire town, you'd have to... Why did I die?
A ticket has been submitted for medical assistance.
I don't know what happened. I got thrown forward and hit the, I was crushed. Get our next batch of watermelon ready. Oh, jeez. Oh, I thought I actually got away with it. When she got most of the way back up on her feet, I was like, wait a sec, did I literally just get away with this? Zidian's like, if. Okay.
Because, like, I have to look at you. Oh, it's nice that you're handsome.
Love.
Love.
What is going on?
A raid.
He installed the musical alarm.
Welcome to the nuclear reactor. Here we dance. We dance like there's no tomorrow. Dance with me. Dance.
Who needs sonar when we have beats? I mean, the accordion makes it.
I had no idea that this sub was rated for Europop.
Well, it's not. No, that'll definitely overload the reactor eventually and kill us all.
I don't think I've had nearly enough drugs for this.
That sounds like a you problem.
I'm sure that looks better in theirs,
Can I
like
get hit with
headbanging.
some of that sweet multi?
I'm off by that.
Fire in the hole! Now that's
Wait
the
a
right
moment.
idea.
Why would you do this, Allison?
They got me on the ropes.
Door yourself. Ow! Okay, I understand. Oh no. Did I not mark my ship? We might end up reloading when I die, chat. Well, actually, I'll probably come back in my medical area. I'm pretty sure we were around the silver, which is these asteroids here. I'm not gonna call it any specific group because again, it's not about individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gotten with that in a long time. Whoever did that. All right, sorry about that taking a bit longer. It was just one of those things that, like, right as I got ready to get upstairs, Tomb got home. And, you know, just timing-wise, it got weird. That's fine. So I have my one last thing to do on the list here. Let's see. So we got the last way shrine, which I think was the Talos one. We did yeah, we did Mara. So Talos is just like here in the middle, I think. All right. Wait, at some point I should also work on like the archer skills for leveling and all that. because I know some people deliberately avoid leveling to keep the enemies' levels lower. I've found that as a way to actually make the game more fun, that as the enemies... Did I miss it? Oh no, I landed it. That the levels of the enemies getting higher has made them more fun to fight. Because I don't want them to just fall over dead. Which they're still kind of doing when I run into these ones versus the more interesting enemies. Alright, so where is your actual shrine? There you are. Okay, so in theory this should be the last one. Okay. Is that... Did we not do them all? Quest? Yeah, you tell me you have... I have prayed at it. We prayed at them. Oh, it may not have updated. We have to wait a second. Well, no, because... I'm pretty sure we already had done that. I can't imagine to have all the buffs running simultaneously, because that would be full-on bolting between them. Let's double-check the map, make sure I didn't miss any. I do wish it gave me a list as, like, here's the ones you've done, not done. So we started with RK, we moved over to Mara, we went to there, we went to Akatosh, then we worked our way down here, over there, down there, down there. Yeah, no, we did them all. Maybe it's something like we gotta sleep or whatever. Oh, you could inspect the journal? You can check in your journal which ones you've done on the inspection button. Why do you have a UI that works remotely like this? Okay, so we got RK, Talos, Dibella, Akatosh, Julius, Kenreth, Tenet, Zenath. So we have done Talos. I'm willing to bet so. We're missing one to the west, maybe? This UI is a pain. Open in map. That doesn't give me what I wanted. Alright, so I gotta go to the inventory. You're missing Mara? Yeah, so as well as ones, I think... Yeah, so I overstepped... How did I miss Mara? It doesn't matter. Mara was over here. So go run over there and we'll grab it. It was worse than the original quest UI is a bit different here. Yeah, the fact that I couldn't toggle left and right through that was weird. What are you? Oh, it's one of you things. Alright. Yeah, I do wish there was like one more difficulty level between expert and adept. Ow, you hurt. Come on. Alright, back to what we were doing. Keep forgetting I don't have all these things. I do wish there was an easier way to navigate that. Like, to set up more... Like, I've got a ton of different number icons on my thing. Kind of wish there was, like... Almost like you had a wheel for your equipment, a wheel for your potions, and a wheel for your spells, or something like that. Just more options, like, have more quick functions. Okay, and I moved you to, was it 5? 4? There we go. Okay. Huh. It's not expected to see one of you here. Okay. And that actually has like a whole indoor area. We're not going to worry about that right now. That is one downside with the quests and all that. I do wish there was a way you could have, and there's probably a mod for it. You could, like, gray out, so areas like that would be more vibrant if they're not explored or whatever. But, once you've gone in and emptied, it would gray it out if you... You know, I say cleared it, you defeated the enemies or grabbed the thing. Obviously, they're not going to add that into this game at this stage, like the game's already been out. But I was kind of thinking, and I haven't done it yet, I was kind of thinking for my offline playthrough of literally just keeping a spreadsheet and being like, I cleared this area, you know, mark a date and time in game kind of thing. So I know not to go back to that spot again. But then I'd have to keep consulting it just to run around the map. It'd be nice to have it in-game. Like, not that I'd need the dates or something, just like, you know, once something's clear, it's grayed. Because I am aware that they do reset stuff. People mentioned that in one of the past streams that, you know, if I... What spell are you using? Oh, we made a custom spell. Here, I'll show you what it is. It's Touch of Everything. So basically, it's 8 points of damage for 30 seconds of fire, 8 points of damage for 30 seconds of frost, 8 points of damage for 30 seconds of lightning, and 24 points of damage for magicka for 30 seconds. So pretty much, I run up, and it ends up being literal hundreds upon hundreds of damage over the course of 30 seconds. In all reality, I could probably tone it down to 15 seconds for more burst in the damage. But honestly, I've been pretty happy with the way it is. I do need an alternate version of it that's not quite as mana hungry for like little garbage enemies. That way when I'm jumping between having to fight like 4 or 5 enemies, I don't need to go for quite as much overkill so I can get more casts off to start. Because it's basically, if you watch, I cast it and it wipes out my entire mana bar all the way down to 0. So I basically put as much punch into that spell as I possibly could. Okay. We're getting relatively close where the last shrine should be, and then we'll be good on our pilgrimage. But yeah, no, I've been very happy with that spell. I'm looking forward to potentially doing a little bit more blending of spells. Like, that's what I'm wondering you could do with combining stuff like Conjuration, because it does appear with the way the spells work, I'm not sure I can combine stuff with Conjuration in a way that feels meaningful. Because I'd like the idea of being able to like conjure something and having another spell influence it. But I think mechanically the way they've got this set up, it just doesn't work that way. Like I couldn't conjure a skeleton and then somehow make it a fire skeleton. It doesn't seem like that's just a thing. Now, I could probably make a skeleton and light myself actively on fire. Rejoice! You have completed the pilgrimage of the 9 Wayshires and gained the new power of the Pilgrim's Grace. I have completed my pilgrimage with the Wayshire's divines. I should pray and wait for a vision to guide me on my quest of Crusader's relics. Hail Knight, you seek my relics are worthy of heart. That was kind of abrupt.
Your prayers have woken me from my endless dream. Or perhaps you have entered my dream, and I still sleep. I think others have sometimes spoken to me. Others like you, but my memory is doubtful. Perhaps the others came after you. Your need must be great for the gods to allow us to speak. Has Rumaril the Accursed found a way back? The foulest of a foul race. 1,000 curses upon his unholy name. I thought I'd won, but I should have known. The slave masters are a cunning breed. Umaril found a way to cheat death as I could not. If you would seek for my relics, I know little that can help you. All that has passed since my death is like mist that my mind cannot take hold of. My friends built a shrine upon the site of my death, where the elves tormented me in a final act of revenge. I can show you where it once stood. Perhaps it is there still. Fare thee well, Sir Knight. May the gods grant you to destroy Umaril utterly, as I failed to do.
Okay. Now we're probably gonna prompt like he showed me. Upon completing the pilgrimage of the Waystones, I received a vision from the Divine Crusader, Pelinal White Strake. It revealed the location of the Lost Shrine, which is where I should begin my quest of relics of the Crusader. Yep, on the other side of the map. Let's go. Huh. It's like the spell is just like the Elder Scrolls version of instant death bit from Rick and Morty. Well, that's the thing. The irony of it is it's very specifically not instant death. It's damage over time. All of these. So if we look at another spell, whatever range attacks, like Fire Blast, 70 points of damage. Sounds good. Whereas this one, it's literally 8 points of damage, multiples different. Like, this one attacks their mana, not their health right away. That's the reason they fall down sometimes. But you get the idea, it's 24 damage, but it's per second for 30 seconds. So it's way more on the melt face of you touch them and like, death, decay, rot, and spoil. And I can make it worse. So much worse. like, one thing I would like to do is I would like to find a good source of increasing our maximum magicka, which is our mana. Because the more I increase that, the larger of a spell I can do. And that could be just in a degree of more magnitude. But I should be able to amplify its damage considerably. Which in that case, then what might end up happening is the current version I'm using might be my regular kill the trash enemies version. And then I get like the super nuke version for when, you know, like Bob the Necromancer, some named Necromancer rolls up on me and you're like, oh yeah, you're the thick boy in the back, huh? I can walk up, break out the super version, and hit it. I also even have on top of that, I could juice it up even farther in that my 5 key here, this is a separate spell that weakens everything to fire and magicka. If I can find weaken things to cold and electric as well, and put it on there, I potentially walk up to something, touch them once, and make them massively weak to all damage types. That I'm doing, at least. And then turn around a couple seconds later, and then touch them with the actual damaging spell. And then just obliterate them. Hey, Minotaur. Come on. Let's see, a drain willpower to lower your, to lower their max health. Sounds like something Jagalath would do, and have them have it as a one-way weapon check. I don't know what half that means. Okay. There are a lot of enemies over here. Stab. And the only reason I'm really getting in there with the knife is just to work on my blade and block skills. Because I've been pretty badly neglecting those. They're coming along, though. I think our block is up to 50, and blade, I honestly don't know. Less than 50. Let's see. Shagarath is the Greyratic Prince of Madness, and the Wabbajack is a staff that does random BS as a staff weapon. So it's not even like it does specifically terrible things. It's just literally just a whole pile of random things that could be really awful things. Oh, it's another portal. I don't care about that. I'm not here to stop the Oblivion invasion. I'm here to quest. It's chaos. That's what I figured. All right. And my assumption is, because I know from Skyrim, they're going to have, like, the Assassin's Guild, the Thieves Guild, because we do have the Fighters Guild and the Mages Guild. I don't know what other guilds we'll have, but, and don't spoil it. My assumption is to get the Thieves Guild, we got to interface with the, what was it, Grey Fox or whatever they talked about, the thief stealing a whole bunch of stuff. That's my guess. Don't spoil it. And then, for the Assassin's Guild, I'm assuming... Weird. We'll either have like a quest where we'll have to have a choice of killing someone of import. Are we cool? Oh yeah, we got ourselves a unicorn. Hi, wifey.
Enjoy.
You enjoy.
I love you.
I love you too. I'm riding a unicorn. The last unicorn I ran into attempted to murder me, and I could do pretty much nothing to it. Like, you find the only unicorn in the game. Given this is your first interaction with Oblivion, how would you compare it to Skyrim? So the way I would compare it is Oblivion and Skyrim, like, mostly hit the exact same kind of expectations. Like, you're gonna quest, you're gonna find the things, and they will, you know, progress your different mini quests and all that. You'll get distracted from the main story. Like, it is a Bethesda game through and through, and it acts like a Bethesda game through and through. Now, with that said, for the actual differentiating things, I would say, is I have found in this game, I like a lot more of, like, the class selection and all that kind of stuff. Okay. Because there's just a lot more they let you do. Oh, it's in the water. Hey, unicorn? I need you to not leave, okay, friend? But, it's just one of those things that, like, in Skyrim, they don't really let you do some particularly fancy or interesting things with spells. That I recall, at least. Whereas this one, you can do all sorts of BS combining things. Let's see. This one also, the level scaling is a little bit weirder. That we have bandits wearing, like, elven armor the moment I gain some levels. Oh, they are letting me use it. I thought the last time we were underwater I couldn't cast spells. Oh no, maybe it's I couldn't cast ranged spells. Yes, this one, the stuff they let you do does remind me of, like, a lot of the old D&D games for a computer, where they weren't afraid to be like, you know what? If you figure out ways to break the game through... Wait, was that something invisible? No, it's just my eyes tripping on me. If you can find broken ways to mess with the game mechanics, go for it. It's not like so many other games where they're trying so hard to prevent you from, you know, getting too powerful or whatever. Which I have complimented a lot. I have missed this style of game. Because so many games, and for the record, before I say this, I definitely love the Dark Souls and Demon Souls series, and I think they're good and all that. But the fact that they gained so much popularity, I personally feel has led so many companies to just being like, no, 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 our games have to be hard. And as a result of that, not being as willing to let players have, like, tools that they can use and abuse and all that kind of stuff. Now, granted, Skyrim does still let you use and abuse a bunch of things. But not to the degree that this one's let me. Gonna be a trap? No trap? I don't know what that did. Maybe the door wasn't open, I only now noticed it. As the last time messed with the shade, it penalized my intelligence, which made it so I couldn't cast my spell. The leading random adventure ones Let's see. True, and leaving random ones around for adventures to find would be fun to him. Yeah. Just having difficulty settings is nice. Easy way to mod it. You can mod out Oblivion enemy scaling in areas, specific areas. Yeah, that is the one negative, and it's also a thing in Skyrim, but Oblivion is way worse. Is the difficulty scaling is kind of the worst kind of difficulty scaling, in where it just says bad number, make bigger, good number, make smaller. But to give you an idea, going from Adept, which is kind of your baseline, everything's at 1 times, like damage you take and deal is 1 times, to going up to Expert, which is just 1 difficulty level higher, enemies deal 3.5 times more damage before defense calculations, which means in practice it's closer to like 4 times damage or so. And then you deal, I think it's like 0.26 times damage, so 0.26 times damage compared to normal. And so in practice, going from like Adept, you can see how fast I'm killing things, but you go up to Expert and you'll have to take like 30 hits into an enemy who will one-tap you. Well, I missed that cast, which is not what you want. Oh, you gained a level in Blade. I think that was the summoned one. Okay. A silver claymore. Cool. Yeah, no, I've definitely liked it. As far as like the story goes, I haven't actually gone through the main story in this one enough yet to really have a good comparison. I think the idea of like literal portals into a demonic realm pouring through into our own realm, to me, is a more interesting story than dragons, which is obviously a very egregious oversimplification of Skyrim's story. Leveling is mostly the same between the games. You do thing, you gain XP. Okay. Need a key. Need a key. I found the body of Sir Emil, who appears to have perished centuries ago while questing for the Shrine of the Crusader. Perhaps I can find some clues on his body that will help me in my own quest. I didn't realize we didn't even have that active. There's the keys. There's your ring. Sir Emil was a member of the Knights of Nine, a holy order devoted to recovering the relics of the Crusader. Through reading his journal, I have learned the location of their former headquarters in the Priory of Nine in West Weald. Once I've recovered the helm of the Shrine of the Crusader, I should proceed to the old Priory. Meanwhile, 1 second. How many quests are we getting from this thing? Okay, so the helm is located in the shrine, and then the priory. You may have drained my mana, but it doesn't matter. Because I already got my hit off. That looks like it's to a new location. Let's wait to do that. Ah, so this is like a proper quest line, not just a one-off thing. Because it was a DLC. I was gonna say, this definitely feels like it's got more to it than a lot of the other quest lines we've done. Oh, get out of my mana. Doesn't help if I straight up miss my attacks. Okay. Full armor sets and everything? Gotcha. Can I open doors? I've not tested this before. Horse armor OP. Yeah, that is one of the legacies of Oblivion. Is for, microtransactions in games that do, like, stuff like that and are not cheap and all that. Oblivion is the one who kinda mainstreamed it. That prior to that, they weren't the very first ones to do it, but they were the first ones to do it and did not be met with, like, just no one really messing with it. Like, a bunch of niche stuff did it before that. Okay. Oh, well, that answers that question. Alright, so you got two different ways you can go. You can go to the Catacombs, or was, I think it was, like, called the Vaunt. I don't have any idea about either of them, so we're just gonna go to this door and move on. Oh, hey. One sec, Ghost. Getting a unicorn as a mount is cool. Yeah, my big thing is, even though we're only, like, the only fast travel we're doing of any kind is if I happen to be up at the spire, I can teleport back down using it. But, even with that, I'm just gonna end up getting the horse up there. Oh, hey. And then you leave the horse behind. That's fine. You just do your thing. You can fast travel anytime. For purposes of content creation as well as for learning the map and all that, I am not fast traveling. So I am walking between places. Because if you fast travel everywhere, you just do not learn the map. And then plus, it can be very disjointing for people watching if every time they turn around, you're just magically everywhere. You know, I will show you the world. And I have a magic carpet, though. Those are expensive. I was thinking that, riding from place to place. Yeah, no, the catch is, there is, so for me, fast travel, the fast travel I'm avoiding is where you just go here and then click on that spot and fast travel to that spot. If I go to a building and that building has a direct portion, or a direct, sorry, if they have a direct teleporter to another direct location, Shrine of the Crusader. That to me is fine. Because it's not something you can abuse anywhere. So another shrine, door to the Shrine of Crusader. So you need to remember we haven't gone into whatever, like, the Vaunt or whatever it is below ground yet. Helm of the Crusader. I have recovered the Helm of the Crusader, the first piece of the Crusader's relics. Now that I've recovered the helm, I should proceed to the Priory of the Nine to see if it still holds the Cuirass of the Crusader. It's dead end back there. But before we go, there was a door down here somewhere. That led me someplace else. New greatsword animations are really good. I've been tempted to switch from using the smaller weapons to a bigger one. I say the Wraith is the more dangerous of the two to me. Oh. I was confused, like, why am I getting hurt? I didn't see the skeleton in here sticking me in the side with arrows. Mage Killer Greaves. Spell absorption on self. Where'd the Wraith die? There we go. More goodies. Alright, well, I don't see a safe way down. I do see I didn't grab whatever this is. It's not bolted down. Okay, so we've already killed stuff here. Now I just gotta figure out where out is. Okay. Alright. So I guess we're just gonna go from one ruin to the next. Alright, Unicorn, you better have stayed put. Or next time we see you, I might have to make you into glue. Use your tears to make Apple products. Where do you think you're going? Oh. Hey. Unicorn, don't do this. I am not beyond killing you. Sorry, Unicorn. You are one of a kind. And now, you are extinct. Because you committed a violence against me.
Die, damn you!
Oh, I was so confused. I was like, why are you rushing me? I was just thinking, I was like, why are you rushing me? My god, it's so heavy. And I grabbed a bone yet again. I will never learn my lesson. Get over there.
What's the matter? Getting tired?
Oh, hey.
What's the matter? Getting tired?
Yes, you're taking my mana and I do not approve of it. Alright, it's about to drop off. An ebony warhammer. There, we got this, we got that. Yeah, so these are worth a ton of money. Oh, you are too heavy. I wanted to see, because she definitely was murdering my stats. But this to me implies that there's no enchant on it. That's fine. This is a glass mace of encumbrance? Ah, it's fine, whatever. That's part of why I think she was going, you know, what's the matter, getting tired? Is basically a tell being like, hey, I've penalized something on you. Yeah, stop, you violated the law! Oh, wait. There we go. At some point, I'll pull out a bow. We have literally... I think we shot one bow one time just to see if the mechanics work the same as our games, and we haven't used a bow since then, which I actually like bows in these games. It's just one pain thing I have from Skyrim, is that all paths lead to Stealth Archer. Like, you'll start with just about anything, but the game just rewards you just way too hard for Stealth Archer and stabbing people in the back with knives. And so the fact that like other classes are super strong and you don't feel pushed into stealth archer naturally. And honestly, the thing I blame the most for that is dragons. Because unless you use the shout and you kept it equipped, to deal with dragons, you're going to shoot them from the ground while they're running around up there. You know that nearly any class or mixed class is viable in Oblivion? Yeah, and part of that is I think they made the games, like, stats-wise easier than Skyrim. Which I think I would rather we get to be a bit on the overpowered side and try a bunch of things than a game focused being on, like, I'm a properly challenging game, by the way. You know, the following builds are basically garbage tier, go do something better. Which I'm not actually accusing Skyrim of that necessarily, because like I said, the big problem was just dragons doing the whole thing in the sky, that if you didn't keep the dragon shout equipped and you wanted to melee, you were just going to have a bad time. But because we don't have any flying enemies that I've seen in this game thus far as like flying out of your range and shooting down at you kind of enemies, melee is viable, you can cash, you can do a whole bunch of stuff, it all works. Alright, Priory of the Nine. Yeah, no, exactly. You can just do stuff to weaken your things. Alright. Clearly this place has been ransacked. Oh. Sir, Emil's ring fits perfectly in the diamond-shaped opening on the floor. Yep. But no fun stuff like blacksmithy and all that. Clothes we don't care about. Knights at 9, Kuros. Priory Undercroft. More junk I don't care about. Activating it didn't do anything. Activating it doesn't do anything. Hi.
By the strength and guidance of the Nine, who comes before us upon this sacred ground, seeking the cuirass of the Divine Crusader? Step forward, adventurer, and face us each in honorable combat, for the vow Those we fail to revere in life, we shall uphold in death. No unworthy soul shall lay hands upon this sacred artifact without the leave of the Knights of the Nine.
Oh, hey. Sir Gregory, you're a weenie.
Sir Gregory, you are defeated. Sir Casimir, step forward.
This is fine, right? Steal someone's soul?
You have bested Sir Casimir. Now face Sir Ralphus.
No soul gem large enough to capture his soul. Womp womp. Alright, get back out a regular dagger. And I must be gaining something off of them, because I went over encumbered after I beat the last one.
Sir Ralphus, you have fallen. Step back and let the challenge continue. Sir Henrik, come forward.
Assuming that one.
Prove yourself. Ow! Yeah! Oh!
I appreciate them taking their time and taking turns.
You have overcome half of us, and yet you remain standing. Perhaps Sir Caius shall test your true mettle.
Probably you? Okay.
You show a fury of faith that I have not seen in centuries, but now you face Sir Junkin. You have lost, Sir Junkin. Sir Torolf, show the challenger the ferocity of the North.
I say, I just really appreciate that they just let me regen my mana in between fights. If they did fight back to back, I'd have a lot harder of a time. So I'm assuming you're the last one to fight me?
You have stood against the Knights of the Nine and lived. However, the final test is upon you. Ready yourself, Sir Knight, and face me!
Oh man, even Sir Gregory was more impressive than you. Come on, man. Put your back into it. You see... Oh, never mind. Where was Sir Gregory? Oh yeah, you're way over here. You see that? You take answers to that guy? Come on, you can do better.
None have stood against us and lived. Step forward and claim what is yours by right. May your faith be true.
You defeated the ghostly guardians of the cuirass of the Crusader. You can now claim it for your own. Give. I have recovered the cuirass of the Crusader. I should talk to the ghosts of the former Knights of Nine to see if they can aid me in my quest for remaining Crusader relics. Alright, okay, so what am I dropping? Your junk, drop you. Why do I have those? Spell Drinker Amulet. Ooh, okay. Spell Absorption on self. Yeah, that's way better than what I made. Weapons. Because we are still super overburdened. Drop the glass longsword. Drop the ebon bow.
By the Nine, I've not seen such strength. Could you be... No, you cannot. You are simply a noble knight.
Helm of the Crusader.
You completed the quest that I could not. I'm glad that my death at least served to lead you here, as I had hoped.
Knights of the Nine.
The original Order of the Nine was founded with the intention of safekeeping the Crusaders' relics. In life, we failed at this task. In death, we seek to preserve what little we accomplish while we wait for one to come and finish what we began.
Sir Barish?
One of the mightiest knights of my day. It was a great boost to the Order's prestige when he joined. Unfortunately, he and I did not see eye to eye on certain matters. He left the Order during the War of the Red Diamond and never returned.
Okay.
Walk with the Nine, Sir Knight.
I know where you may find the gauntlets of the Crusader, for I was the one who lost them. Though many know where they are still lost. I believe there is something you must do in order to retrieve them. Would you listen to my tale and learn of the gauntlet's fate?
No, please just tell me how to get the gauntlets and don't make me listen to your tale.
When the Order fractured, I followed Sir Beric into war, taking the gauntlets with me. When it was over, I returned to Cyrodiil. I attempted to return to the service of the Nine, but the war had changed me. I no longer had sympathy for the weak or pity for the suffering. In the brief time I was there, I did more to hurt the chapel than help it. It was there that I was cursed.
Cursed, what do you mean?
A beggar who came to the chapel each day for help tried my patience one too many times. I lost my temper and struck him. My blow landed harder than I had intended, and he fell to the floor dead, killed in the very chapel of the God of Mercy. I left the chapel at once, of course, but the damage was done. I was weak, constantly weary, and lacked the energy to do almost anything.
What about the gauntlets?
Ah, yes. As proof of the deed, when I struck the poor man, the gauntlets slipped right off my hands and fell to the floor. Heavy as stone, they would not move. None could lift them. I suspect they lie there still, in Coral's chapel. You must prove to Stendarr you are worthy to lift the gauntlets once more. Seek out the priests in Coral. Perhaps they can help you.
Curse.
It was placed on me for defying the teachings of Stendarr in his very chapel. My entire lineage was ruined by this curse. Whether it is connected to the fate of the gauntlets, I do not know.
Gauntlets of the Crusader.
I have no doubt that they still lie within the chapel of Stendarr in Coral. No mortal man could lift them.
Knights of the Nine.
We had only the best of intentions. Truly we did. We meant only to serve the Nine and the Empire. It's hard to believe it all went so wrong. Go with virtue.
You have my tribute, Sir Knight. In 300 years, none have passed the gauntlet. In 300 years, we have never known hope. But for the first time, it seems that someone may succeed where we have failed. I see in you the chance to redeem our souls and restore the Order. And now, I must ask you to press forward where I could not. I must ask you to face the challenge of Zenithar.
How did you fail?
I was arrogant and foolhardy. I sought personal glory. I placed my own will and my own lust for fame over the will of the Nine. In facing the challenge of Zenithar, I failed. I tried dozens, no hundreds of times to reach the mace. I fell each time. And each time I awoke in the chapel, I leapt again. I tried to enlist the help of the other knights, but none would come to my aid. The inscription says to walk in the faith, but even now, I do not know what this means.
What must I do?
Below the chapel of Zenithar and Leowin, there is a shrine to the great craftsman St. Calidus. Those seeking the mace must pray before the shrine. When you bow, you will receive a vision, or perhaps not. It is unclear. The priest saw that my body never moved, but it felt so real. You will see the mace, separated from you by a great chasm. The chasm represents your doubt. Your faith must be your guide across it.
My faith will guide me?
This is what I know. As I said, my faith was weak. I did not understand the test, and I fell from the platform each time I tried to cross. I have told you all that I know. All that is left is for you to prove yourself more worthy than I.
I'm guessing we just bolt.
Seek the mace, travel to Leowin's chapel, kneel at the shrine in the Undercroft, and let your faith in the Nine be the salvation of us all.
Oh, there's so much dialogue.
Casimir left with the gauntlets when the Order dissolved. I heard that he lost them, but I had my own problems to deal with.
Let's see. Knights of the Nine.
Our greed for the relics overshadowed our faith in the Nine. I can only hope that you are stronger than we were.
You know you got fire coming out of your face, though, right? You should... I mean, I guess you're being a spirit. You probably have other concerns, but you should probably see a doctor about that. Your face should not literally burn.
Legends say that when Pelinal Whitestrake was slain by the Aelids, a messenger carried the mace to the human settlement of Leowin as a message. Centuries later, the master craftsman St. Calidus built the chapel of Zenithar in Leowin as a tribute to the legend. When St. Calidus was laid to rest, those who prayed to Zenithar at his tomb began to receive visions of the mace of the Crusader.
He's just that hot. Don't know. Man has no faith, apparently.
Of the original divines, Zenithar is thought to be the most in touch with the mortal realm. Some legends say that Zenithar has close ties to Kinnereth, an idea that is supported by the manner in which the two gods' realms interact. Craftsmen devoted to Zenithar are able to create and profit from the materials provided by Kinnereth's natural world. The two work in harmony, the natural world providing for the craftsmen. One cannot revere Zenithar without acknowledging the power of Kinnereth. May your sword strike true.
If you are true to the teachings of Julianus, it may be possible for you to find the shield of the Crusader.
What do you mean?
When the Order crumbled, I set out on my own. After years of searching, I found the shield and brought it to Fort Bulwark for safekeeping. With the help of a few trusted friends, I began work to keep the shield safe for all eternity. I never saw my work finished. I died defending the fort from those who would take and misuse the shield. I never saw our work finished. I trust that the others carried on without me.
Let's see, hang on, was that Keith? I don't know that name. For Bulwark.
It lies in the southeast of Cyrodiil, near the Black Marsh border. If all went according to plan, it should be very well guarded now. Believe in yourself, and use your knowledge wisely. You will pass through unharmed, and the shield will be yours.
For Bulwark?
Look to the southeast of Cyrodiil to find it. I cannot say for certain what is inside, but be prepared for anything.
He voiced Joshua Graham and New Vegas on his hearts. Gotcha. Yeah, and there's been a bunch of pretty decent big names in here. Patrick Stewart, among others. So there's been some pretty big names in the game.
History and knowledge are his domain. He is the god of wisdom and logic. He teaches us, know the truth, observe the law. When in doubt, seek wisdom from the wise.
Knights of Nine.
Though we went our separate ways when the Order fell, we all served the Nine in our hearts. All but one.
Mace of Zenthar.
Sir Ralbus quested for the mace after Sir Beric's betrayal. He believed that with the mace, he would be able to bring the rest of us together. He stayed in the Chapel of Leowen for months, attempting the test over and over. He hardly ate, hardly slept. In the end, he failed. He left the chapel broken and beaten. Sir Emil found his body and laid him to rest here at the Priory.
Shield of the Crusader.
The shield is safeguarded within Fort Bulwark. It is protected, and care must be taken when attempting to find it. May your sword strike true.
Greetings, Sir Knight.
Knights of the Nine.
In matters of faith, one cannot be bogged down in the affairs of this world. Learn from us. Cast aside your treasures and serve the Nine.
No, I will not be casting aside my treasures. You can get that thought right out of your head, sir. Those treasures are staying with me. Shield of the Crusader.
Sir Henrik wasn't drawn into the war as so many of us were. His mind never left the shield. May the Nine guide your way.
All this for a set you'll never use? Yep.
Greetings, Sir Knight.
Gauntlets of the Crusade.
Sir Casimir took the gauntlets to war with him. After what happened with Beric, who would try to stop him?
Knights of the Nine.
Complacency proved to be our greatest enemy. The service of the Nine requires eternal vigilance. Walk with the Nine, Sir Knight.
I wish to see you succeed where I failed. I was on the path to the boots of the Crusader, but died before I reached them. Do you wish to learn what little I know?
Sure.
I cannot tell you exactly how to find the boots, for that will be up to Kinnereth. I can tell you to seek out her priests, though. West of the Imperial City, on the edge of the Great Forest, is a shrine. You will find them there, and they will tell you what you need to know.
Boots of the Crusader.
The boots are safeguarded by Kinnereth herself. You must be tested and prove yourself worthy to acquire them.
I like it's like, we need to get these and protect these. By the way, these ones over here are being protected by supernatural things way more powerful than us. But we need to protect them, so let's get them from them to... Knights of the Nine.
The wars of men undermine the service of the Nine. Do not follow in our mistakes.
Shield of the Crusader.
Sir Henrik spent his days looking for the shield. He was so determined. We all were in those days. Walk with the Nine.
You have spoken with the ghosts. I like how I've definitely not spoken to the next ghost over. It's like, you talk to them all. Don't worry about that guy. No, he's an honorary member. Like, he just, like, this was built using his father's money, so he's here, but he's not really here. There are several parts of the arm of the Crusader are hidden. I should return when I collect them all.
Knight.
Yeah, Sir Caius. I'm just gonna... You'll notice it says I talk to everybody, and you're still down on your knee. It is what it is.
Greetings, Sir Knight.
Gauntlets?
The gauntlets were recovered by Sir Casimir. One of our few victories during our time. But then, even our victories became our failure.
Knights of
In
Nine.
death, we continue the work that escaped us in life. The relics must still be guarded, for someday they shall be needed once more.
And Sir Barish.
Alas, my old comrade is not among us here. We do not know why his spirit did not join us here to guard our last relic. We were estranged in life, but I had hoped that in death we could be reconciled. For my part, I now know that I am largely to blame for the ruin of the old order. Sir Amiel takes too much upon himself. I will say no more.
I was gonna try
with
to
virtue.
talk to him to bring things over.
I am at your service. Walk with the Nine, sir.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go see myself out. Okay. All right, that's upstairs. Get back here, Bambi. You may have survived. It's your lucky day. Okay, so anyways, quests. Priory of the Nine. So needless to say, we've got a long list of stuff here. So we'll go set our first marker, which is apparently outside here, which makes some amount of sense. No, I'm gonna probably need to stop carrying these bear pelts, aren't I? Yeah, so my guess is we collect all the armor, and then they'll be like, there's the big bad guy, go get him. We'll probably have to fight into some type of lair or base or whatever. We fight the big bad guy, and I go boop a schnoot, and then he falls over dead. And we move on. There'll be much rejoicing, and they'll throw an incredibly valuable piece of armor into a box where it'll forever be forgotten. That, you know, we will protect it by having a couple of tiny little, like, imps that are my vault guards. My vault guards. And otherwise just pretend it doesn't exist. Okay. And I've also noticed because we've been doing this stuff, we've not actually been going to any of the towns. We've been just out in the wilderness. We'll definitely need to correct that at some point where we get into one of the towns, drop off some stuff. I need to find a cheap summon spell. Like cheap as in low skill level. So we can start working on getting our conjuration up. Because this is the kind of game that you can quite literally max out your stats. And, you know, that makes your level higher. And it makes your stats higher. And then it makes all the enemies harder. And they get better loot. So I want to do those things. Alright.
How are you?
Fantastic. Thanks for asking.
Those famous for good deeds may receive blessings of intelligence and magicka when they visit way shrines of Julianos.
So what brings you to the altar of Kinnereth, my child?
Let's see, Boots of the Crusade.
You would seek the holy relic Kinnereth has bestowed upon the world. Then you must prove yourself worthy. Kinnereth's creations guard her relic, and you must pass the test before you may be granted the boots.
Test what test?
I cannot say what it will be, for I do not know. Kinnereth herself will decide in what manner you shall be tested. All I can do is direct you to the Grove of Trials, and remind you to heed Kinnereth's teachings. Fear and respect nature and all her creations.
Where's the grove?
Not far from here, to the west. Nestled within the great forest, it is a place many would overlook. I warn you that it is unwise to take anyone with you. You should go there alone.
Let's see. Fear and respect nature.
Indeed. Nature itself is Kinnereth's domain. All its creatures are her wards. You would do well to remember this when it comes time for your test.
Very well, I shall take the test.
Then proceed directly to the grove, as your test has begun. Kinnereth may choose to guard you along the way. That is up to her. Good luck. Farewell.
Good to see you.
She's not forgotten your attempted slaughter of Bambi. Look, if I've learned anything from nature, the bigger and scarier the creature, the less other creatures it worries about. I mean, I can see the stone obviously moves. And these mushrooms I can't interact with. You've reached the Grove of Trials. I shall wait to see if Kinnereth has in store for me. Yeah, you're sending a big bear at me. And playing really loud growling noises. I have failed the test. I should try again. Look, the bear started it. Beware, the gods have taken note of your crimes. Do not continue down this path or you'll be unfit for the wield the Crusader's relics. Okay. So that's a curiosity, because I didn't aggress it. It came after me. And just as a precaution, since it does seem like it's a failable thing, let's make a new save, so if I have to, like, back up to fix...
Welcome again to the altar of Kinnereth.
Test.
I see it on your face. You have failed the test. In her infinite grace and wisdom, Kinnereth will have mercy on you and allow you to resubmit to her test. Return to the grove and try once more.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's the thing. I figured at first it was to not kill the bear, but then the bear went hostile and attacked me. I'm like, okay. The other things it could be is for me to basically walk/run away. You may need to pacify the bear. I don't have those kind of powers. I'm gonna just try and tank it with my face and just not... The bear attacked me in the Sacred Grove. I made no attempts to fight back. The cave has been revealed, and it would seem the Boots of Crusader are waiting inside. Yeah, I figured it was gonna be like at the initial, like you would have the bear come out, and you could just not fight it. I've completed Sir Junkin's quest of recovering the Boots of Crusade. I shall continue looking for the relics. The Arcos. Yeah, you get the idea. And those are plants I could find outside, so just in case it's something like if I pick the flowers, I also get in trouble. That's what I figured, is you weren't supposed to kill nature, but it was just kind of one of those things where it's like, alright, well, it's murdering me now, so... the Wisdoms of the Ages. Okay, that's pretty far out there. The Path of Righteousness. Kind of the same distance. Stellar's Mercy. That one's closer, so we go to the closer one. Yeah, that's been a trope in a lot of games that they have gods who, whatever the god of nature is, they'll usually have some situation where you have the choice of like either something valuable that's a natural resource you can collect, or, you know, a normally dangerous enemy comes out or threatening enemies come out, and you can choose to initiate on them and you fail whatever their quest is, or you anger them or whatever. So that one where it started mauling me, I'm like, oh, this is unusual. That's fine. Same trope, just confused myself a little bit with it on what I expected it to do. Because I expected it to come up and like roar in my face like it was going to attack, and then just not actually attack. But if I attempted to do something to fight it, then penalize it, when it actually was hurting me is when I was like, oh, I'm clearly misreading this. I just got a message that the Priory horse has been returned. And I missed where to.
You look like a bright one.
Okay. So we can go in here, we can dump a couple of items on the shopkeeps here. Help with our inventory and all that.
Good day.
Barter,
Only quality goods
haggle,
for sale here.
turn it
What
up
can
just
I
a
interest
bit.
you in?
Weapons. Take the arrows. Take the mace. Take the other arrows.
That's a
Take
fair
the
deal.
other arrows. Take the other arrows.
That seems a fair price.
Don't need a random ring. More rings.
That's a
more
good
rings.
deal. A good price
Just,
for a
just
good
sell
customer.
the items of the Crusader. Sell the ring. The Mage Killer Greaves are fun. I'm gonna hold on to those. The Willful Necklace we'll get rid of. Do we have any potions we grabbed along the way? Sell the sorcery potions, I'll keep the others. Take the gold nugget. And I should have a pearl that I don't want either. Take the lion pelt.
That seems a fair price. A good price for a good customer.
We will have wolf pelts.
A good price for a good customer.
Dagger of Suck. Yeah, it's my mana draining dagger. Get rid of that. There you are. Let's say I had a stack of bear pelts. Cool.
Thank you for your business. Take care. Good day.
Oh, I should also check.
Can I interest you in
Do
some
you
of my
have anything
wares?
exciting here? Hey, Greg the Sorcerer. Thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. But welcome in, raiders. Yeah, nothing here that we care about.
Bye.
But what are you playing and how's your stream and all that good stuff? But welcome in, raiders. I am Rual, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to have a world record for the highest kill count ever streamed. As you can tell, there's a past tense in that. You're not 100%, but you think. Okay, I'm... Oh, lion pelts needed for something? Yeah, it's fine. They're easy to get a hold of, so I'm not super worried about it. But yeah, but that's it. I'm a variety streamer. I do play a variety of games, simulation, settlement builder, city builder, all that kind of stuff. So if that's your jam, you know, don't forget to drop a file. That way you can find your way back. Cool. So we are here to find things. The gauntlets are too heavy for me to move.
What brings you here, my son?
Alright, Gauntlets of the Crusader.
Ah, yes. The gauntlets have been here for ages. I know only the basic story behind them. They're more of a novelty these days. My only real involvement with them these days is keeping the youngsters from hurting themselves trying to pick the gauntlets up. What is your interest in them, if I may ask?
Let's see. I'd like to know their story.
Yes, well, I don't know the whole thing. A great many years ago, a knight of the Old Order did something terrible, and the gauntlets just fell off. They dropped to the floor right where he stood, and no one could lift them. It was a sign of the curse placed upon this knight by Stendar, I think. That curse still lingers on today, in fact. Poor Kellen.
Who is Kellen?
Oh, why, he's a descendant of that very knight from so long ago. The curse has affected his family all these years. He suffers from it now. He came here from Hammerfell seeking a cure, but, well, there's really nothing that can be done for him, I think. He may know more of the story than I. Perhaps you should speak with him if he's feeling well enough.
Okay, curse.
It's a horrible thing, truly. One cannot help but pity those such as Kellen, who have such a burden placed on them through no fault of their own. But if it is the will of the Nine, then there is little that can be done.
Gauntlets of the Crusade?
The gauntlets have been here far longer than any of us. I don't expect that to ever change. They'll almost certainly be here long after we're all gone. Certainly after Kellen's family has died out.
Kellen?
He's down in the chapel hall, resting. You may speak to him if you like.
Prophet.
The church has taken no official position on his teaching yet, but from the reports I've heard, he may be truly inspired by the divines. You too.
Okay. So basically we got the descendants of the guy who struck the poor man and then his gauntlets fell off. And apparently he's cursed. So, you know, gods here, kind of jerks.
What is it? Is there a cure? Has Arelder found a cure? I know there's something he's not telling me.
Let's see, curse.
Ah, so you've heard it happen. Terrible curse. Been in the family almost longer than anyone can remember. When I was younger, I could live with it. Wasn't so bad. But until it gotten worse over time, I'd come here, to the place it all happened, in the hopes that something could be done. I fear I haven't much time left otherwise. Arelder has let me stay Mostly out of pity, I think. But there's something else. I swear he knows more than he tells. Farewell.
Let me try moving, see if we can't hear him better.
Come back to see the doomed man, have you?
Okay, he's like, for whatever reason, his lines are just weirdly quiet.
I've seen plenty of pity in people's eyes over the years. I grew up recognizing it. But with Arelda, there's something else there. And when he speaks to me, there are times I'd swear he sounds apologetic. Guilty, even. Why would that be? What reason does he have to hold back information? I know I'm a doomed man one way or the other. Speak to him if you can. Convince him to tell me what he knows as a dying man's last wish.
Gauntlets of the Crusade.
You've seen them, I assume. The only evidence of what happened so many years ago. Do you know that I thought perhaps I could lift them? That somehow this curse would be lifted if I could pick them up? I tried for hours, until my whole body ached, and I could barely move. I lay there on the floor next to them, weeping. I'm not ashamed to admit that. I've been at the end of my rope for far too long to be ashamed of anything.
Gauntlets of the Crusade.
I don't know why they're still here. They're so heavy, and I'm so weak. What does Stendarr want from me?
Prophet.
The church is still in turmoil from the attack on the Chapel of Dibella. I don't think anyone has had time to really study this prophet's teachings. My best advice would be to go, listen carefully, and decide for yourself.
And rumors.
Don't know why anyone would visit the other cities of Cyrodiil. Coral has it all, and a fairly low murder rate. Good day.
Okay. So the implication is the guy up here is being very hush-hush about something. And so we need to convince them to tell us more.
I hope I can help.
Kellen.
I cannot face him. I know what might be done for him, but I haven't the will to do it. I wish I could help him. Truly I do. But I cannot muster the strength to damn myself on his behalf.
What are you talking about?
The curse. I know what would lift it, but I cannot do it. The only way to free Kellen of his curse is to take it on myself. I am not strong enough to do this, and so I am a failure. I fail Kellen every time I speak to him, and I fail Stendarr every time I pray to him and do not ask for the power to lift the curse. Do you know one who would do such a thing? One who would pray at this chapel's altar, pray to Stendarr for the power to lift this curse?
Curse?
I've told you. The only way to lift the curse from Kellen is to pray to Stendarr for the power to free him. But that means taking the curse on yourself. You'll be marked for life, as will all your children and your children's children. Good day.
So, just gonna go on a limb and say Stendarr's kind of a jerk. Do you wish to pray to Stendarr for the power to lift the Kellen's curse? Sure. You have prayed to the altar, the chapel Stendarr have granted the ability to lay hands on Kellen. I need to see him at once. My assumption is you won't actually be permanently cursed, because that would be really bad game design. Not unless it was like one of these things where you get a curse and a benefit.
It's my pleasure. Please continue.
Gauntlets of the Crusade?
I don't know why they're still... Take care.
Let me reread the quest. I prayed to the altar of Stendarr, and I've been given the ability to lay hands on Kellen. I need to see him once more. Alright, so let's look at our magic abilities. Lay hands. Shortcuts. Sure. I have lifted the curse from Kellen. That means taking it on myself. As a result, I am weary and my fatigue has been affected. With the curse lifted, I can now retrieve the gauntlets of the crusade.
How did you? I feel good. I feel good. I don't feel like death. I feel like running. I can't believe it. I feel normal. Thank you so much. You have no idea what this means to me. I finally have a chance to get out and see the world. I'm not wasting another second of my life, and I'm forever indebted to you, friend. Farewell.
Okay.
Well met.
Well met.
Rejoice. Through faith, your afflictions are
I lived in
banished.
the Imperial City for a while, but
Wait.
city life...
That didn't just, like, immediately take that away, right? Oh, okay. So I still have that, I believe.
Have you heard about...
I've completed Sir Casimir's quest by recovering the gauntlets of the Crusade. I should continue the search for relics that the other ghosts are questing for.
They say that Deidre came from Oblivion. I can't believe you were willing to do that for Kellen. To sacrifice your own well-being without hesitation. What business do I have acting as a priest if I'm not willing to do all I can in helping those who need it? Perhaps I need to rethink my calling.
Okay. Not really super worried about your choice of profession, man.
Good to see you.
Alright, so quests. Wisdom of the Ages, okay. Where's that quest trying to have me go? All the other way to everything? Quest of Righteousness. Basically the same distance. Okay. I understand. I'm going to the opposite side of the map is what I'm doing. I do like the fact that we just walk past people like, you look so buff. You look like a shrewd businessman. Like, how do you know these things about me? I mean, buff straightforward. But still. Alright. Do you have the horse I was allowed to borrow way earlier? Am I allowed to borrow that horse again? Because if so, I am down to ride that horse across that map. Yup. Stop. There you... Why are you going... Okay. It was weirdly only wanting to go backwards with W. What do you think a permanent 5 hit to fatigue is in real life? Allergies? I don't think there is one. Because allergy is only a matter in like allergy season or anything like that, so that wouldn't be a permanent thing. And, you know, stuff like depression and all that can definitely sap you of your energy. But again, it's not like it's a permanent all the time exhaustion kind of thing. It's, you know, it ebbs and flows. You have, you know, tougher days and easier days. So it's just, there's not an equivalent. People are far more dynamic than that. Alright, so we are just run across the entire map. Being overweight can do that? Not necessarily. You can be high energy and overweight. I've known people who are like literally like 10k, 5k you know, runners and all that, who are particularly, or, you know, genuinely as far as, like, energy-wise and strength fit, they just happen to be a bit overweight. Probably an eating habit thing, not so much a fitness thing. Unless you have year-round allergies, it's a pain. Even then, though, even with year-round allergies, usually it's a matter of, like, if you have an allergy for something outdoors, if you stay indoors, it's not like you have that same sapping effect. There's not very many year-round allergies that... Like, if you were genuinely dealing with allergies literally consistently all the time, it would be very difficult to manage at all. Even if you have, like, a pollen or whatever that's in the air all the time in your area. Usually it's when you're, like, outside, it'll be much less of a problem, like, shortly after rain, because the pollen will be drawn out of the air. So just being, like, a permanent -5 still would be a character of that. There's just not a real-life equivalent. Dust is a big allergy? Yeah. That's one of those things that, you know, you can do stuff to mitigate dust. It's a lot of work, but you get the idea. It's not your existence as a permanent state of allergy. That's not to say it can't be, like, utterly debilitating or anything. That's certainly a thing that can occur. But yeah, generally speaking, allergies, like everything, ebb and flow. The point is, I can't think of something that'd be the equivalent of you because the idea there is that something happens, like either you have a condition or whatever, that permanently has a debilitating effect to the point that, you know, you have a reduced level of energy forever. I could see something along the lines of, like, if you had some condition that infected, like, blood flow or something, or oxygen levels in your blood or something like that, even that would still be a character, but I feel like that would be a closer to real thing. Like, so far as, like, if you wanted to explain it. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, even, like, exactly, autoimmune could potentially be the same kind of thing where it's like, okay, that might somewhat describe it, but also still, you'd have the ebb and flow there. You'd have days that are harder and easier. It's just, real life doesn't work like games. No, even diseases like that, like your more serious diseases, they're not consistent. It's just, the reality is, real life doesn't align with game mechanics. Like, you can have people who, like, everything's perfectly right as rain, and there's just some days that the energy just isn't the same. You also have people who have serious health problems going on that some days are harder than others. Oh, right, we have that whole thing of the invisible wall around the whole outer edge. It's one of the reasons when we end up talking about games that it's always tricky when games go to represent, like, conditions, disabilities, like mental health, those kind of things. It's not that you can't do it right, you can, and there are games that do, but a lot of stuff when they represent it can be kind of bad so far as representation of stuff. Like when you go, it's like, this person has, you know, asthma, you know, character -10, like -10 you know, movement speed or whatever, and it's like, well, that's not how that condition works. Let's see, bad asthma plus long clothes plus stint pneumonia really changed your baseline significantly worse than it was. Oh yeah, and that's not to say I'm getting stuck on an invisible wall, and it's going to get me killed. and it's really annoying. I do wish instead of invisible wall, they just made like an artificial barrier of such, like, you'd go and there'd be like a cliffside there, or a drop-off or something, where you could distinctly see where the edge of the map is versus just, you've reached the edge of the map. But yeah, like, it's not to say that it isn't, but it's one of those things that stuff like asthma may or may not impact that, COVID may or may not impact that, pneumonia may or may not impact that. Nothing's that simple in the real world. Let's see, also in the real world, you also wouldn't be essentially totally fine after 99% damage. You can take to 1 hit point. Oh, that is... It's more of a thing in movies and games and all that. That is one of the things that irks me so much for just... I think it's a potentially dangerous way of representing, like, disease and poison and all that. Is the idea that they'd be like, oh no, the king has been poisoned. We've only got 24 hours to get the antidote or the king will die. But we must venture across this land to get the cure from this rare animal and have it crafted and brought to the king before time runs out. And then you roll up, you know, the king, it's 23 hours and 55 minutes, and you give the king the dosage, and you're like, did it work? And you have that awkward moment where it's, you know, you're not sure if they died or not, and then it just kind of goes, oh, I feel better. And you're like, no, man, no, that's not how poison works. Like, you take the poison, that crap's ravaging your body. If, you know, the prognosis is if we don't get the antidote in 24 hours, they die. It means if you give it to them 23 hours and 55 minutes beforehand, it means they live, but they're going to be pretty much at death's door and not doing a whole lot of anything. They're not going to be waking up and having a conversation with you. They're going to be probably in a coma for a while, or otherwise not doing well. They won't be dead, assuming that guess is right in the first place, but they're definitely not going to be popping back up. And it's so annoying to me as a trope, where I feel like for some people it's like, oh yeah, well, I mean, it's okay, there's antidotes. Like, no, you don't understand. Like, if you're at the point of needing an antidote for anything, a lot of crap has gone really wrong, and you're spending a pretty good stint in the hospital. Or otherwise under, like, you know, supportive care or something like that. And I get it, for games and movies and all that, it's a way to add suspense and all that, without making a big sads and all that. And I get that. But it is one of those things that I'm worried, like, man, someone's gonna be like, oh yeah, let me go fuss with the snake. It's okay, they make anti-venom, right? It's like, no, you don't understand. That's a terrible idea. You know, if you want to do the bomb with the timer, that's at least realistic. When the timer hits 0, bad things happen. Usually, though, with the entire thing, it's just that the antidote is a MacGuffin. It's just a thing there to move the plot along. They arbitrarily go important person, poison, seek out item, item make thing better. Okay, now go on your grand adventure to seek out item. Which is fine. Like, I'm not genuinely, like, mad about it. It's just, it's one of those things I'm like, there's only been a couple of series I've seen where someone gets, like, properly poisoned or whatever, you know, is dying of some disease, and they give, like, that, hey, we need this cure by whenever, or, like, this is over. And then they show the person get the cure, and they don't just immediately bounce back, or, like, you know, they'll have it so they seem slightly weakened, but, you know, they'll go from barely breathing in their bed to suddenly standing up and going for a walk. See, why can't they store these poison cures in a cupboard and not in a tomb full of undead? Yeah, no, that's the other one. Is a lot of times where they'll hide the again, the MacGuffin, which, for those who don't know what the MacGuffin is, that's just anything that is the item itself is not relevant. It is just a plot device. It is just a thing there to create the stuff. So, like, a MacGuffin would be a suitcase that it doesn't really matter what's in the suitcase. It's just, you know, Party A wants the suitcase, Party B also wants the suitcase. Shenanigans ensue as both parties attempt to get the suitcase. You know, and there'll be story or why it's relevant, but for all intents and purposes, that's the only reason it's there, is just to get the story to story. Now granted, especially in fantasy worlds, it feels like lazy story writing. Because in fantasy worlds, you can very easily be like, oh, they've got a curse on them. And if, you know, if we don't resolve...
I've heard of you. You're the one restoring the Knights of the Nine, aren't you?
Alright, one more. But, like, in Magic worlds, it'll be like, oh yeah, you have this spell, and this incantation, you know, takes this time, and we need to give the Ring of Protection to the person. They'll finish their incantation in, you know, in the next 24 hours. We can't get to them. They're too far away, so we can't stop the incantation. But if we get the Ring of Protection, you know, the incantation will fail, and they'll have used the regents they needed to cast it, or whatever. Reminds you of the quantum mechanical bomb testers? Have you recently seen a series that gets quantum mechanical situations a little, misrepresented? But that it would be kind of like asking too much of the series to explain, right? Still awkward to use that as an explanation. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Like, there's things that get the science wrong, and some of it's deliberate, like, hey, we just need to oversimplify this for story. And then there's those ones. It's also, for fun, like, there's been a lot of movies where they have, like, the super elaborate bomb in there. That's like, I'm trying to remember what the movie was where they're stuck in a bus and there's a bomb in the bottom of the bus where they have to drive at something like 80 miles an hour or whatever, and they can't drop below that for more than 60 seconds or for more than 10 seconds or whatever. Like, you get the thing. That's this bomb that has like a dozen different things to it. And generally speaking, that's not a real thing that happens in the real world. Like, generally speaking, I say that because there was, like, one major exception to that. That there was this hotel, I think it was a hotel, that this person had made, like, this Hollywood bomb that was, like, this giant... It's like, you've seen the, like, the water drums that they put, like, fertilizers and that in? It was, like, that size. It was this really big thing. But the person had put, like, these things with, like, all these pins in it that made it so you basically couldn't defuse it, and it's this whole mess. And that was, like, the one thing is, like, by and large, that's just not done. They might have, like, one trip or something like that on them, but otherwise, usually it's just, you know, a timer, or when something happens, it goes. Like, they're usually not overly fancy. Because it's one of those things that the more complicated you make it, one, the more likely you're going to blow yourself up, or two, the more likely, when it's supposed to go off, nothing happens. Both of which are not the outcomes the person's looking for. You know, the person trying to do the awful thing of exploding people. But yeah, there was this case, and I think the bomb did end up going off. But it was a famous bombing too, I can't even remember. But the guy had made like this giant elaborate thing, and it had like layers upon layers. And it's also those things that usually in those cases, you don't have the bomb squad sitting there like picking at this trying to defuse the bomb. Usually what they'll do is they'll roll up and be like, get the hell out of the building. And then they blow up the bomb deliberately, because by blowing it up not in the way it's designed to be blown up, you can usually massively reduce its ability to cause damage. You know, it still blasts, it's just, instead of having a properly large shaped blast that works in its like intended way, you kind of rob it of a lot of the stuff. And then plus there's lots of times where you can take those things without even actually defusing them, and otherwise limiting their threat. But yeah, I wish I could remember. Was it the Oklahoma City one? It doesn't matter. But the point was, it was one of those things is like, this isn't done in real life. And then the one guy did, and you're like, all right, come on, fine. But yeah, the bus that couldn't slow down. Exactly. And that was the only way they could do it. The whole point of it was to have a bus that they couldn't really stop or slow down. And so you had to go through this like reckless driving through traffic. The point in the story was, there was a threat, you had to drive this bus at these extreme speeds and just manage, and it was more than a MacGuffin in that one, because, like, one, it was there the whole time. So it's just they had to, like, kind of manage the driving of the bus in these situations that they would, you know, put, like, the shopping cart in the middle of the road, and you'd have that moment where you thought you, like, had run over a kid or whatever, but then you realize it's, like, a shopping cart full of booze or whatever it was. And so, you know, it was all just kind of excuses to move that story forward. But it was the reasons, like, all right, we need the reason for this bus to just keep going. Okay, mechanical failure, the gas is just stuck engaged. Well, no, that doesn't work, because there would certainly be ways you could disable a bus from inside the bus that wouldn't be a problem. You know, the gas gets stuck engaged. You have someone just cut the wires, you know, short out the wires to, like, drain the battery or whatever. Or, you know, you get the idea. There'd be ways to disable it from the inside. You know, put the thing in neutral and it'll just rev full force in there, you're fine. And a bomb was just the way they did it. And that, I don't have a problem with that as a plot device. Like, it's good for the storytelling. But yeah, the whole person dying of dying of something, and you take the antidote and they're just magically better. That's the whole thing. I have seen, I can't remember, there was one, I can't remember what it was. It was a dumb TV series as a one-off episode that I think it was like a little girl had had been exposed to something or other. And it kind of flipped it a little bit that it wasn't that she needed to get the antidote or she would die or whatever it was. It was, hey, we need to get her this cure to it by this time, or there is like I don't think they use the word metastasize, but they were like, by this time, because after that point we're going to have permanent damage and that will escalate. And I think even in that one they did the whole thing where they gave the antidote and they didn't even show her get out of the hospital bed or anything, so you never got to see how much of a difference, which I think was because there had been a real recent criticism about shows being ridiculous with stuff. Anyways. Yes, and who are you?
My name is Caradus O'Holan. Like you, I am a servant of the Nine, specifically of Zenithar. I came here seeking his mace. However, I could not pass the test. I'm no crusader, but that doesn't mean that I cannot serve Zenithar. In light of the recent attacks, I've signed on to protect the chapel. I'm fair with the blade, and by my honor, I'll serve the Nine in any way I can.
Let's see. What about you? What's your story?
I grew up in Cheydinhal. My father was a cobbler. My mother was an acolyte of Zenithar. She was self-taught, not part of the chapel proper. They were both killed in an accident when I was young. I became a ward of the Crown and was drafted into the Imperial Army. After serving 2 tours patrolling Stros Makai, I left the service for a life devoted to Zenithar, inspired by my parents.
What can you tell me about the mace?
Legends say that when Pellinor Whitestrake was slain by the aliens, a messenger carried the mace to the human settlement of Leowin as a message. Centuries later, the master craftsman St. Calidus built the Chapel of Zenithar in Leowin as a tribute to the legend. When St. Calidus was laid to rest, those who prayed to Zenithar at his tomb began to receive visions of the mace of the Crusader.
One thing I can't unsee is if you watch the plate armor here, it stretches. And I can't unsee it now. And now you can't either. That it's not rigid, it's very flexible in ways that, like, yeah, they'll flex in and out a little bit if you put pressure on them, if it's not super dense, which most of them are. But, like, just watching, like, the collar here, like, flexing in and out, and that's going to bother me forever. And now you can enjoy that as well. You're welcome. Mace of Zenithar.
Legends say that when Pellinor Whitestrake was slain by the aliens, a messenger carried the mace to the human settlement of Leowin.
We already read this.
Later, when St. Calidus was laid to rest, those who prayed to Zenithar at his tomb began to receive visions of the mace of the Crusader.
Okay. And I was just checking with that because the first 2 lines were repeats and the last one wasn't.
Of the original divines, Zenithar is thought to be the most in touch with the mortal realm. Some legends say that Zenithar has close ties to Kinnereth, an idea that is supported by the manner in which the 2 gods' realms interact. craftsmen devoted to Zenithar are able to create and profit from the materials provided by Kinnereth's natural world. The two work in harmony, the natural world providing for the craftsman. One cannot revere Zenithar without acknowledging the power of Kinnereth.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Oh, I'm supposed to talk to you more? Or not? Oh, downstairs.
Oh, hello.
Did you hear how upset?
I was just saying, I was like, why am I supposed to talk to you? I exhausted your dialogue for right now. You know you have wraiths in your basement, right? That is not the spell I wanted. I think he penalized my mana.
Watch out!
Apparently the Wraith is like gonna murder this lady. Well, not my problem. Wait. Gotta wait on my mana. You know, I think they'd be a little bit more worried about the fact that their basement is absolutely brimming with wraiths and ancient spirits that are going all murder and homicidal. Let's see, another misrepresentation that's caused you quite a bit of awkward conversation situation is about space colonization or technological solutions to problems in general. You had a streamer argue that we wouldn't need to be so concerned about the state of Earth since we could go to Mars if push comes to shove. He was playing Survivor Mars. Yeah, no, there's, very unfortunately, even if we do manage to colonize Mars, it's going to be dependent on Earth for at least centuries. Having it fully self-sustained and be able to support more than a couple people is probably not going to be a realistic thing. For those who don't know, if we were to warm up Mars, there is stuff in the soil that would get released that would make the atmosphere toxic. So it's kind of one of those things that the idea of terraforming Mars to be Earth-like, just not really viable. We could certainly put dome cities on it or whatever, but it would still likely be dependent on resources from Earth to accomplish that. So it's still worth doing, but realistically, Earth is where we're at, and as far as us being a fully independent of Earth space-traveling species, is not... It's fun sci-fi, but is not realistically probable, considering there's just not another planet in our solar system that can really sustain that. And then the next nearest place that might have a planet that could potentially be terraformed, it's going to be generations upon generations upon generations upon generations, assuming we can get near light travel just to get there, let alone do anything. So, we gotta keep this one going good. I've now before the shrine of Saint Calidus in Leywin, and found myself transported to some sort of dark void. I could see the Mace of Zenith off in the distance, but there seems to be no way to reach it. According to Sir Ralvis, I must allow my faith in the Nine to guide me to the Mace. Let's see, it also wouldn't have much economic output, let alone systematic technological progress like we have, and so on. So many devastating problems. Yeah. Well, alright, that was my first thought. Is that it'd be, you know... I stepped in the void and tried to reach it, but my feet meant nothing and fell into darkness. There must be a way to walk between the platforms to reach the maze. I thought it was going to be the first thing that came to mind was just the idea that it would be an invisible bridge situation. So let's try seeing if clairvoyance does anything. Just to clarify, jumping off the platform gained me a level. Do you want the non-spoiler hint? No, not really. So it shouldn't be the other pieces of armor, because I wouldn't potentially have those. And I doubt it's stripping naked and running over there. Nope. Alright, let's double check the quest objectives. Stepped into the void to try and reach the Mace of the Zenith, but my feet met nothing but air and I fell to the darkness. There must be a way to walk between the platforms and reach the mace. Inspect. Let's see, I knelt before, found myself being transported to some dark void. I could see the mace of Zenith, but it seems there's no way to reach it. According to Sir Ralvis, I must allow my faith in the Nine to guide me to the mace. So Ralvis has told me to find... Yeah, it's okay. My faith will be my guide. Okay, and the quest marker just points at the end objective. My faith will be my guide. Yeah, clairvoyance doesn't do anything to me. I don't think it's going to be as simple as casting the right spell. There's no, like, kneel position or something like that. Magic. That's an interesting one. I don't think that'll do anything, but... Okay, that's not it. Pilgrim's Grace can only be used once per day. Well, that was a waste. Alright. My faith. Alright. Okay. Yeah, we didn't do something to deliberately become a vampire. We just had, like, a dream, and then we became a vampire. Let's say I completed Sir Ralphus's quest by recovering the Mace of Crusader. I should continue to search the relics that the other ghosts were questing for. My attempts to reach the mace have been unsuccessful. No matter how I try, I cannot reach the other platform. Perhaps the solution lies with... Ah, I was unsuccessful in getting the mace, apparently. Despite the fact that, you know, I am currently actively equipped with the mace. Is that everything? Yes, I believe. Oh, wait. Hopefully they didn't break anything. No, it should be fine. We got the credit for it. The quest, I'm pretty sure, disappeared. The heck? Okay, that one's worth considerably more. It is 71 weight, though. Greater Soul Gem. After recovering the Mace of Crusade, you found minions of Umaril attack the Chapel of Zenithar. They were all defeated, and the Leywin's Chapel escaped the desecration. Hey, I wasn't done looting those bodies.
I can't believe it. We survived. By the grace of the Nine, we survived. In no small part to you, Sir Knight. By your will, and the will of the Nine, the Chapel of Zenithar has held against this blasphemer. Sir, I pledge you my sword. I wish to join you in your quest to restore the Knights of the Nine and defeat this Umaril.
Sure, I'll accept you.
I can only hope to match your bravery and valor. I am honored to serve by your side. Allow me to fetch more suitable equipment. I shall return shortly.
Greetings.
So you shall return shortly. Quests. So you have just the shield to get. I'm curious. When he says he's going to return shortly. How long we talking, buddy?
Hi there.
A warm, gentle breeze causes a tickle on your face, but as you go to brush off, you find you cannot move your arms. Looking at your skin, you realize it has turned brittle green glass. Standing perfectly still, you breathe shallow gulps of air, knowing that moving would cause your skin to shatter into 1,000 pieces. The tickle on your face worsens, and you know that you are about to sneeze. As your skin shatters, you wake up sweating. Cool. What new status ailments do I have now to contend with? So we have vampirism. Vampirism. We have... Oh, that might be the curse? Nothing new on the list that I'm seeing. I'm also not seeing this guy who was like, I will return shortly with better equipment. I guess I'm just leaving without him, because I don't know where he's gone and I am too lazy to go looking for him. But no, seriously, where are you, buddy? Wait, is that him?
How about mixing up some potions? You look like quite the alchemist.
Well, I'm gonna go with the, we're just gonna walk out of here and go on to the next place. Maybe he'll meet me outside of town? Because I don't have a mark, he has vanished from existence. And I cannot be bothered standing around waiting for him to show up. All right. So if you missed, we are slowly losing health during the day because we are suffering from being a vampire, which was not an intentional life decision. We just went to sleep and we woke up as a vampire. And it gives a lot of stats. Like a lot of stats. It's pretty solid on the stats front. But, as you can see, slowly draining our life during the day kind of's not the best. Well, that's not what you want. Just waiting on the mana. You think you associate vampirism as being disowned by the Nine? I'm only ever went vampire when becoming the Dark Blood Brotherhood questline. Yeah, like I said, it wasn't something that I really got a choice. It just kind of happened. Or if it was a choice, it wasn't one I knowingly made. And I haven't bothered trying to cure it because, one, I'm curious. And then two, well, the like gradually losing life during the day is not my favorite. It is helping me deal with this restoration. Yeah, no, that's probably where I got it from, was fighting that vampire. I've had vampires, I fought them 2 or 3 times now. Hey. Give me those potions, and you got a lot of them, actually. Come on. And the battle is already won. Okay. There's a lot of plants here that we could put to use. Weirdly, they're not disappearing. Elementals? Yeah, they have a different name to them. They're like something between elementals and golems and all that. Let's see, in the VOD, you got Vampire Seduction Spell. It flashed while you were reading The Dream. Interesting. I found 4... Okay, so we find the shield in here. Yeah, at your notches. And what we'll probably do is once I finish this quick quest, at that point, I will probably put up a vote for if people want to keep seeing me play this, or if you want me to switch over to RimWorld. Because I'll leave that up to a vote on the stream of whether or not we just keep riding this out or we switch up games. There's cold, like electric and fire damage. There's also like just generic magic damage that I've seen. I think there's poison as well, which isn't really an element. Oh, if you're talking about the astronauts, those are just astronauts are literally just cold, fire, and lightning. Okay, you have a good time. I'm gonna walk over this way while I wait.
Who's there? You elves are all the same, all flesh and no fury.
And you die. And you die? Well, there you go. I was like, that damage over time should finish the job. I shouldn't have to do more. I was shocked when my spell didn't work. Oh yeah, no, when we had the like 1 or 2 enemies who were just like immune to the elements, I was like, what? You're not allowed to do that. That's illegal. I'm glad you ran in front of your defense. I was gonna say, he had like the big scary guy you summoned, and then you just ran right past him. 1 stone for 800, I'll take that. Daedric Dagger. 10 weight, 12 damage. That is what we call an upgrade. Grab those as well. Alright, so that means we're gonna go into our inventory. That dagger is better than my dagger. Let's see, wonder if the remastered Bethesda's test run for using Unreal 5 for the Elder Scrolls 6. I would assume they have to be pretty far into the Elder Scrolls 6 by now, if they're doing that kind of thing. I can't imagine they would wait. That's something you'd have to plan for pretty early in the process. I needed 1 unit of yarn. Gotcha, I see. So it looks like we're gonna have to go from one side, then backtrack, then go to the other side. About that later. Got hallways down there.
It's the fight you want. It's a fight you'll get.
That seemed to be quite a bit more damage than the weapon I was using did, which is lovely to see. Yeah, and these are tunnels down below.
Your presence here cannot be tolerated.
Give the way, cages.
This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death.
Okay. They're sure giving me a lot of potions. Did you have to transfer all of our enchants to this weapon now? So the weapon I was actually using is my one that doesn't really have any enchants on it. Because I have one that has enchants on, I had one that doesn't. And I've been using the one that doesn't most of the time, so I don't have to like recharge the enchants constantly. So I see this as replacing just my general, I'm just whacking enemies weapon. There's gotta be more to this room that I'm missing, right? I was expecting one of the turn handle things down here. I guess not. Now, granted, the lighting's bad enough I could easily be overlooking it. Alright. When I say bad, I mean dark, not bad as in like poor quality. I guess the idea is if you fell down here, you would explore that. Trying to find your way back up. Okay, nothing else. Don't really care. Yeah, so... we did lower the bridge over here. Okay. This one? Alright. One. Two. Okay. It feels like it's going to open back out to the full area, which would be confusing. Oh no, it's just more of the fort, okay.
Please, set me free. Thank you for rescuing me. I've lost track of how long they've held me here.
Who are you?
I am Sir Thedred. I came here seeking the shield of the Crusader, and was ambushed by these cowards. They've held me here since.
What are you doing here?
I've been held prisoner by these scoundrels for the longest time. They want to know how to reach the shield, and believed I would help them. When I refused, they locked me here, and only let me out to torture me. They got nothing from me.
Can you help me?
I can't go with you if that's what you mean. I'm too weak. I need to rest. Once I have my strength, I will certainly join your cause. You'll have to go on alone. But the knowledge I've gained may be of use to you.
What do you know?
Before finding this place, I learned a bit about those who created it. It's designed to keep the shield hidden and safe. A phrase kept coming up in the writings I found. When the eyes of the Guardians are upon you, Julianos will show you favor. I'm not sure how, but I just know it's a clue for making it safely through these ruins. You're the only one I've told. I hope it helps you. I must get out of this pit and get myself some rest. We'll meet again. Don't worry.
That was weird, there's a separate interaction. Okay, so before we go down... I say, before we go down that way, let's check these two rooms up here. Okay. Still plan to switch? Yeah, what I was going to say is we'll do a poll here in a minute and just see if people would rather see me continue this today or switch over to RimWorld to pick up where we left off on our Adam and Eve challenge run. Because we were doing that before this came out, and I know I've been playing this pretty hard, and this is outside my normal content on the channel. So just kind of wanting to make sure, you know, not pushing away the usual audience. We used the power of stabby stabby. It was super effective. The prisoner remains uncooperative. There's a little doubt that he was on his own and none will come to his aid. It has been made clear to him that unless he reveals what he knows, he shall pay most dearly, and yet he still holds out. We give it 1 more week, and if he does not help us reach the shield, we'll dispose of him, preferably in a manner most painful. Make me pick up pennies. Okay.
Hello there.
Well, that's not what you want. There we go. You're already dead. Okay. Apprentice, novice. Okay, so double check, make sure there's nothing down here, because sometimes games will do that to draw you away. Where they'll have, like, something valuable, but they'll just tuck it in the corner and then have an enemy to draw your attention the other way. To reward those who explore. Versus, you know, it's real easy to get distracted. I am tired of you just slightly sidestepping my attacks.
Thank you, Spencer, 15 for subscribing for 16 months.
Hey, Spencer, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I do really appreciate that continued support. Been subbed to the channel for 16 months, which means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that continued support. Really do appreciate it. Okay. Is this not a person we could jump down to? Ah, there we go, stairs. I don't see how that trap works in real life. They would just run out of the darts.
If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get.
Apparently some of those enemies were fighting each other. It didn't matter because I poisoned their summoners and then, well, damage over time their summoners and then walked away. Okay. Just everyone's sitting down here. I see how this works. We want them all to face the middle. You turned way more than I expected. So you're facing the right way, you're facing the right way, you are not. And that's because the guy gave me the hint, like the eyes gaze upon you or whatever. Not quite there, you're getting there. Yeah, so I saw the door open to the side, just make sure there's nothing up here of value. Now, there should be no enemies down here from that group, because that would imply that they already figured out the secret. I also question who's been maintaining those torches this whole time. Aw, don't tease me like this. Having a treasure room of boxes all around here in front of like these spires, and they're all just empty. Alright, well clearly we go up here, we find the shield. I found some sort of puzzle or trap deep inside the bulwark. I'll need to figure out what it means to acquire the shield. Oh, okay. Roger's skull. Roger's skull. Roger's gem. Oh, I see, I see. I'm misunderstanding this. That had a picture of a gem. Oh no, the skull's gone. Maybe it's telling me it was going to give me it. Roger's gem. Roger's goblet. Roger's goblet. Does Roger just have a lot of goblets, or am I misunderstanding this? Roger's sword. It's the same place that you had the goblet image before. Because at first I figured as you'd match whatever appears. Roger's goblet. Let me try putting this where we know we get the goblet from. I see. So we grabbed this, and added a picture of a hammer. So it was what I thought it was the first time. I just got confused when I didn't get the same item back. Roger's gem was back here, I believe. Roger's sword. So Roger's sword is not that one. I'm gonna guess this one, because I don't know which one it is. Nope. Roger's stone was this one. Roger's skull. So that's a book. I don't know what you are yet. You're good as a guess as any. We guessed right. Roger's book. Yeah, so you look like Crystal Ball, but you're the book. Roger's helmet. So sword's back there. I guess this is supposed to be the helmet where I was saying it was a crystal ball. Roger's sword. Roger not gonna give me anything else? The Shield of the Crusader. I have completed Sir Henrik's quest recovering the shield. Restore willpower, restore intelligence, give me these potions. Restore insight, sorcery, more scrolls, a piece of gold. Some weights and a scale. So we got a door leading out over there. And one over there. I'm assuming they just go to the same place, just loop together. Yup. Let's see, 45 equals a cake is a lie. Is there a special connection? They don't know how you could get a crystal ball there. 45 is cake is a lie. Oh, did you roll 45 and that's what that gave you? Alright, so bear with me, chat. I'm gonna go ahead and put this poll up real fast that I mentioned. So, poll. Yeah, I'll just do a regular poll. So I'll do a poll real fast. Let's see. What are we doing now? Let's see. More Oblivion, RimWorld, Adam, and Eve run. And it's just gonna be those two options. We're not gonna switch immediately, but I figured I might as well get that poll going. So if you do not see the poll, refresh your browser. That is just how that works. I can't do anything on my end to help you. Your browser is gonna dictate that. But basically, if you want us to switch over to RimWorld for the Adam and Eve run challenge, whatever you call it, you're gonna vote for that. How much are you enjoying Oblivion currently? I'm really enjoying it. I'm just being wary about numbers kind of thing. So it is one of those things that, like, if, for example, a lot of people voted for RimWorld right now, that'd be a pretty strong sign that, you know, while I'm enjoying it, it may not be the smartest move on my part to continue playing it kind of thing. Because this is ultimately content creation does pay my bills, so if people aren't enjoying what I'm playing, that doesn't help me pay my bills. I'll enjoy either game. I wouldn't put it up there if I didn't want to play it. Was this out? This is fun to watch, but you prefer RimWorld? Yeah. No, I gotcha. I'm already thinking it's like, should I have done the art tool? It's fine. I do ask that people vote honestly. Don't tie it for the memes. I am already completely lost as to how I get out. I'm gonna assume follow the blue arrow. Like try to work my way over that way. You think we like both? The numbers are doing the thing in the votes. Yeah, no, it's totally fine. Like I said, I do ask for these kind of ones. Don't deliberately tie it. If it ends up being a natural tie, that's totally fine. But for these kind of things, like game selection, I actually do consider tying it to be, like, actively bad for the channel, because it means you're artificially inflating a game that people want to see less, which means you're quite literally helping the channel get lower viewership. So, you get the idea there. So I just ask that you genuinely just answer honestly. Alright. Now, that doesn't mean if we do switch out, like, we're done with Oblivion forever kind of thing. It's mostly just getting, like, kind of a pull in the moment. I had even debated, I actually got another tool that I could potentially hide the vote, or let people vote for multiple and that kind of stuff. Granted, the vote for multiple is irrelevant here. Yeah, I want to get that set up. It's not surprising that Oblivion is currently winning. Usually the game that is actively being played has the advantage. Part of the reason I did that is very genuinely, if you're playing a game and the most of people are voting for the thing you're not playing, that's a real bad sign. That's a real strong bad sign, usually. It's a close vote, though. So, you know, put your vote in if you care. Because what we got going on in RimWorld is the Adam and Eve challenge, which basically we started with 2 pawns, effectively naked brutality, just with 2 instead of 1. And we gave them both the beautiful trait so that they would hook up and become a couple immediately. And with that, we are having our colony can only grow by having children. I may not take any outside people in, with the exception of if the people in my colony die to a point that I can't have more people.
Was the last mistake you'll ever make. Do your worst.
Alright, glass arrows. Iron arrows. I might even literally only take the weapons when they're enchanted for the extra value. Money's just not nearly that big a thing, and very genuinely, half of those things are so heavy. Yeah, looking like 14 to 10 in favor of Oblivion right now. So, if you want to see something else, now's your time to say, put in your vote. Otherwise, I'm happy to keep playing this. Regardless, we might do RimWorld tomorrow. Because I was genuinely on the fence before stream, just, you know, worrying about numbers thing. Okay. Alright, Oblivion wins. Yes, let me update the title, just so that I'm not promising RimWorld later, and it doesn't happen later. What we'll probably do is I'll probably do RimWorld tomorrow, is what I think I'll do. So we'll just have like a RimWorld stream tomorrow. I am glad people are enjoying this, because while I mentioned that the numbers aren't quite as high, it's not like other games we've played where the numbers aren't good, where like we'll have like I'll play a tycoon game and then the numbers will be genuinely just bad. And so then that has to go away. It's been kind of like lukewarm numbers. That said, it can also be a thing that if some of the people who are like the really big creators just kind of popping in while it's hot and then they're going to pop back out, it could be one of those things that if we're in that category when that happens, for a lot of people itching for more of it, it could be a good place to be. It's always hard to tell. Alright. So we're working our way back. I'm guessing we'll have the entire armor, and then we'll go seek out Big Bad Guy and go whack him in the head with the mace. Alright. Yeah, no, it definitely feels like people are enjoying both games. I also know that some of it is, I'm sure that we have regular viewers who are choosing not to watch right now because they're trying to avoid spoilers. And I never have a problem. Like, that's just the reality of how it works. I do the same thing that... Like, there's other channels who are playing the game that I'm avoiding spoilers as well. Now, for me, usually what I'll do is I'll tune in their channel and I'll just crank down the volume really low. And just kind of lurk because, you know, I want to support them. But I totally get the people dropping out. Alright, we'll drop that. It's heavy. Alright. And soon enough, I'm going to need to, drop by, go get ourselves to sleep. I'm so tired of that invisible wall. This is one thing about this game I don't like. Is I can't remember... What? Did I just collapse from running out of stamina? Is that a thing? Like, if you just straight up run till you run out of stamina, you just fall over? Hey! Give me the arrows and the lockpicks. Keep the rest. Invisible. Yeah, because the map has kind of a weird, like, L shape kind of thing. Especially since if you look down there, there's clearly enemies on the other side here. Oh, I can't actually get over there. I've seen a few times where there's like herbs on our side and I go to pick the herb and it's like, no, you can't go. All right. Trying to use weapons, the weapon more since destruction magic's already maxed. All right. And the next time we get to like one of the mage guild areas, let's try to get ourselves a decent conjuration spell. Is there a spell I could be using a little bit along the way? Let's go to self spells. So conjuration here, the problem is it's not one I can spam. That's mysticism. We can do that. Oh, nope. We have illusion. I want to, when we get back, see if we can... See if we can't make a spell that mixes types. Okay, it's hard to see in dark areas, or is it we see it on stream thinking of mine? Is it hard to see in dark areas, or is it we... Are you saying is it's like dark, hard to see in dark areas in general? Yeah. They have a brightness slider. I should probably actually adjust that. It's one of those things that, like, there's a certain amount of difficulty stuff with it. And it genuinely, for stream, usually I have it turned up more. Brightness intensity. We can bring it up 2 notches. Yeah, no, it's kind of one of those things. Like, It reminds me of when we were dealing with Project Zomboid, and there's like all the challenge run stuff going out there. People are like, yes, set it to pitch black nights. And don't get me wrong, pitch black nights in Project Zomboid do get scary. People are not wrong. It is objectively harder than not running that. But from a content creator standpoint, it sucks to watch. I've talked about a number of times that sometimes people worry too much about, you know, the challenge of the run versus consideration of the audience. And there is a challenge in Project Zomboid called One Painful Year. As far as difficulty of challenges, it's kind of only a middling challenge. It's not really that big of a challenge. It crops up every couple of years that someone will be like, oh man, One Painful Year sounds ridiculous. But all in consideration, it's just not that hard compared to other challenges. And it's just kind of one of those things that one of its requirements is pitch black nights. And so when it pops up and everyone starts asking creators to play it, it's like, no, you don't understand. That's actually a really awful challenge to watch. And so the last time it came up, which is about 2 years ago, is during Build 41, I did have a number of people while I was playing the game.
Sir Knight, thank Arke you are back. I have terrible news. Sir Roderick, I think he's dead.
One moment. We'll get to that in a second. But it was just one of those things that at the time that challenge was going around, I kept having more and more and more people tune into my challenge. Are like, are you doing One Painful Year? And it's like, I'm not doing Pitch Black Nights. They're like, oh, thank God, I'm going to watch over here. And it's like, you felt bad because it wasn't like you were stealing viewers or anything like that. That's not really a thing. You'll have people accuse it, but that's just not really a thing. Hey, and Janix getting 200 stream streak. Thanks so much for lurking for 200 whole streams. That's a lot of lurking. I really do appreciate it. But, it's just kind of one of those things that, like, they weren't able to enjoy the content their normal channels were doing because of settings they were doing in their games. And so I ended up picking up a lot of viewers at the time because everyone was jumping into this challenge without thinking about the implications it has on their viewers. Sir Roderick, who's that?
A holy knight, like you, questing for the relics at the Prophet's call. I was his squire. I believed he was chosen by the gods to reclaim the relics.
Hey, it is. 200 is more 3. Hey, Pankraro. I hope you had the rest of your stream went well, playing Liza P. Can I get a shout out for Pankraro? Another fantastic content creator, friend of the channel, has been around here since, you see that first badge, since right by the beginning and all that. So definitely good times over there. Been playing some Liza P as well as a bunch of other things. Didn't get the boss get down, but got so close. I know that feeling from playing other Souls-like games. But yeah, Greatest Pink Squid on the internet, definitely someone you should check out. A lot of fun chaos over there. What happened?
At first things were going well. He prayed at all the shrines and received a vision, a disturbing vision. The shade of Sir Beric spoke to me was all he said. We must put him to rest. We traveled back and forth across Colovia. He was always asking about an old noble family, the Vlindrels. Finally, he found what he was looking for. We went to Underpole Cave, and there he fell.
Let's see, you're not a fan of the One Painful Year? Gave it a try one time? Yeah, it's a very... So for those who don't... Here, I'll explain what the One Painful Year... I'm going to get details wrong. The One Painful Year challenge in Project Zomboid, the gist of it is, I think you set it to 8 times population, so it's more than you normally have by a considerable amount, but way below the max. But the gimmicks are, you set the zombies to be smart enough to be able to open doors and windows, which is supposed to be like the big scary thing. Pitch black nights, multiple helicopters, and I believe there was a rule, something like every 3 months you must move out of from the city you're in to a different city. And so you do that, and after 1 year you win. And I think like there's details I'm going to be missing some settings on all there, but that's kind of the crux of it. But when you consider for the alternative, the way I usually play Project Zomboid is I play it at 16 times population with multiple helicopters, and I start with 0 stats, and I often turn on the smart zombies where they can open doors and windows, and I've done like pinpoint hearing and a bunch of stuff. And then you look at One Painful Year, like, oh, really the only thing Rual's not already doing worse than is the Pitch Black Nights. Because it's just obnoxious to watch. Which, for the record, the way you play around that is it just means the moment it hits like 5 p.m. in game, you stop what you're doing and you work your way back home. Like, you just drop what you're doing and go back home. And it's just kind of one of those things. And so from the watching side, it means you go back home and you sit at home for a third of the day and all that. And it's just kind of one of those things. Alright. I'm sure he died well.
He did. I owe him my life. He faced the evil wraith of Lord Vlindrel and told me to run. And I did. I know I should have stayed with him. Perhaps together we could have destroyed that evil thing.
So was Sir Roderick looking for?
He said that Sir Barrick's tomb was an Underpaw cave, which is no cave, but some kind of buried keep. He had learned that Sir Barrick had once been a questing knight, like us. He had found the greaves and sword of the Crusader, but then turned to evil. Sir Roderick hoped to find the relics within Sir Barrick's tomb, and he did. But we also found a terrible guardian, the wraith of Lord Vlindrel, Sir Barrick.
Let's see. You know where the relics are?
Yes, my lord. And I brought you. Sir Roderick shouted for me to take them. The greaves, the holy relic, they're yours.
And the sword, what happened to it?
The wraith. It used it against Sir Roderick. I don't know how that evil thing could use the holy weapon, but it did. It screamed as it struck.
Let's see. You were telling me about the sword.
I'm sorry. I've already failed Sir Roderick once. I don't want to fail him again. I remember he said something about the sword before we... He was worried that the sword may have been turned to evil, that it may have to be reconsecrated on the altar of its creator, the divine Arche. That's all I remember. I hope it may help you.
You did well.
Thank you, Sir Knight. I would ask a boon if I could, although I know I do not deserve it. Would you make me a Knight of the Nine? I want to dedicate myself to ridding the world of evil. I owe it to Sir Roderick.
Rise, Sir Lathan.
Thank you. Thank you, Sir Knight. I will not fail you. Give me a moment to arm myself, and I will accompany you to Underpaw Cave to destroy the foul wraith.
What's with all these people walking away being like, let me arm myself, and then I never see them again? I would like them to not, why do I suddenly wait? Oh, how heavy were those greaves you gave me, friend? How? Oh, it's Gauntlet and Greaves of the Crusader. Right. Right. You're killing me here. Some's gotta get dropped. And I'm not liking the idea of that. Not only a little something, like 40 units of weight needs to be dropped. That is more than just slapping some alchemy and giving a thumbs up. There's a wolf pelt. That's not much. Do we have any bear pelts? Please tell me there's like a whole stack of bear pelts for me to drop. It's literally... Oh, it might be under here. I'll eat the bread because I can. Okay, so we've got all the stuff of the Crusader and then the Mage Killer stuff. We got the Staff of Fire. Got the Dagger of Suck. I folded cloth for some reason. The yarn I need for something else. It's only one weight, so it's not going to help. And we're already down to stuff that weighs almost nothing. Look, you're killing me. Why is it all so heavy? Because I don't really want to get rid of my Warhammer of Voltage. The Soul Tap and Strike is kind of a nice effect. But of the things, that's starting to be like the one that looks like it's going to make the cut. The Staff of Fire is not that impressive. Let's drop the Staff of Fire. You can drop the glass arrows, you can drop the iron arrows. Okay. Resist cold pain. I mean, they're only one weight. It's not an... Like, that's the reason it's like, it's one weight for something of value. So I gotta get rid of... Well, you wouldn't happen to have a shop here, would you? Did my Dark Elf get stung by bees? No.
I am at your command, Sir Knight.
Follow me.
Of course.
This dude's certainly gonna die. Now we're at the Priory of the Nine, so there is not going to be a place for me to sell or trade here. What do you have on you again? I didn't actually want to put those on. What are your stats? Spell absorption on self. 14, which is really high. Are you having an allergic reaction to something? They ate their puppy? What? Oh no, it's quite the opposite. He's super gaunt and his face is collapsing in on itself. He's also got a chisel that he could break stone with. You're right. Yep. Super gaunt. Took that gaunt slider and said, to the moon! Alright, so, look here. Maybe we can make this work out. Filters. Let's try Fortify Magic. I don't want to hurt myself with that. Oh, you can get a lot of effects on one thing. Alright, hang on. That changes everything about how I deal with this. Alright, let's just take this by a completely different approach. Let's clean off the filters. Let's just grab something I got a bunch of, and another thing I got a bunch of. You have nothing in common, so that doesn't actually help. So let's see. Things that restore magicka. Because if I just make potions out of this, it's literally going to be the same weight, I think. Just in potion form. No, it's worse than that. The weight went up. Alright, so we're just going to start chucking stuff. Crab meat, get it out of here. That's easy to come by. Lettuce, get it out of here. Rat meat, get it out of here. Trying to find stuff. Potato, get it out of here. Tomatoes, get it out of here. And a unit of rice. And I just need like one more. Something that's easy to come by. But I don't really care. And I'm gonna eat the strawberry. The unicorn horn. Feels kind of bad, man. It started it. I ended it. That's just the way the math worked. Okay, so we can move. Dark Elves look scary. So the challenge is, I 100% know it's going to give me a sword. And the problem I have is almost all of my weight is inventory stuff. Honestly, I'm probably going to get rid of the Dagger of Suck and the Warhammer of Voltage and just do without. And then probably the Mage Kill... I mean... Where's the nearest town? So you want me to go most of the way back to my home base. Alright, so let's go ahead and run up here to one of these towns. Let me just mark Chorrol here. So we're going to run to Chorrol, because I already know my way around that town really well, and I know the shopkeepers have more money versus less. I could sleep in the Mage Guild there to get my level up. Sleep. Good puppy. Okay. And we are just... that'll never get tired. Running out of stamina and just plunking on over. Okay. And I accidentally equipped my axe again. There we go. I don't actually need clairvoyance. I just cast it to do a little bit of mysticism. My plan is also, while we are in town in Chorrol, to see if I can get any type of conjuration spell. With the intent of just casting the conjurations. Casting the conjuration spell occasionally. Alright. Almost there. But this will also be good because it seems like when we go to get this Sword of the Crusader, that we should also be able to, from there, visit our home, because we'll be most of the way up there anyways. And I'm hoping that'll be the end of the Crusader quest line. And at that stage of the game, I'll just pop by the house, drop off all that heavy Crusader armor, and probably never speak of it again. We can also check to see if those Crusader weapons, I'm assuming they just have an enchant on them. Oh, it's because we still have that curse on us that gives us a permanent fatigue penalty. That's probably what's going on and why I'm collapsing as opposed to just running out of stamina and all that. It's probably just the way the math works under the hood is it's allowing me to go like negative or zero, whereas before... Ah, the horses are collecting in front of town. Alright. Okay. we'll start with you if it's still daytime. No. Because you have 1,200 bucks. So might be able to sell some potions and that kind of stuff. We can probably do that over here too.
Yes? You look skilled in alteration. Maybe you can teach me something. I'm Carmen Litta. Perhaps you know my husband, Alberic Litta, the Mage's Guild sorcerer. What can I do for you? Goodbye.
Nothing. I was looking for staff members.
Good day.
Bye. Okay, so we just need to go to sleep. And it may or may not be slightly a vampire. It just kind of happened, and we haven't done anything about it. Let's see. Gonna do a quick save because I don't know what that icon means. Feed. Oh no! Feeding was a trick. I lost my extra stat bonus, and because I lost the stat bonus, I can no longer handle what I'm carrying. In a dream from your childhood, you remember playing hiding games with your young friends on a warm summer afternoon. You hide in your parents' barn, sure you will not be found. Soon, the sweet smell of hay is replaced by a darker, sickly smell. You move deeper into the barn only to stumble on a rotting corpse of your parents, their throats ripped out. You try to scream as your parents rise and pull you into an embrace. So I had okay. That prevented me from getting my level game. There we go. The results of your hard work and dedication always look like luck, but you know you've earned every ounce of your success. Sure, we can go with that. Go ahead and start maxing that one out, and the rest can go into agility, I guess, because I can only put it into 3. Those dreams mean your vampire stage advancement? Yeah, I figured as much when they kept happening and they're all about me violently hurting people. Which means basically I drank blood and I went to sleep and immediately staged up again. But that's okay.
Hi there. I hope I can help.
You look like a shrewd businessman.
Hello. Well met.
Alright, bartering.
What can I interest you in?
Haggle. Turn it up a bit more. Okay, so let's get started here. Because I got crap to ditch. Actually, no, wait a second.
Bye.
Not you. You're not gonna have what I need.
It's my pleasure. Goodbye.
A pleasure. May I interest you in something?
Okay, I want Conjuration. Okay. You are not skilled enough. You do not have enough magicka for that. Oh. You are hella expensive. Can you give me, like, a discount Conjuration? And I mean discount as in mana cost? Because these are all way too expensive for me. I mean, all of these are still just... Alright, I'm accepting... I get... Oh, actually, I could just pay for
If you wish to
training.
learn more about alteration, you'd be wise to consult Tooth. I believe he's currently residing somewhere north of Breville. Spends most of his time in Nib...
You won't train me what I need.
You too.
I understand. Alright, so I'm just gonna have to accept the fact that for me to, Let's see, do you mind you sharing a tip about mana cost that isn't obvious? Sure. Because, like, those spells, like, if I craft spells, I can get those to be much cheaper. But yeah, so where's the conjuration? We could conjure that knife, and I'll just make it a habit of bound dagger. Alright, so we'll do this, and for right now, we'll go to 8, bound dagger. Let's see, as you scale that level increase, it reduces mana cost. Gotcha. I figured something like that. But regardless of...
How are you?
I can't believe it.
Into fire
The Grey
and
Prince
steel
has been
recently?
beaten. There's a new arena.
Yep, so all it means is I'm just gonna have to keep conjuring the dagger.
A pleasure to speak.
Alright, you're about to take
Only
me
quality goods
for a
for
ride
sale
in
here.
a big way,
What can I interest you in?
and I'm not gonna like it. But I can't go on with this. So here, have my dagger of suck. It's all yours.
A fine transaction.
Have the Warhammer of Voltage. It's yours. Take the gold ring. It's just a gold ring. Take the cold resist pants.
A good price for
Take
a
the
good
emerald.
customer. That seems a fair price.
Take the Vesta warding.
You've made a good bit of gold.
So the Mage Killer Greaves, I do feel like spell absorption of 14 is pretty solid. And those are pretty valuable. I did knock down my carry weight almost 100. Let's go to some of those other potions we made. Potion of Slowing, get it out of here. Potions of Insight, get those out of here.
A heart, a good price for a good customer.
All right. Negotiation, bargaining, dickering, haggling, all means to an end. Getting the best possible prices are now an expert merchant. All merchants in the world will now have 500 more gold available. You can invest in a shop to permanently increase the merchant's available gold by 500. How do I
Another satisfied.
invest 500 in this shop?
I would gladly let you invest in my shop. The extra coin will allow me to purchase more goods from adventurers such as yourself.
Okay, bartering.
What can I interest you in?
Yes! You can actually start to afford my stuff. That's actually pretty awesome. Sorcery.
That seems a fair price.
Honestly, take that potion of healing. It's just a regular one. Sorcery.
That's a fair deal.
Okay, so got all that crap out of here. Not too worried about the junk here. It's not super heavy. And most will use get
That's
the
more
gem
than I
out of here.
usually pay.
We didn't have any bear hides. Let's see if we have any wolf hides. Nope. Make sure I wasn't missing any more scrolls. I am. I forgot we grabbed some of those. They're not particularly valuable, but...
You got a great deal there.
Okay. Let's see, so especially with high-level conjuration spells, they look impossible for everyone to cast with higher conjuration levels. They're more than reasonable cost. Yeah. What's your current conjuration skill? It's like 12 or something. Yeah, so even the Mage Killer ones, they still don't have enough. But
Thank
I have
you for your patronage.
I have 114 carry weight, so I think that'll be fine. All right. Okay. So we got our level. I didn't get the conjuration spell I was hoping for. I just don't have the levels to make it happen. That's fine. All right. And the sunlight hurts us because we're a vampire. So it's going to be a march across the world where we go back and forth between... Alright. I'm guessing fighting with the conjured dagger does not actually give me more XP in conjuration. It's just the actual conjuring of said dagger that does. Okay. When we get back to our home, I want to make a spell that is going to be a much more powerful restoration spell, but a restoration over time. Because if I make it a restoration over time for dealing with this kind of stuff, I can cast it and just let it run. And usually the overtime is way more mana efficient for the same total healing than if you do it all in one big burst. I'm busy, bear. I don't really need to kill you all right now. Because I don't need your hides. I don't, like, there's no just basic XP. You get XP based on actions, and my destruction magic is maxed. So just randomly killing animals is not super important to me. Like, genuinely for gaining levels, just casting heal on myself again and again will do way more for me. I've arrived at the Underpaw Cave, the location of Lord Vlindel's grave. Sir Roderick died somewhere inside, battling a foul wraith that now wields the sword of the Crusader. I do want to kill these two, but I need the mana to do it. And there's a bear, apparently. Alright, you know what? So my fear is if I duck inside, they'll follow me through, and then they'll get pinched in there. They're just gonna kite them. I should just pop my potions. I got a pile of them. Did you give up? Oh, there you are. Okay. I pop my potions to gradually recover my mana. Okay. And now the bear's dead. Let's get out of the sunlight so he stopped dying. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom in a big way. So let me go ahead and use the restroom before we dig in on this. But thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Thank you again for tuning in. Yeah, you know, it'd be awfully... Alright, you know what? It's fine with me. Just kind of the mental image of this person. They're in the zombie apocalypse. They're walking around with a machete. They got this giant backpack they're holding on their side. And just every couple minutes they're just reaching in there, grabbing like a fish fillet just right out of there, just shoving it in their mouth, going right back to fighting. Just, it's a weird view in my mind. Oh crap, we're already drowsy again. Hang on. 98%. No, those are all good. Alright, whatever. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Well, that's not what you want. I heard it as like, where is it? That's gonna cost us. It's gonna cost us a lot, because I was at speed. I heard the noise, I was like, what? And I switched the camera out. Oh, yeah, that is a bad hit. Well, I'm glad we have our suit upgrades. That is a real bad hit. Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you, I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping. And it might be I have to put it down. Hey, Storge. Walter's asking me questions about my coffee bean dealer. I'm not telling.
Raj is hot.
Raj is hot.
It is good for Raj.
Yes, good for Raj indeed. I love you.
I love you.
Too much is like, Raj is hot. Good for Raj. Raj is like, I know. I am dapper AF. But I'm not telling. I know what he... This is not the way I should have done this. Oh well, it's too late to turn around and rethink our choices. That is death right there. Bully, 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 bully. I don't know if that was a zombie hitting us, or if that was us falling down. Alright, and back to it. And just so you know, Raj is hot. In case anyone was wondering, Raj is in fact hot. Now, if you played Coral Island, so is 90% of the entire island is hot. But you know, that's just the nature of the game. It's a Stardew Valley-esque game. But all the Bachelor and Bachelorettes and everything on there definitely are not lacking in the looks department. If you can't find what you're looking for on the island, you need to lower your expectations. This definitely feels like a asset reuse location. Nope, I retract that statement. Because when I first walked into this area over here, and it was like right at the entrance, I've seen this entrance before. And then we came around here, I'm like, yep, nope, I have not seen a big ominous door, underground building castle thing, so you know, that's just nothing to worry about. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Okay. A dwarven claymore. Silver battle axe. Basically trying to clear up the middle space first. Okay. Just peeking behind him in case I had a box or anything. Okay. Alright, so that's the south wing. Alright, well, we'll just keep going down this way, because it looks like that thing. Oh, it's probably the same room, they just added a door. You know, you're not wrong. But yeah, that was one of the big negatives I had of Skyrim. I really like Skyrim, but while every game reuses assets, it's just an efficient thing to do. To not do so. What? I don't even know what that debuff is. Like, reusing assets is just, that's not what I wanted. That's a waste of mana. Okay. But I'm like, all games reuse stuff. But like, they'll use like the same base building, and then what they'll do is they'll like rotate it, put entirely different decorations on it, you know, give it a different texture on it, like all sorts of stuff like that. So even though you're looking at the same building probably a dozen times, they're different enough you don't really notice it that much. But Skyrim was pretty notorious for being pretty lazy about its approach to a lot of that. And so there's a lot of times you would walk into a cave, and literally the entire layout of the cave was the exact same, but they just kind of flipped a couple of things around here and there. And so it got a pretty bad reputation for it, just because when you say, hey, They just stood out way too much. All right. All right. Getting a bunch of arrows and all that. I'm also amused that those don't hurt you running around. So we have Daedric Greaves, worth a small fortune, but they're really heavy, and I cannot justify. I gotta be very careful, because I am instinctively wanting to pick those up. Alright, so I can deal with this door. Do I still have that on my wheel? Target. And we want to go to you. Okay, so it's 6. Alright. And my assumption with most of this is that the conjured weapons probably never get amazing. Because it'd be weird if they did. Tables were just cabinets stuck in the ground? Yeah, there's all sorts of bizarre stuff. Man, that happens a lot in games. And like I said, that in itself is not a bad thing. It's just when they do it and you take one look at it and be like, oh, that's the same asset just flipped this way. And like it really stands out that strong. That's where you start getting into problems. All right. Okay, Dwarven Battle Axe. Okay. Ah, this is if I fell down from up there. That's all this path is. Alright. The good news, we've already put in like 5-6 levels on the Conjuration. So 6. Oh, this is just over top that main area. Alright, let's go back in here and try circling around the other way. Because we took that right pass, let's take the left one instead. Okay, so you just had a spot up here. I think it was just there for you to overwatch. I'm guessing with the conjuration is we'll have a magnitude staff that just makes the weapon better, and then a duration stat that makes it last longer. Oh, that was a minion. I didn't die, I ran out of stamina, so he fell over. That's the reason I held off attacking for a minute there, is I was trying to let my stamina recover enough to do an attack. And actually complete it. Alright. I'm sure I could, like, to level this up much faster. Set up where I have, like, conjure sword, conjure shield, conjure helmet, conjure armor. Have a good time. Clearly I'm supposed to fall down there to fight. Your brother loots everything in games, but only keeps items with the highest value. If it's not better than he has, the lowest value items are dropped first. Kinda odd. I mean, a lot of times in these games, usually item value is directly tied to how good it is. Not always, like, perfectly, but just broadly speaking. Like, I know for Tomb it's kind of one of those things. She would much rather grab stuff based on number because it's just easier to manage. It's like if something has like a gear score or something like that, she's going to use that versus trying to sit down and figure out which one's actually the best. She just doesn't want to put in the time, which is totally fine. I completely understand and respect that, because there's times you sit there and you stare at the items for like half an hour being like, not really half, like you spend 5 minutes staring at items going, I'm not really sure which one's better, when if you just kept going forward, you would get a better item like faster than MB to figure out which of the two is better. When you consider how limited carry weight so many games have, it's just not worth taking the time. You said your loot hoarder in the beginning, but just so you can load up with pots and crafting kind of stuff? Yeah. Okay. Daedra helmet. And well... Oh, it's just that closing. Get more selective later? Yeah. It's usually just the limitation of inventory space is such a big thing. Okay. Like, and right now we're not using even remotely ideal setup. I'm using this conjured weapon as opposed to my actual weapons. Okay. Alright, so... we've gotten to the top area of both these paths, and I haven't seen any type of, like, lever or button or switch or side passage. Let's run back in here, because somewhere in here is what we're looking for. So we went to the right, we went to the left. There's no middle path as far as I can see. I feel like we explored the right better than the left. Yeah, nothing up here. Kind of being funneled this way. Yeah, this looped back over into this area. And that's a drop down. Let's not take the drop down this time and explore this more. Okay, that was a dead end. And that's the way in here. I guess dropping down might be the only path. And no lever or anything. And there's a dead end back there. Yes, it definitely feels like this side is very linear so far. Yes, that side's very linear, that there doesn't seem to be anywhere I could really deviate off to the side. Yay, we're now an apprentice in conjuration. Yes, literally where we just were, so I feel pretty comfortable that we kind of hit up everything on that side. So go back in. See what we can find maybe on the right path. We're going to do another lap around here because I wasn't able to interact with any of the coffins or anything. Is this literally another path behind me? Please, let me out of the rocks. No, I haven't been using the local map very much. I actually don't even know if the local map works in these kinds of places. Oh man, I want to zoom out every time. Yeah, no, that's actually very useful. Most places don't let you have a local map of the dungeon, so... I didn't want the bow. Because when I grab this sword, I'm expecting it to push our carry weight to its limit. Okay. We should absolutely have magic clogs. So I'm gonna judge by the wraith holding the flaming sword over its head. That's probably our target. The Sword of the Crusader, the Wraith Lord Vindrel has been destroyed. You need to reclaim the Sword of the Crusader. It's somehow been twisted to an evil purpose. I've recovered the sword of the Crusader, but it has been desecrated by the foul wraith that wielded it. I should take it to the chapel of Arcade in whatever to reconsecrate it for holy purpose. We have a ring, we have this, a lockpick. Right, weird that you have a path up there for no reason, but okay. Oh, I thought with the light pointing here, I was like, treasure. I guess there is treasure. Not looking like there's much down there. I can't see much anyways. We already got a treasure box there. I'm content with that. We'll check. It's the land bar. Just punching slaughterfish that keep spawning up on the surface. Okay, so we can go here. And we'll give it a moment to figure itself out. Alright. Yeah, so you have his tomb that's got all his stuff in there. Alright. So you got Sir Roderick. You've got a helmet of spell resistant, a long sword of lightning. Don't do this to me, game. I cannot carry these. Tireless Greaves. Can I get away with it? Let's see. Still got about 34 carry weight left. So I can grab that helmet. But the Tireless Greaves I cannot make happen, I don't think. We are over encumbered by 8. Nowhere near enough arrows for that to matter. Oh, here. I was looking to see if I couldn't make, potion tab. I could certainly chuck the potions on the ground. Do I have other crap we can drop? Like, did I pick up any bones or anything like that? I know I have the 1 yarn. I can drop those. That's 4 weight, and I never use them. We can drop the rat meat. Got tons of bone meal. Can you craft feather potions? Probably. That might be what we end up doing. It'd just be another thing I gotta juggle around. Oh. Superior Self. Cool, that's certainly a name. Longsword of the Crusade. Okay. So we are 1 stone overweight. So in that case, how about we just go ahead and say, hey, have some agility, have some sorcery. I gotta drink 1 more apparently. And feather. I dislike that there's heaps of maggots all over the place. Alright, I'm gonna avoid picking up any of that stuff. Yeah, okay, so we're back here. Alright. So with that, we should be able to get to the main room again. From the main room, we can turn around this way. And work on getting our way out of here. That gives me the full Crusader set. At the full Crusader set, we're supposedly ready to fight the big boss. I am hoping it isn't one of those things that you are forced to wear that set to fight it. I have a feeling it is, or at least the weapon, but we could figure it out. Because I'd much rather just go up, cast, kill the big thing, and then move on, because if it drops anything of substance whatsoever... Okay. Alright, sorry, I was just checking one thing. Alright, so with that, we can go to our quest options. The Sword of the Crusader. I have recovered the Sword of the Crusader, but it has been desecrated, so we need to go to... that way. Wait, what we can do... is literally my spire is along the way there. I have a couple of things we can drop off. And then at the same time, I can then use the spire to go directly to that town. And for those who, I've been doing no fast travel, with the only exception of there's like 1 or 2 places that have portals that go directly to other locations. That I've been giving the go-ahead. So I'm not allowed to just pull up the map and be like, go there. But if a place has a direct connecting portal from A to B, that's fine. Okay. Yep, so we're going for a tower right up there. So the feather potion is going to run out long before we get there. At least, yeah, it'll probably run out long before we get there, but we'll get as far as we can. Okay. Don't really care what's chasing me. Yeah, it's nothing new or exciting. I'm trying to get up here or as close as I can before the feather potion wears off. I'm gonna certainly have to like craft another one or ditch something or some other. Right now, I'm not gonna get XP I care about from fighting it. I don't have the room for the loot if I kill it. So unless it's like something that poses a real threat or something that's like an interesting new enemy. Oh, I don't care about you. Why is my endurance still draining? I mean, the answer is going to be that curse, but... I know say it stopped moving, it's still going down. It could also be that if I'm on a steep enough ledge, it just drains. It's fine. It's still the creation engine under the hood, and that means mountains are suggestions. Oh, I just need to eat like one thing to... I like how it made my character scream as if it got hurt with cure poison. Alright. And what we can probably do once we get to one of the towns again, there's a good chance I'll actually be able to get a conjuration spell that's actually useful. Alright, we are home. So first gonna go in the basement and drop off the weapons I'm not gonna use. And that kind of thing. Alright, so I put the unique looking stuff in the one box that was higher. Yeah, so like those kind of things. Alright, so let's pop over here. So I think I need the equipment of the Crusader, so we're not gonna drop that. Let's pop in here. So that's just a regular helmet. I mean, a helmet of spell resist that's really high. I don't care about the money. I'm swimming in money, really. Yeah, so anything that's over 2,000. Yeah, anything that's over 2,000 that I don't want to bring with me. I'm just gonna chuck in here for right now. Alright, is there other stuff that I know I don't need anymore? That's a will. We can get rid of that. I think I don't need that anymore. The journal we might need. The Way Shrine maps I don't need. I'll only bring one of these keys. Even though I don't have weight, I just don't care to carry them. I ditched a bunch of that. Meanwhile, I tossed a bunch of valuables in here. And honestly, these could be for like enchanting and all. We don't really know what the rings are all about. We're going to be going to a town, so we'll deal with that. That's the important thing, is I basically got rid of some junk that's been in my inventory that like are relatively good items. So we happen to be here, and I can craft spells, and I got buku bucks. So, is there a summon anything? Summon Scamp. So it's just duration is the only thing we can do. Interesting. That did not fit what I was hoping. Right, so what I wanted to see about is can I put like summon scamp duration 1? I don't really care. So that would make it a conjuration spell. And then we can go in here and we can go to feather. That makes it an alteration spell as well. And then we can go to, where was it? Ooh, I wish you could see which ones they were. Fortify. Oh, interesting. I might be able to do something with that. Okay. I need to go in here and figure out what some of these ones. So Fortify Magicka is restoration. So you can do Fortify Magicka. Wait, people mentioned it was a thing of their cost. Oh, I can use the Summon Scamp. I don't even need to make a spell. Hang on. So you can now be that, and that's actually useful for me. Alright, what other spell do I want to do? Because I'm noticing Fortify Magicka. We can make that for self. Duration, we can make it nice and high. Why can I only go up to 40? I did... Not... That is a spellcrafting bench. I guess there's just a hard limit on this that I can only go up to 40 ever. Costs like nothing. I also don't have the candle. Okay, so if I do that, what's that going to be? So, self, Fortify Magicka. So with that, that boosts my total magic by 30, I believe. It's actually not super useful. Alright. What else do we want to go and set up? So... we have the... It's not Drain. I would want Absorb Magicka. Okay, and giving area massively increased its cost. So it's trying to see if we were trying to... Why does it still say 40? That's what's throwing me off. Like, whatever out of 40. Oh! That's because of my lack of skill in that area. I understand now. I was there because I'm used to the drain stuff where I have that still doing the whole thing. Alright, so that's not super useful. Because I was thinking Fortify Magicka would be really good on those. I can't remember what spells we're talking about doing. So I already have my really good damage spell. What I was trying to see is if there was a cheaper spell I could, you know, set up a cheap spell for when I'm dealing with just junk enemies. And we can enchant stuff. If I were to enchant one of these rings, I do have a Grand Soul. So a Grand Soul seems like a really good one to use something on. Now this is a ring, so if I put stuff like weakness to fire or something, that's going to happen to me. So we don't want that. So shield would be a good one. I already got... Oh, actually, let me check what I have in my current ring before I mess with any of this. My current stuff I've got on is my current ring, My current ring is here somewhere. I don't see my current ring, so I guess I won't worry about it. I must have stored it. It's fine. So we've got a spell spell absorption on self of 20 points, which is really strong. So let's go ahead and see just what the best I can do on a ring is. Take the Ebony Emerald Ring, Grand Soul, and we can pop in there. Well, actually, here's a question. Okay, so thoughts. I can use the Grand Soul to guarantee myself. I'm going to use it on something that's going to pass. So I could give it Feather, which gives me more carry weight. That's the greedy side of me who wants to do that. All these negatives are a bad time, so I don't want them. I could do Fortify Magicka. If I were to do Fortify Magicka, I would get 24 more mana. You know, anytime I'm wearing that. And that wouldn't be terrible. That might not be the best. Here's a question. Fortify Magicka. So I can't adjust the amount. And it won't let me add multiple. Yeah, Fortify Strength is also carry weight. Yeah, and then Feather would be plus 50. 50 is a lot. 50 is a lot. But stuff like damage and all that won't work for me. Shield would be a defensive thing. Light would be a convenience thing. I'm leaning towards Fortify Magicka to give me a little bit more wiggle room. Man, it's only 24 points. I mean, don't get me wrong, 24 points is 10%, which is not nothing. That's the thing, it feels like what I can enchant doesn't feel that strong compared to what I can just find out in the world if we're lucky. Which might just be the reality of it. I can guarantee myself stuff here. Alright, let's ignore that for a second. What would happen if I go to put something on with the Grand Soul on my knife? So with the knife, the problem is all of these have kind of a duration to them that I use up the resource and then it's gone. So like if I did Absorb Magicka, this is telling me I believe that it would get, actually I'm not sure, that would give me 533 charges on it, which is a lot. But if I try to jump into anything meaningful, let's say 10 charges for 5 seconds, so that'd be 50 mana, I only get 22 charges on the weapon period. So that's the reason I don't like it. And I can recharge it using other soul gems. But I don't want to have to sit here and constantly recharge it. So yeah, so I think we are dealing with the ring. I'm a little underwhelmed by what I can do with the enchants. They're not bad, I want to do more. And Feather is plus 50. Which is a lot of carry weight. And weirdly, that's the only one I can't seem to select out of. I need to stop being stubborn about it. I'm going to use the Grand Soul. And I'm going to Fortify Magicka. I can't seem to select. There we go. Ring of Great Magics. I don't know. That's a terrible name. Constant effect 85. I don't know. Okay, so we made that ring. So if we look at our character, we have 226 mana. What happens when I chuck that ring on? 250, yeah. And so now we can go and see about making a slightly better version of our spell. So we did have, wasn't it like just this generic magic damage? Or... because we had Shock, Fire, Frost, and I thought we got one more that was just like damage, health. Alright, let's try to set this up. Okay. So, duration, I'm going to cut this one down to 15 seconds. And we can go up to 250, and we have 4 effects. Why can I not put that higher? I don't understand. I'm going to ignore that UI and just pretend it's all fine. So. Wifey. Okay. I will. I love you. Mm-hmm.
I love you.
Okay. Love. So yeah, alright, so we have 250 divided by 4. So that'd be not quite 75. We'll go with like 65. So 14 points of fire damage for 15 seconds. Frost damage. 14 points of frost damage for 15 seconds. So that's 130. We can go down shock damage. So 14 points of shock damage for 15 seconds. That's just shy of perfect. And then absorb magicka. Want to set that to 15 seconds as well. Okay. There we go, perfect. It's not quite the same, but yeah. Confirm. Even more of everything. Create. Alright, so let's see what happens with that. We'll go magic. Pull up the wheel. So I need to move some stuff around because I keep accidentally using those potions. So let's do touch, even more of everything, which is even more expensive. I want to put the self heal here. Right, I was going to make a heal over time. Right. I'm not going to be able to make a good one yet, but we're going to just make that. So restore health. Yeah, so that'd be 150 hit points. Actually, let's cut that down to 10 seconds, maybe. Nah, it's fine. Regen. Didn't I already make a regen? Yeah, so I don't have the 75. I'm gonna make that, though. Oh, I can't. Range? What about the range? Did I not set the range in the other one? I mean, I want it to be touch. Yeah, range touch. So this spell goes back to fully draining our mana. We have slightly higher mana. Alright, so with that said... Not self? Well, okay, yeah, sorry, for the heal. It didn't matter, I didn't have enough... Actually, we can still probably make it. Alright, so... Restore health. Self. Magnitude. 10. 15. Regen. The problem is if I choose confirm... You'll tell me I need to be higher. Need to be higher. We can do that one. Okay, so now with that, my hope is I'll be able to go in here to my wheel and change you to regen. Which weirdly only has half as much... Oh wait, because we had to lower it. Yeah, so regen can heal me for considerably more than the burst heal. I'll keep that in there. We have the weakness thing I haven't needed. And honestly, the rest is fine. Okay, so now we needed to go where? What's the city we're going to? We are going to Shinedale or whatever it is. Let's get down there. I can ditch all the rings and whatnot at whatever merchant's available. Hi, friend. That's the wrong way out. Oh, it's I need to go upstairs. Alright. So I don't feel like dealing with the alchemy right now. Let's go here, alchemy ingredients. And I do really wish there was a send whole stack, deposit all, any type of quality life here whatsoever. Literally anything to make this not item by item. And more than likely, these are going to sit in here until such point that I find myself in need of money, which is very unlikely from now on. And then we will just go in there and deal with that. Okay, so we got all that. I'm not going to deal with that right now. I know I should. It's probably got good value. But right now, I don't want to open that can of worms of grabbing that all, then going back to the bookshelf to drop it all back off. We're just going to pretend it's fine. It can't hurt us if we don't look at it. There we go. And that should take us where we need to turn to the next part.
Hello there. I'm Magician Orantor of the Mages Guild. I divide my time between the Cheydinhall Guild and my own private studies at Willowbank. Farewell.
I'm Ilanui. I'm only a conjurer, but Orantor is a full magician. Isn't he wonderful?
Why are you...
I would gladly let you invest. Farewell.
Okay. So clearly we are 1 hour too early to purchase stuff. You dream of walking through the cool air night. Your body cries for blood, having not fed for days. Weakly, you stumble to a small pool. As you bend down to it, you see that it's not water, but a pool of warm, fresh blood. Steam rising off it. You lower your head in and drink, but you cannot open your mouth as you realize in horror that your lips are sewn shut. A pair of cold white hands reach out from the pool and draw you under.
How goes? Good day.
It's probably fine.
What can I interest you in?
Alright, haggle, bring it up a bit. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and first off, we've got all the arrows. The long sword of lightning, I'll go ahead and just sell to you.
A fine transaction. A fine transaction.
And there's a gold amulet, and a ring, and a ring, and an amulet, and more amulets, and another amulet. And I'm assuming we want to hold on to that. It seems like a quest item. Those are all stuff we need to hold on to. We can go down to Cure Disease, Potion of Healing.
You drive a hard bargain.
Strong Potions of Healing. I'm going to hold on to those right now. I mean, they're really heavy. They're half a unit of weight each. Whereas these other ones are pretty light. I still have an obnoxious number of them, but they're relatively light by comparison.
Thank you for your business. Good day.
Hey, Citric, how's it going?
Yes?
There's my quest objective. Okay. So I do have... Let's see, you notice you're playing a mage and just carry MP pots to heal? Wait, why is my mana not high anymore? Why am I no longer at 250 mana? Alright, well I missed an effect that dropped off. Oh, I should equip a weapon of any kind. There we go.
Am I supposed to be impressed?
Stay away!
Here.
That the best you can do? This ends here. Am I supposed to be impressed?
Stay away!
Show me what you got.
No one lives forever.
Look out!
What's the matter? Getting tired?
Emerald's Arians have been destroyed and the chapel is safe for now. I can now reconsecrate the Sword of Crusader to Archay on the higher altar. But first, give me those. Okay, what's it trying to tell me? Shock damage on strike, but they're so freaking heavy. Common soul gems, and there. I hope none of you are important, because you're all murdered. The Sword of the Crusader has been reconsecrated. I now possess all 8 of the Crusader's relics. I should return to the Priory to consult with the Knights about how to attack and destroy Umurl. I noticed that clearly they were writing something on the ground in blood. That is a very strong middle distance stare, Shelley. You're like, I've seen things. Really enjoying the remastered edition? Did you sell the ring you made? No, I didn't sell the ring I made. It's equipped. I'm guessing I did something. Let me check. Yes, we're 224. I wish I bothered to check the active effects at the time. I still got the curse. Or a higher level magnitude is the vampirism. Oh, you're getting... That's not the spell I wanted to use.
Stand clear.
We're gonna have to borrow someone's blood. That's what I'm checking, is I can no longer counter the rate that we're getting hurt. So you were way down there. So basically what I'm doing is I'm putting my regen spell on and then spamming my heal spell. Oh, hey, I didn't mean to walk into your place.
Ah! Greetings.
Hello.
Are you not feeling well?
Have you been?
That's fine. We'll just, you know, manage it. Well, we're getting our restoration magic, that's for sure. Unintentional power leveling. You always did hate vampirism in this. The one thing I will say is at least it's not like Skyrim where you become this weird, like... Oh, come on. You make yourself into like that weird vampire lord mode or anything, and it's super strong. But man, you're basically walking beef jerky. Just gonna duck inside for a moment. Skyrim 2 vampirism? Yeah, I know you've got like the active and the passive or whatever. But give this a chance to recoup us. See, werewolf is just 1 or 2 mods is just more fun in Skyrim. You like the vampire in this one though. So you've been developing your vampirisms. That's not intentionally. It's basically if I do not drink blood, we get stronger stats, but the negatives get worse too. The big negative being the one I'm dealing with right now is we are slowly doing the melt outside. Where I'm having to juggle a heal over time spell I made and a straight up heal as well. I'm just gonna leave them to fight. Right now, I don't think I can afford to stop doing my self-care. Yeah, and I figured as much. As fast as this is killing me, I figured there is at least one stage higher, because everything else is maxed at 100. But seems to me like it only escalates while I sleep. You have died to it before? Oh yeah, no, I'd imagine. Like, this is definitely something I'm having to, you know, use regen spells and all that to manage. But hey, we're just maxing out a restoration. That way the next time I go by a place I can craft spells, I can just craft my spell, like, to the maximum effect I can pull off. This is why you hated vampirism? Yeah. I do wonder it's a thing if you could get fire resistance, because my understanding is of fire damage from what I saw, that our character was like, I have a weakness to fire or whatever. So it does make me kind of wonder a little bit if you could make a life regen and a fire resistance spells to manage it by like giving yourself a really long buff at a very high mana cost. Still, it'd be another maintenance thing that I probably don't want to deal with. So far, we've got no indication that, of like a bigger quest line for the vampire thing. It's just we are vampire. So the quest line literally might be curing vampire. Alright. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. Vampirism gives you a lot of stats. Okay, we're past, I think, the worst of the day, so now we're not actively dying to our vampirism. Not as much as I can just cast the regen. And it fully tops us off. Alright.
Lord Crusader, the prophet is here. He's just arrived. He seemed to know you were coming, told me to wait for you, and here you are. Come. He is preaching to the assembled knights in the chapel. You should speak to him at once.
And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay.
You have stepped from the humble shadows of obscurity and into legend. No feat you have accomplished in your life compares to what you have become.
You mean a vampire?
You are an embodiment of Pelinal Whitestrake, the bane of Umarul the Unfeathered. The time has come for you to fulfill your destiny. Umaril lies hid in the ancient fane of Garlus Molitar. You must go there and destroy him.
Am I ready then?
No. Should you face Umaril, you would suffer the same fate as Pelinal. But times change, and even the shape of the divine itself must change with it. Where once there were 8, now one more stands with them, and they have become 9.
Let's see, you mean Talos?
Aye! With the apotheosis of Tiber Septum, the face of the divine was transformed. Talos ascended, and the 8 became 9. So, although you wear the armor of the gods, it is incomplete. A relic of the old ways and the old gods.
How do I destroy Immoral then?
As a proven guardian of this realm, and a warrior the likes of which have not been seen in millennia, Talos grants you his sacred blessing with the ancient gifts of the Eight and the new gift of the One. You are ready to face Umaril.
Blessing of Talos has been added to the player's list. What does the blessing do?
It will allow you to follow Umaril into the spirit realm upon his death. It will allow you to destroy him, body and soul, utterly and for all time. You must first kill his living body. While beyond the power of most mortals, this is only the lesser of your two tasks. His Daedric nature allows his spirit to escape into oblivion after death. Oh, this is what Pelinal learned upon defeating Umaril the first time. But you can do what Pelinal could not. The blessings of Talos will allow you to follow Umaril's spirit when it leaves his body. This you must do, and you must not fail. You will not, because the Nine fight with you.
Let's see, I want to know about Umaril's spirit.
When Umaril joined with the Daedra, his spirit expanded beyond this realm. His physical form can travel between realms, but his spirit is bound. When his body is destroyed, his spirit travels back to Oblivion and is reformed in the fires of creation with the armor of the gods and the blessing of Talos. You will be able to follow him where Pelinal could not and destroy his very spirit. Once his spirit is destroyed, he will be completely obliterated, erased from all realms of existence.
Fun fact, the modding interface of Skyrim, the status effect is called Burning Sun. Oh yeah, the damage over time? That makes sense. What is Garlas Malatar?
Garlas Malatar was the westernmost outpost of the Ayleid Empire. It watched over what we call the Abyssinian Sea. Since his return, Umaril has taken Garlas Malatar as his lair. That is where you must seek him out.
What kind of foe is Umaril?
Umaril cannot be bested in his physical form by any normal means. His blows can strike down the mightiest of warriors in a single stroke. The Eight created the relics to withstand Umaril's fell power. Do not attempt to face him without this divine protection.
That's all I'm ready.
Your knights will assemble at Garlas Malatar and await you there. Gather all those who you deem worthy. Not all who enter those halls shall return. Those who fall in service of the Nine will live on forever in the halls of their fathers. I wish you well on your quest, Crusader. We are depending on you.
Okay.
Yes, Commander?
So, I'm gathering the fact that, like, you need to wear the plot armor.
Yes, Lord Crusade.
The armor we have given you is a necessity for your survival, which saddens me. And the reason it saddens me is it's going to penalize my casting. I mean, don't get me wrong, that is some thick armor. Yep, okay. So you'll lose charges if I use you now.
I am at your service, Commander.
Knights of the Nine.
The Priory has been restored to its former glory and is now a fitting home for our order. It is an honor to serve.
Umral.
Leowin has been attacked by Umaral's minions. Something must be done to stop him. Be seeing you.
Well. Wait, do I have a lot more mana? What? No. Okay. It just seemed like I shouldn't be able to spam casting this nearly as much. Oh, it's because we're leveling it up. So because I'm leveling up my restoration a lot, it's more mana efficient, so I'm able to just keep spamming the cast way more than I could before. Hang on. I'm a vampire who's trying to like run across in the sunset wearing heavy plate armor. The armor also had some? How badly is this penalizing my magic, by the way? 80%? Honestly, for all those effects, I might just leave the armor on. Because, like, don't get me wrong, that's a 20% nerf on my cast, which is not a small nerf. But at the same time, if you look at the effects I'm getting from this armor, we are getting 27 Fortify health, 15% resistance to normal weapons, 6 points of Fortify Restoration on self, Fortify Restoration, Fortify Destruction, Reflect Spell, Fortify Restoration, Restoration, Resist Disease, Restoration, Personality. Like, I wonder the 9 points extra destruction, so putting it up to like 1.9 or 109 or whatever. I wonder if we were to sit down... Wait, what? What do you mean I can't go that way? Oh, right, I see. Yeah, that's fine. I wonder if that would, make up for the, Sorry. I was gonna say, I wonder if the extra 9 points in destruction... Going over 100 doesn't do anything for spells? Well, that's underwhelming. Then what the heck's the point in giving me anything as bonus in spells if I could just level it up really fast in the first place? So then it seems like the idea for me right now would be, just use what we got. And then once I, like, max out Restoration, then it'd be time to start ditching some of these. Because I don't think the game has the idea of, like, set bonuses. Were they changed and remastered? My understanding is most stuff related to calculations were kept exactly the same. That's fine. I still think it's better for now. I mean, if nothing else, all his defenses would be good. Let me check. Yeah, so if we look at these again. So it's heavy armor. So ultimately, these do have really solid defense versus my literal nothing. They do weigh a lot, which is a bit of a negative. But if we look at this, so this one wouldn't matter. The Fortify health, these two should still work. Fortifying our health 27 points should give me more max health, and then reduced from normal damage. So the Greaves would end up probably getting rid of. The Reflect spell on self is decent. The Boots would probably end up getting rid of. The Gauntlets still have the disease resist. I don't think I care that much about that, so that would ultimately get rid of. and the fortified personality. So it does seem like ultimately we'd probably get rid of the whole set once, you know, we start leveling up the restoration real high. And that does confirm if I do cast a an overtime effect and I cast a second instance of the overtime effect, it literally just renews it. Which is what we figured from earlier tests, but being able to look down the bottom left and just see it refresh again and again is helpful. Restoration Mastery. I can now use expert spells because we hit 75. And we're just speed leveling it up, just trying to survive our own gradually dying out in the sunlight as a vampire. Just spamming it constantly. So I do think what we'll do is our next move, once we get this done, is to deal with this vampirism. Because, like, on the one hand, while the bonuses are nice, this is certainly not the way I want to play the game. Running around here just spamming this constantly. That does make me wonder if in your armor, if you gave yourself a ton of fire resist, would you be able to massively mitigate or even just completely nullify the effect? It does make me wonder, like, if I go full in on starting to wear heavy armor and all that, what we'll do there. Because we had been, so far, literally wearing no armor the whole time. We'll see. I will say, our small heal, not very good. Okay. Also good news is by the time we get there, more than likely, I'll be nearly maxed out restoration, but it should also be no longer daytime, so I no longer have to fight with the sunlight slowly melting me. Okay, we're just barely from the point where my regen can keep me up. Okay. Now, I gotta be careful because when I level up, I'll probably go the next severity higher. Because I think it's every time I'm sleeping that the vampirism seems to be going up. So let's wait to level up until we drink some blood to get rid of it. And then from there, we definitely need to be like, how can we cure vampirism? Alright. Okay, our regen is officially at the point I'm recovering more health than I'm losing. Alright, so we just walked across the whole map. I did a quick save right there, just in case. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Hey, wait, what? Okay. Hang on. I want a little bit more mana so I can cast on you. Okay. We're gaining some blade skill and all that. We're gaining heavy armor skill. Get the heck inside here before we die from this sunlight. Hey, wait, what? Staff of Burden. I don't really know where that one came from. It was kind of jerk move to ambush me while I first walk in. This is the right place, right? No, it is not. I was like, this doesn't seem right. It was just in the right direction, so I just ran inside without even looking. It's fine. It felt appropriate because we're running into skeletons and stuff. There we go. We're one building too soon. Okay, I thought I was playing combat music. Alright, so we'll quick save again. Now we're at the actual right place. Okay. So now do we have a whole area to clear through, or is it going to be straight up going into a proper fight? You arrived at the Garlus Matar. My sworn foe, Imrul the Unfeathered, awaits for me inside. My final duty in my holy quest is to find him and destroy him.
So far, so good. Do you think we took them by surprise?
Beware! Umaros Aurorans are attacking! Stay away!
This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death. Justice, Giuliano's guide. Fight, coward!
All right. Don't know what that did, but I'm taking all the stuff that's not bolted down. All right. That's twice I've missed. Try this again without getting ourselves cornered if I can help it. Where are my knights? Okay. They're hitting me with the damage over time effect. I'm not a big fan of it. On the plus side, mine hits way harder. First, inventory, potions, fortify magicka, restore magicka. Okay, we're getting down to the last couple. Okay, apparently they went a different way because I fought that crap all by myself. And everyone over there is getting knocked unconscious again and again. Oh, I thought they were like spawning in here. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna retreat a little farther, so I'm not in the middle of all of you. Okay, so potions. Fortify magicka again. Restore Magicka. Okay, that's gonna be another one dead.
This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death.
Okay, got you. So my touch is still killing them in one. It's just... they actually do hit relatively hard. And struggling on that mana front a lot. Alright, come on.
For the night!
Did I actually get that off? Or... yeah, okay, we actually got that off.
Talos and the Nine.
You're doing great, Pumpkin. Actually, you did do good there. Yeah, so we still got to do something to make it so I can deal with groups a lot better. Can I get a shout out for Trico, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Also been playing this. So if you are enjoying this, you will probably enjoy what they got going on over there. All right. Okay. You've got all that. They got a Dradic longsword. I'm gonna probably regret that. But that's quite a bit more damage than we have. I just hear him shouting in the distance, Knights of the Nine, again and again.
For the Nine!
Okay. Alright, I'm not really feeling the longsword here. Let's drop that. It's super heavy. We can grab this. We're doing okay with the rest of these. We've got these. The only reason I'm not using them is because they're enchanted. They have a limited number of charges, and I gotta keep recharging them. And I'm gonna be honest, I can't be bothered. I know it's good stuff, because like getting a magic spell shoved into your weapon. You T-posing at me? Are you aggressively T-posing at me?
I've never seen anything like these Aurorans before. Knights of the Nine, follow me. This ends here. Die, Kirk.
Well, that's
This ends here. Back to Oblivion with you.
You just keep doing your thing back there. Okay, so we actually do need just fighting here. It's fine. I was checking if there's like another area we need to move on to. Why are you not wearing your armor now? Okay, so I gotta do my potions again. Those, I doubled up effects that didn't work together. It's fine. Okay, they're just like chain zapping. Okay, grab your goodies. Yeah, promise that many will just shove their way right through me. Get the regen up. Get the death touch up. Okay, looks like I only got 2 still on me. Take that 3.
I'm just warming up.
All right, piece of my armor looks like it's about to break. Hey, I just killed you. All right, so noob strategy, they can get back up, they can resurrect.
Show yourself.
So new plan. We ignore that crap and go figure out what the heck we're missing. Do I have to touch the ball? Alright, do I happen to have a repair hammer? I bet you I don't. I like to sell them, because I never use them. Gonna be regretting that right about now. Okay, so one of my pieces of armor is basically... So the Crusader gauntlets are basically busted. Just the gauntlets. So I think we're okay with that. Alright, so clearly this is boss time. So, deal magical damage on strike, 40 points, and fire damage, turn undead on strike. Let's go for that one. Because that's more damage than our dagger will do. And it's probably the exact things we want this for. Could you calm down there? They are giving me lots of soul gems, which I fully expect is with reason. Just making sure no surprises. So clearly the ominous stairs of ominousness. Okay. So we haven't done this in forever. We penalized his resistances. So now we're doing is we're waiting just a second. Let me go ahead and pop my potions. Do a heal magicka. And fortify magicka. I've destroyed Urmel's physical form. The prophet told me is true. I must cast the blessing of Talos on myself to follow Urmel's spirit to a place where he can be destroyed. Give me your sword. Alright, so now I need to go to magic. Find my hotbar. Oh, I forgot I even had a summon I could use. I've been ignoring that. Fortify magicka. Oh! That's the whole way we were supposed to do that. I was supposed to do this, get my bonus to magic, then I can use my even more powerful murder spell. Right! That's where that extra magic I was like, why don't I have all my magic came from. For right now, I need to do, where's it, Talos Blessing? Blessing of Talos. Oh, you just click on to equip them? So it said it was draining a bunch of stats, which is a little worrisome. Okay, and we'll go to our potions real fast, because that's an annoying one. Potion of Restore Magicka, Fortify Magicka. So I should be draining Magicka off of that one as well. Wait, is that not short range? Okay, something's not working the way I'm expected that. There's the fortify, there's the restore, there's the heal, there's my regen. I didn't... Did I only have to kill one of them, maybe? Because the other two were still up and not hurting. Unless they had shared life, I didn't get a good look at them. I did get my damage over time on one of them, though.
Arise, stand and face the light. Breathe again, and receive your reward. You have completed your divine task.
I think he's coming back. I don't think we killed him.
The Order shall serve as the sword and the shield of the Nine in the dark times to come. We owe you a debt of thanks. You have succeeded where we could not. You and your knights have held true to your purpose. At long last, our purgatory is at an end. We go to the glory of the Nine to serve in their host in the life beyond this one. You may call upon our spirits when you need us. Simply pray at our tombs, and each of us will grant you a blessing from the Nine. May your sword serve the Nine all the days of your life, Crusader. Farewell.
Quick question, how many hundreds of years did it take for him to come back? No particular reason. Just, how long did it take for them to return?
You redeemed my soul from the evil that had ensnared me. For that, I am forever in your debt. The old bitterness that seemed so important to me in life. What is that now? How to weigh that against my very soul?
Knights of the Nine?
The Knights of the Nine stand together once again. I would not have thought it possible. We owe you a great debt.
Zacchaeus?
The evil took hold of me the day that I slew Sir Caius on the Priory steps. I baited him, knowing his temper. And then I killed him when he drew against me. I killed him in cold blood, with the Holy Sword itself. I could have disarmed him, or wounded him. But a cold pride had taken hold of me, and so I slew him, went to war, and never returned. The evil grew upon me until I became cruel, a tyrannical ruler, a terror upon the land. In death, evil held me even tighter than in life. Thanks to you, that is all behind me. Sir Caius and I will go to Aetherius side by side, as of old. The gods are truly merciful.
Sword of the Crusader.
I took the sword down with me into evil. You have redeemed us both. The gods smile on such deeds, noble knight.
Oh, that's not the button I want.
May the Nine guide your way.
Kinnereth grants you the swiftness of the wild. Kinnereth grants you the swiftness of the wild.
So, personality, strength.
Zenithar grants you good fortune. May you always endeavor to become the master of your craft.
I don't know what that one means. Master of my craft does not give me a good descriptor. Umarul's Bane. Ah, I see. Right, so I have a holy aura that was the reason we had to wear the armor. Is he had a hidden, not a hidden, but like a thing there.
Zenithar grants you good fortune. May you always endeavor to become the master of your craft.
Okay.
The Great Mother endures. Mara grants you her endurance. When all else fails you, look to love.
All that lives will die, and all that is dead will live again. Arche grants you the will to reverse the cycle.
Okay, so he gives me will. That's a pretty good one. I think that's agility.
Julianus blesses you with his wisdom and his guidance. Trust in your knowledge, for it is the whole of who you are.
I appreciate the flavor text and all that. I wish it was much easier to see what on earth you're doing for me. It's not Woodland Grace. Because figuring out where it is in here is a whole big thing. It's a Grey Princess training. Okay, yeah, that's the one. So intelligence is good. That's going to be our casting damage. Alright, so meanwhile, let's quickly go into our inventory, go to our weapons, put back on our regular knife. Oh, what is yours? So shock damage and fatigue damage for a two-handed sword versus a one-handed sword. So both of those are 16 for one-handed. Alright. This is a special stand built to hold the Crusader relics. Place all relics? That actually works out for me, because I don't really want to lug that crap around. I do think I will ultimately be going into starting to use armor now. That didn't seem like it nerfed my damage that bad. While offering me...
Lord Crusader, how can this be? You're alive! It's a miracle! I heard voices in the Undercroft, and I came to investigate. You vanished in Garlus Malatar. After the battle, we searched further into the ruin and found you next to Umarul's corpse. You had no wounds on your body, but you were dead. I saw it with my own eyes. You did not draw breath. We laid you to rest in the Undercroft. We kept your death a secret. We feared what would happen if our enemies thought you were dead.
Even death cannot stop the Crusader. The wonders of Night. I'm gonna go with Eve. Let's be conceited. Even in death cannot stop the Crusader.
You'll have to excuse me. I need a moment to collect my thoughts. We found Umarul's body next to yours, but it seemed that you had met the same fate as Pellinor Whitestrake. We didn't know. Tell me, Umarul, what happened? Did you succeed in pursuing him into the spirit realm as the prophet said?
I have severed his very soul. Of course, I destroyed him utterly. I have severed his very soul.
Then he is destroyed. We've won, and you're alive. I have to tell the others.
Even though we only managed to get the damage over time on 2 of the 3 spirits, and we distinctly saw the other 2 still alive, when it was like, okay, you did it. Enzo's like, yes, we did the thing you asked. Don't worry. I assure you it's fine.
Knights of the Nine, hear me. Today we have witnessed undeniable proof of the strength and the might of the gods we serve. Slain in battle with the dread Umarul, by the grace and mercy of the Nine, the Crusader lives again. How can this be, you ask? What of our foe? What has become of Umarul the Unfeathered? Umarul has been slain by the Crusader. His very spirit cast into the void and destroyed for all eternity. He will never rise again. Let us give thanks to the Nine. By their power, the Crusader has rid the world of Umarul forever. Hail the Lord Crusader!
Hey, between me and you, can we tone down the Gone Forever part of that? No reason. Let's just go with I defeated him, and not really, let's keep it to just we defeated him, alright? No reason. Don't worry about it. Okay. So, right. So, Seeking My Roots, I did finish that one, and I think we're nearby? Yeah, we're nearby that. Totally fine, yeah. I'm sure it was just a bug. The thing, or not bug, it could have been one of 2 or 3 things. One is all 3 bodies shared health. That feels odd because I feel like that would give me a distinct, very strong advantage because if you did AoE, I would get to triple stack my damage on him. It's possible that's the way it worked. I don't know. I was too busy trying to, you know, make it through the whole encounter with that. It's also possible that one was like the real one, and that I tagged that one with my damage over time. Hang on, I'm a vampire, I just need to heal myself real fast. Okay. Burden non-strike, give me your Warhammer. Alright, we don't care about your stuff. Look, man, the sun, it burns. It burns so much. Please. And I'm definitely talking about in the game and non-real life. Certainly I don't have this condition in real life. We have gone full mole person. The sun literally burns our flesh. Wait, does it request the god's forgiveness? Continue your penance to earn your god's forgiveness. Why do I need forgiveness? Oh, those are both doors into town. Okay. Bear with me for just a second, chat. When we get in here, I need to pop into the bathroom real fast. Just gotta make that happen. I was gonna try and, you know, wait to the next break, but I need to go right now, so I'm gonna do that, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Did I see? Ah, that's great. That's great. If you want to see how dense the zombies are here when you spawn in, that's how dense. I love that we got our giant platform of pet zombies. It also feels like it caters to that specifically. Yes, that's... You okay there, Boat? I'll just give you a moment to sort yourself out. Nothing's breaking, right? No. All right. I mean, you take your time. When you're ready, you can settle down. It's making terrible noises. I'm not sure how well you can hear it, but it's going crunch, crunch, crunch. Am I gonna weasel by at the last second? Ah, yes. Just the way it's supposed to be. The gap to see the full damage? Oh, they're probably popping through that gap. I'm just trying to get the ones that get all the way down here. This is gonna get you killed. I mean, I have to deal with it. It's just a shame I can't shoot them through it. Actually, tens of thousands. Once I am actually not being dealt with the word. But let's say, you know, I'm getting exhausted. I'm in a bad way. I can't fight what's left. I'm too tired. So what I might do is I might do something like this. I go, okay, you know, I sneak around here. I cut the corner real fast, cut the second corner, and then I go sneak. And the reason you do that is you pull the zombies, they lose line of sight of you, and they lose line of sight of where they're going to like last have seen you, and then you sneak and you just try and you know, get away from the situation. You could also do that where like if you do manage to I know this spot should be safe. Oh, okay. Safe from above. All right.
Goodbye.
Sorry.
Bye.
And I'm back. Sorry, I was sneaking a bite of my food while I was on our way back too.
You're off duty now. Another day.
Oh,
another
look.
septum.
I have
Can't you see that I'm very busy?
embers coming off of me because I'm slowly burning to death. That's cool. I'd like to go indoors now. All things alchemical. Actually, let's go in there and see if I can't get better alchemy tools. Because we had earlier, we talked about I need that.
Me? I'm Falanu. House Falalu. As if that matters here.
Cool.
I would gladly let you invest in my shop. The extra coin will allow me to purchase...
Yeah, we unlock that, but
some of
just
my
doing that to
wares?
anyone who offers. Okay, so alchemy. Let's see here. So you have an apprentice. The highest we've seen is journeyman, which is that thing. I've got journeyman. Ah, there we go. Journeyman worm pestle. So give me that. Yep. Take my crappy one. Yep. And you don't have anything else to care
Pleasure
about.
to serve you. Take care.
Slip on a shirt and slap on a hat. Yeah, no, it's just vampire things. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so what we're going to need to do is I'm going to need to find someone I can have a little nibble on.
Hello there.
Yeah, so once you can see later in the day, I'm just gonna go into Mage's Guild and find someone to get just a little nibble on, just a wee little nibble.
Well met.
Hi there. I used to think you were a hero, a holy knight and all that. I guess I should have known better.
What are you talking about?
Bernadette Pennelis works over at the Tamika Winery. They make a quality wine there. Bye.
Need to slip, slop, slap? I don't know what that means.
Any more luck finding Nirnroot?
Elixir of exploration?
I really can't do anything without 20 more.
Oh, I don't have it on me. It's in my cabinet back home,
Can
isn't
I interest you in some of my wares?
Right.
Remember, always look near water. That's...
I have the Nirnroot, I just don't have the Nirnroot on me. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to the quests. I'm just going to...
You look like a bright one.
Choose that. So with that, let's go to the Mages Guild. And I will sleep until darkness. And then I will bite whoever goes to sleep. And then we're going to try and figure out how to deal with this curing vampirism thing.
A pleasure to speak with. Have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamria. Take care.
Okay.
Good. I hope I... Only quality goods for sale here. What can I interest you
Corrode
in?
armor. Ah, weakness to frost. Weakness to shock. I'll grab that while I'm here. Weakness to poison. And the rest I've already got equivalents to, so I don't need.
Come back and see me again. Take care.
So we make a much better weakness spell now.
It's my pleasure. What can
Purchasing
I interest you
spells. Drain health on target is one I want. Actually, I think I already have that.
in? Thank you for your patronage. Goodbye.
I hope I can help. I offer
Purchasing
the
spells.
finest goods and lowest prices in all Cyrodiil.
All right.
Bye.
Okay. Fun to lose life in the sun? Yeah. Alright, so we're gonna sleep till it's nighttime. This will level us up. Or we actually might get in our dream. Okay, we did level up. So I've got all those maxed. You dream of walking through the cool air at night, your body cries for blood. Having not fed in days, you weakly stumble. We already read this exact dialogue. We can level up again, apparently. And that's 2 more stats maxed. Who's sleeping? Why aren't you sleeping? I need you all to come to bed. No particular reason.
How are you?
Oh, are you going to bed? Don't worry. Maybe wait another hour? Okay. Maybe I reload, because apparently I got caught. Let's just undo that action real fast. There's a reason I quick save, because like I haven't tried to steal anything from anyone. Let's maybe not steal from the guild I'm in as my first theft. That's not true. That's the first time I pickpocketed. Oh, wait, okay, we had... There we go. Maybe we steal from someone who I care about less. I was just kind of, you know, invasive thoughts being like, what would happen if I did this? That's right, apparently you're feeding on her scalp. Don't worry about it. Alright, now I need to figure out... We got multiple people I could talk to about curing vampirism.
Well met, guildmate. I hope I can help. Good day.
But now I just gotta figure out who they were so I can get that resolved. Let's see if we actually have anything in our quest that mentions it. Nothing here.
I'm your relief. Good.
Alright. We got a quest way over there. Is there a quest you can find far closer? So... we can pursue the main story. That's over on the east one. Oh, that's here, isn't it? I think that's literally in... we're in Skingrad, so let's walk around until we get someone to talk to us.
You look like a shrewd businessman.
Who could potentially help us with being a vampire? Wondering if there's a chapel or something here. Maybe we talk to the priest. I didn't realize it was something that like only a couple people could help me with.
Welcome, divine crusader.
Cure for vampirism.
A cure? You mean besides death? Such a thing is beyond our control. The body is so warped by vampirism, few would be able to revert its effects. Even fewer would care to try. The Guild of Mages might know more. Speak with Raminus Polus. He may be able to guide you. You too.
Alright, well, that's the Imperial City. Because let's try and get this resolved, because the melting slowly every time around the sun kinda sucks. Kinda sucks a whole lot. So we need to go over there. Oh, and apparently I don't have a weapon equipped. Alright, I did pick up some more weapons. Our carry weight's pretty good, though. Why did I... There we go. Because I'm figuring I haven't been using the weapons with enchants because I don't want to recharge them constantly. But it's like, you know what? Let's do it. It's very honest, like, it honestly feels like the melee doesn't feel, like, the strength behind melee feels considerably lower than casting. Being a vampire was very fun at first, so you need it off you. Yeah, no, it's just kind of one of those things, like, I've been enjoying it, but it's also one of those things that's very quick, it's like, oh. You know, I don't care about your stuff. Alright. Considering that's a pretty high-end weapon that I'm using, it's like a named weapon that's unique in the game.
Who's there? Well, look who we've got. I fought mud crabs more fearsome than you.
Alright. Daedric Axe. Okay. Don't get me wrong, it definitely feels viable. But, like, the fact that your enchants run out kind of sucks. That's where a lot of your power comes from. And we haven't seen any super strong ones. I think the highest I've seen damage is 16 per swing. Which, by comparison, my spell does somewhere in the area of like 600 or 700 when I cast it. But we'll see, because I'm not... My blade skill's not that low.
It's you.
Got a pretty high blade skill. Okay, so that seems to level us up real fast using that really strong summon. Well, strong relative to what we're capable of. Okay. Oh, you're not dead. Okay, and I believe that's where we're going, right over there. Yeah, so the ring we had is what gave us, you know, underwater breathing and all that. I'm not too worried about it, though. I can easily make a potion of underwater breathing if we really needed that kind of stuff. Alright, so we can get over to the school over here. Talk to them about getting rid of the vampirism. That whole shebang. But we're starting to get our, like... It's a little surprising how fast we're maxing out our skills, to the point that I'm going to have not as much to work on. Like, our athletics and acrobatics is getting pretty high. Our destruction is completely maxed. Our restoration is really close to maxed. I'm knocking out multiple points of conjuration, you know, every little bit here. Our alteration is like 70, 80 or something like that. Okay. I'm surprised to see one of you here. Wait. Hang on. I'm gonna need to take some potions. So we found Umeral. Yeah, he came back a little faster than I was expecting. I'm glad we didn't need, like, the Holy Aura just to be able to fight him. I'm glad it wasn't quite that big of a thing. Yeah, so, as I mentioned, I was fighting him up there and I was having to run around and kite him a bunch. And I only distinctly killed one of them. And then it was like, you win! And I'm like, there was three. There was three up there, I killed one. I'm a little worried,
citizen?
By you telling me that I won already. But that's okay, we got 2 copies of his sword, and this one's slightly better than the other one? Okay, sure. Alright, so what we're looking for here is I need to talk to my contact here.
Ah, you must be the Arcane University's newest addition. This humble battle mage bids you welcome.
How goes it?
Morning.
Doesn't he go to the, not the practice rooms. I believe there's a living quarters he stays in.
How are you?
Oh, we should... I don't remember which one is the alchemy place. We should see if I can't go to the alchemy place.
It's my pleasure. Please continue. Good day.
Oh, no, it's the alternative enchanting. I have the wrong place. I want to see if we go to the alchemy place if I can get even better alchemy equipment while we're here and waiting.
Oh, hello.
What do you mean by, oh, hello?
It's my pleasure. Please, continue. I would gladly let you...
Okay.
Have a look
Bartering.
at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
So we got novice. That is incredibly underwhelming.
If you come across any unusual ingredients in your travels, be sure to remember me and bring them here.
Yeah, it's all novice. Got nothing but junk here. Get out of here.
Hello!
How delightful. Welcome.
Okay, was this the living quarters then? Alright, so let's see if he's up here. Because I can't remember if he sleeps up here. Or it's just all... There you are, that's who I'm looking for. I will talk to you.
You should be helping Irlav Rual, shouldn't you?
Cure for vampirism.
I'm pleased that you would ask. There is a way, though it's not known to me. Countess Sildor of Skingrad has done the most recent research on a cure, I believe. He's what you might call a vested interest in the subject. I suggest you travel there and seek an audience with him. Given your condition, I believe he may assist you. I suggest... Good luck with
I'm glad he's not judging. He's like, oh, you're just a vampire? It happens to all of us. I mean, am I right? You hang out, you party a little too hard, maybe someone bites you in the neck, maybe you bite someone else in the neck, you know. Your typical weekend jaunt. Little annoyed I have to literally go back to where I came from, but you know, it's fine.
Well met.
Yeah, who hasn't turned into a vampire? Alright. So let's try and get as far over there as we can before daylight starts going, coming up. I'm kind of wondering if I will run into another Uriel. Or Muriel, whatever. You. Because there were a bunch of them up there. There's 3 of them, actually. And I killed one while I was up there, and it gave me the thumbs up that I had won. And that one just randomly attacked, which is why I was confused. At first I thought it was one of his minions. Like, wait, what's one of these guys doing down here?
How are you?
What? Take care.
Just hops in the lake and there's one down there trying to zap us. That said, we did feed, so we've reduced the severity of our situation. Basically, the longer we go without feeding, the more it escalates the symptoms. So try and get over here and see if we can't cure our vampirism. I have a feeling the idea is we're going to go over here, we're going to talk to the guys like, oh, it's this whole big process. And then we'll have to go through and do a quest line for that. Yes, apparently that armor we got that we immediately put away, and we're like, I don't need this. Apparently that was a DLC before. Okay, I could have sworn I heard the, I heard a Nairn root, but it's okay. Bad puppy. One thing that it will definitely come from leveling up our conjuration and the fact that the spells are so expensive is expensive spells do level stuff faster. Okay. Are you sure you want to do this? Yep. Still a mage. I'm just casting Bludgeon to Death. Really effective spell. For the record, we were like fully leveled in just destruction and all that. I'm just trying to get our blade skill up a little bit. And since we're fighting weak stuff as we cross the map, it feels like good as time as any to just... slap, you know, various enemies with big, heavy magic swords. Alright. Oh, crashed the desktop. Well, we went all the way to the, you know, like this point without a single crash. That's fine. I've been being a bit more aggressive on auto-saving lately, just because yesterday we had a good, I think 3, maybe 4 crashes, which is a little much. The first day, I think we had only 1 crash. Alright. So how far do we get set back? Don't be from on our way into the Mage's College. What else did we do with Mage's College? Vampire Cure. Okay. We did get the quest for the Vampire Cure, so we're good. So it was leaving the Mage's College. So it's basically just the jog over there that we lost. Okay, we killed him on the way in. That's right. So we did lose about 500 units of walking or so. And about 4 levels with Conjuration. Because we were at about 37 when... like, when it happened. Okay. That also makes me think we should be looking at switching up our star sign. Our star sign just gives us endurance and wisdom, I believe. But since we're nearly maxing out a bunch of our stats, it's probably time to switch to a not stat-based sign. Tower. No stars shine upon the Doomstone. Oh, can I only do it at night, maybe? Axe of Icy Darkness. A Glass Cuirass, which only gives 5 defense. Why are you out here? It's just weird that there's just a random one of those just by themselves. Acrobatics mastery increased. Alright, so I got a long ways to go on that. I probably should have read what it said, but I was clicking too fast. There's so much more to get. Okay, so we're halfway there. And I think because we fed, our symptoms are mild enough, we don't seem to be taking damage yet. There's just dead stuff everywhere from where I've rolled through and killed so much. Alright. Bad doggy. Yep, no, unfortunately the doggies were mean. Daedric Battle Axe. Only 9 damage. Weird. Okay. I was going Timby again. You're gonna tell FG? I don't know who Timby is. Is that a nickname for someone? Their slaughter lives up to his name. Exactly. I've got a reputation to keep. It's not my fault that, you know, all the puppers are very bitey. Oh, looks like you gotta probably run around here. Up and over into the keep.
You look like a bright one. Morning.
Oh, her most present mod. Timberwolf. I see. I didn't catch that was... Okay, gotcha. Well, Timberwolf should stop being so bitey. Consent is key. You ask before you bite. Yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah, no, I just missed it contextually wise. Nah, that's all good. Okay. I was just there, but we can go around. Oh, I see. The lower part is the town, this is the castle, and I keep going into the castle, I've not been going to the lower part. That's fine. It's okay, it's only sleeping. Yeah, it was just, you know, a two-handed sword of slumber. You just have to really, really, really apply the medication. Very strong.
Greetings. Do you have business at Castle Skingrad?
I must see the Count.
I'm afraid the Count does not see anyone without an approved appointment. Do you have an appointment?
No, it's about a cure for vampirism.
I see. Please, wait here one moment. I shall speak with the Count.
Buy a house in town?
You'll have to speak with Shamgro Yarug about that. He's the only one that can handle the deed.
Rumors?
Everybody's talking about the hero of Kvatch. They say he actually went into an Oblivion gate and destroyed it.
Skingrad.
Count Skingrad is a very private person. I handle all the county's public affairs and consult with the Count when necessary. Take care.
I guess I'm supposed to wait here. I didn't check. I need to speak to the Count. I should find his steward in the Castle Skingrad. I mean, I did. And then she noped out of the building.
How goes it? Sorry, you want me? I'm Shamgro Yarug, the Count's butler.
Rumors?
I like the Two Sisters Lodge, and Mog does a good job running the place. She and her sister are both fine people.
Skingrad.
If it's not one thing, it's another. The Count is very particular about his food and drink. Everything must be just so. Bye.
Okay. I guess we're waiting for her to talk to people. Alright, hang on. So you've got all this food set out, clearly for guests. And I can't eat it because I'd be sealing.
Safe travels. Goodbye.
As I've been basically told to wait. How did you leave that door?
Well met.
I've had about enough of...
Please wait in the hall. The Count will be with you shortly.
Okay. Hey, Count. I got things I'd like to be doing, buddy.
I understand you're looking for a cure for vampirism. This is fortunate, as I also seek the cure.
Why would you want the cure?
I wish to tell you a story, so that you might understand why I would trust you with my secrets. Would you hear it?
Sure.
More than 50 years ago, my wife Rona and I were both turned into vampires. While I came to embrace the changes in myself, she did not. She hated what she had become, and refused to feed to keep herself healthy. She eventually slipped into a coma, from which she is not awoken. My trusted servants have cared for her all this time, but I wish for her to at last find peace. The cure is for her. I have researched what I can, but acquiring the cure is beyond my grasp. I cannot risk drawing too much attention to myself. So I would ask that you take up the search on my behalf. If you are successful, I will reward you in whatever small way I can. Will you aid me?
Yeah, what do you need?
What little I have discovered points to the witches of Glenmoral. In the past, they have been capable of creating a cure. I have searched for these witches throughout Cyrodiil, but no coven still exists within its borders. There may be one left. I have unconfirmed reports of a woman seen near the Corbolo River who fits the description of these witches. Seek her out and learn whether she can help. She lives somewhere along the river, east of the Imperial City and south of Cheydinhall. If you are successful in finding a cure, report to my steward. You have my thanks.
All right. Chancellor?
I don't envy the High Chancellor his position. It can't be easy trying to rule an empire without an emperor. Be seeing you.
So, the reason I just kind of smirked at that is You know that road we just ran to get here? I'm going exactly right back to where we came from and slightly farther. So that has been like this entire vampire thing has been like, hey, do this. Okay, go to the other end. Okay, now do that thing you just did. But yeah, go ahead and go back that whole distance. So it is... Oh, that's interesting.
You look
Gonna put the
skilled
red...
in alteration. Teach me something.
Why are you giving me the mark down here? Why are you marking it here? Oh, right, because we have to go into the castle. Oh, and you're not only... Okay, you're farther than the Imperial City. You're, like, way out there in the middle of nowhere. Right, so you gotta cut through town. Yeah, no, I can probably go around, but it's just, like, whatever.
Hello.
Tidings, citizen.
Alright. So yeah, so unfortunately, I gotta schlep all the way half across everything to get the cure. It's an extra 900 units from where we did the last journey. The last journey, the entire distance was about 1,500 units. So it's roughly just slightly over 1.5 the distance we just did. Which, with that said though, it is going to be about that time, chat. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is before anything go wrong and like something crash, I'm going to hit the save game. But with that said, if you are watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly for you, so don't forget to like and subscribe and do all that stuff over there in YouTube land. But for everyone over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because what I'm going to go ahead and do is find someone for us to raid. With that said, I do hope you enjoyed tonight's content. If you're not already following the channel,